Join us for the final round, December 2021.
Hello, welcome to the live stream of the third annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition Finals. The President's Cup aims to identify, challenge, and reward the best cybersecurity talent in the federal workforce. And you are about to witness the most skilled individuals spread out across 5 teams. I'm Anne, and I'll be your guide for today's live stream. The challenges these competitors face will reflect real-life scenarios. They've been designed to test knowledge, skills, and collaborative ability. These 5 teams have successfully competed against 309 other teams across 2 qualifying rounds in order to reach the finals here today. Now, in addition to the amazing competition, it's also the President's Cup mission to bring these challenges to the public for both educational and training purposes. You can find previous challenges online, and we encourage new and current cybersecurity practitioners to explore the tools and test your skills. Help us keep the conversation going on Twitter using #PresCup. Best of luck to the finalists, and I hope you enjoy today's live stream. Now, it is my pleasure to hand the mic over to the one and only Jen Easterly, Director of CISA, to kick off the competition. Hey, Jen.
Good morning, everybody. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all here today for the final round of the third annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition. My name is Jen Easterly, and I serve as the Director for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, better known as CISA. Before I begin, I want to send a huge congratulations to all of the participants who've made it to the final round of the competition. Everyone who participated in this year's competition truly represents the best cybersecurity talent in the federal government. This year, we had over 1,400 individuals and 314 teams register across the competition. Both are the highest number we've seen in the President's Cup. From those 314 teams, today we're watching the top 5 teams compete. And for the third year in a row, all of our teams in the finals come from the Department of Defense. During today's finals, we'll witness the exceptional talent of the top 5 teams as they compete in a narrative-based scenario. This is really an incredible achievement and speaks to the hard work and dedication of all the participants, including the personal hours spent completing the competition challenges outside of your day jobs of serving our nation. I also want to give a special shout out to one team from CISA that made it into the top 10 this year, just outside of qualifying for the finals. I know we'll get into the top 5 next year. In today's environment, cyber threats and vulnerabilities are increasingly becoming one of the greatest strategic risks to our nation. And many people don't realize just how much time, effort, and skill is required to keep our power on, our water clean, and our society running. That's why the President's Cup is such a unique and impactful competition. It highlights the work you do, the mission you live, and the nation you protect. The President's Cup also pushes the cybersecurity profession forward by putting your talents on display and raising the bar for the rest of the field. Showcasing and improving our nation's cyber workforce is one of my top priorities. It's more important than ever that we have the personnel who can secure, defend, and protect our nation's critical infrastructure and our national critical functions. At CISA and across the entire federal government, we're working diligently to build a highly skilled and capable workforce that is capable of mitigating any risk that emerging technology or our adversaries may pose. Since arriving at CISA, I've been committed to empowering our team and building a culture of excellence. In doing so, I live by the principle, cyber is a team sport. The goal is not about becoming a star, It's about building a constellation. The teams competing in today's final competition embody this principle and would not have qualified to the finals if they didn't excel in the environment of teamwork that is critical for this type of competition. You know, it's been a dream job of mine to serve as the director of CISA and to work with such an incredible and talented group of individuals. There is no greater professional fulfillment than serving one's nation. And on a personal note, it brings me great pride to know that there are such skilled and talented cybersecurity defenders and cyber operators, not only at CISA, but across the U.S. military and the whole federal government. Throughout the past year, all of you have been met with an incredible amount of adversity. Our federal cyber professional colleagues are truly the unsung heroes of the federal workforce. And more simply put, to say that you're critical to the future of the nation is an understatement. And I thank you for your service. I am really looking forward to seeing the results of today's final competition round, and I wish you the best of luck as you compete throughout the remainder of the day. And of course, because it's a few days before the weekend, I have to end with Beat Navy. Thanks for all you do.
Please join me in welcoming our first set of hosts for the competition.
Welcome to the third annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition live stream. My name is Karen and I am here with my co-host Genevieve. We're extremely excited to see these top 5 teams compete in the final round for the cybersecurity competition. And the teams have already kicked off their challenges and we will check in with them here shortly. But before we do that, Genevieve, could you tell us a little bit about CISA and the President's Cup?
Most definitely, Karen. So CISA is an agency that is focused on representing cybersecurity and infrastructure security. We're here to make sure that across the nation, all the different organizations are able to be secure against hackers, against attackers, whether they're physical threats or whether they're cybersecurity threats. This President's Cup competition is focused at helping find some of the best in the cybersecurity industry. So as Jen Easterly was saying, these teams really are the cream of the crop. They have different skill sets across varying pieces. Cybersecurity is such a huge industry. There are so many different facets of cybersecurity, from incident response to the offensive side. We'll see quite the range in between. Karen, you want to talk a little bit about the NICE cybersecurity framework roles?
Sure. So each of these 5 challenges that these teams are going to be tackling today are mapped to the NICE framework in that they cover various roles within the cybersecurity workforce. So these teams are going to be exhibiting their skills in challenges including cyber defense, forensics, network operations, reverse engineering, and offensive security. And as we describe the challenges a little bit more in depth later, we can also get into how these roles are mapped into the challenges. Now, once again, the Department of Defense has dominated those top 5 spots in this year's President's Cup, and 4 of those teams are from the U.S. Army, and 1 team is from the U.S. Marine Corps. If you've tuned into previous live streams or President's Cup footage, then you might recognize 2 of the teams returning, Cyber Enthusiasts, as well as is our team name. In addition, we also have 351, Beep Boop Boys, and Pony Express. So it's going to be exciting to watch all 5 of these teams completing these challenges, and instead of being able to have free reign over the 5 challenges, they're actually only able to complete the initial 3 challenges, and one of those challenges will unlock a new challenge, which once completed will also unlock the final challenge. So how do you feel like this compares to previous years or the President's Cup historically?
Yeah, definitely. So the President's Cup, we have seen it start to evolve. We started back in 2019 in person, pre-pandemic, and those challenges, we had the competitors try to escape a room. Last year, we had it virtual, and the competitors were trying to save a city. And this year, we're going even bigger. They're going to try to save the world. We've got some aliens attacking. They are obsessed with oranges. So these competitors are going to have some nerves of steel. We're going to have to see them use all those skill sets, as Karen was talking about. We've got, to begin with, some forensics challenges and network defense. The aliens are maybe going to be attacking them at some point, so they need to make sure that they can bolster the networks in a way that's going to be secure to prevent the aliens from getting crucial intelligence on how they could then further take over our world and use it solely for orange production.
Yeah, this is a little bit frightening for those of you who are fans of citrus fruit like myself, but it should be interesting to see how these 5 teams go about protecting our orange supply, and we'll get more into how we'll be doing that later, as well as how they will be fighting back to show off their offensive security skills. Do you want to take a look at what the teams are doing right now?
Sure. They're just getting started, so I think we've seen a couple of teams start to break up a little bit, divide and conquer, just to get a feel for those first 3 challenges that are open to them. But we might be able to take a look at their screen. Maybe they're starting to put in some answers already. Who knows? They are the best.
I'm excited to see which challenge these different teams opted to start with.
Most definitely.
It's definitely going to take a lot of prioritization, time management to try to figure out how to go about tackling these challenges. But we'll discuss some keys to success later in the live stream to discuss why maybe dividing and conquering is not necessarily the approach they should take, or maybe it could be, depending on their strengths and weaknesses.
So one of the very first challenges is never say sorry. This is based on their strategic orange reserve that the world we have in case of this alien attack, and we want to make sure that we have something that we can negotiate with. So maybe we can take a look at one of the teams that are looking at never say sorry. What they're doing is they must secure an unfamiliar network. So this is kind of what I was talking about, how the aliens might be attacking at some point. We have some intelligence. There's a couple of documents on previous attacks that we have seen before. And so the competitors are going to have to use these, figure out what those indicators of compromise are, and patch against them. Now, there's one easy solution here, right? Just take down the network, but that's not actually going to work. You want to keep the aliens out, but you still want the information to be available to the world leaders, to the actual Earthlings, in case of in any emergencies, and to keep operations going. So we are going to have to make sure that certain network capabilities stay up for the Earthlings, but make sure that we're hardened against any attacks that might be coming. Is our team name has found some chat logs in another one of the challenges. This is the double agent orange. So we've got network hardening in the one challenge. We've got Double Agent Orange as one of the other challenges that are open to them to start with. And this one, an alien is undercover and posing as a human being. We found them out, and what they do on this is they look through that alien's laptop to try to figure out if they can determine more aliens.
It looks like all of the teams, initially at least, started on different challenges. So this is kind of interesting to see that they are not necessarily taking the exact same approach to these challenges. One of the teams, it looks like, started with the one challenge that unlocks an additional challenge within that challenge flow. So it'll be interesting to see how far along they get and if they're able to unlock that second challenge. As you were saying, this Never Say Sorry challenge, it covers the CIA triad. And for those of you who are not familiar with the CIA triad, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So some of the checks that will be run in order to score these competitors are going to look for things like whether an unauthorized user is able to access data that they are not able to access, that unauthorized user being one of the aliens who is trying to get to our strategic orange reserve. And then we also want to make sure, as Genevieve mentioned, that authorized users are still able to access those critical services, are still able to access the data that they need to perform their job functions. So you're going to be covering availability within the checks by making sure that authorized users can pull down certain data. And then integrity, there is an integrity check. So one of the checks that will be run to score these teams is going to look for whether or not any of the files have been altered. So that is your CIA triad. Hopefully the teams recognize the importance of all three of these and maintaining a balance as well as managing their time, because if they don't use that cyber intel report correctly, they might start prioritizing the wrong tasks, they might start taking the wrong hardening measures, and leaving their network vulnerable to the aliens based on the known TTPs that were included in that report. TTPs being tactics, techniques, and procedures. But again, they still need to maintain the availability of their services. So as Genevieve mentioned, you don't want a full lockdown of the network.
We've got another challenge talking about that's called reporting in. So we've got that undercover agent alien that we had talked about, Double Agent Orange. In addition, one of the other challenges kind of leverages off of that. You're trying to figure out where the additional aliens are. So not just the aliens that are undercover in this organization that's helping secure the world with the Strategic Orange Reserve, but also the aliens' leaders. So that's what reporting in is kind of looking at. Where are these key alien leaders located? Team 351 is analyzing the reporting in app. So in this, we've got an application. So a bunch of aliens have been apprehended. There's a similarity between the different aliens' computers. We found an application that seems to match up. So they're gonna have to reverse engineer a little bit to figure out how it's communicating and where it's communicating. Maybe it's just one source IP, maybe there are multiple, but these source IPs are, we're thinking, the alien leaders that are located across the globe. So those are maybe their commanders or something at different bases.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they're definitely going to want to find those commanders so that they can understand, where they're looking for the next challenges, as far as who are these commanders and their fellow aliens communicating with, and where are they communicating to, so that we can identify where is this base that we potentially need to target in order to protect our oranges. Going back to that Double Agent Orange challenge, so the tricky part with that one is that you don't want to point your finger at someone who is not an alien, because then you're kind of just throwing the wrong person under the bus, and that is going to cost the teams points if they do take that approach.
Kind of like with the hardening scenario, you don't want to run into the rabbit hole of trying to patch everything. You got to strategically patch, but you also don't want to just shut down the network so they can attack, because you need that availability for the authorized users. So with the humans, you don't want to pinpoint humans and cause confusion, delay with time, resources, stuff like that. You want to make sure that you're only pointing the finger at the aliens.
Absolutely, there are a lot of pitfalls in this competition, so it'll be fun to see if these teams actually take the right approach or if they kind of just try to take shortcuts that actually just cost them points. The final winner is going to be determined based on who completes all 5 challenges first, and if none of the teams complete the challenges, it's going to be based off of a scoring system. So those little things do matter.
It looks like Is Our Team Name has found some alien agents.
Oh,
we were just talking about that. So I wonder if they're trying to be careful or if they're just, going at it a bit with a wider lens so far. Maybe they'll lose some points, but maybe they're actually trying to figure out those aliens.
Yeah, it looks like they are analyzing that data right now, and within that challenge, they needed to cross-reference, I believe, 3 different artifacts in order to try to determine who these aliens are. And with all that data, it could definitely get confused. You could definitely point a finger at the wrong person, and that's, again, based on the scoring system, it's going to be, I believe, 1 point or approximately a point per alien. However, it'll subtract a number of points for each human that is also identified wrongly as an alien.
Most definitely. So forensics really is key here, right? You've got to make sure that you're actually finding the right people within and I think they also they're getting code names, and so they have to, like you were saying, cross-reference, right? So there's a chat application, there's a database, and all that good stuff. So definitely have to be careful there. And I think soon we'll be seeing the overview, because maybe we haven't done a great job, but aliens are attacking the world with oranges. So let's throw it over and see if we can get you a nice, clean story overview so you can get a bigger picture.
Our competitors have been tasked with saving the world from the menace of an alien invasion. While this certainly isn't a day-to-day activity for most of the federal workforce, all the technology being used in these challenges has been designed to accurately replicate the challenges that might be faced by our nation's most skilled cyber practitioners. By placing our competitors in a semi-fantastic setting, as agents of a fictional organization known as Armor, we can help them suspend disbelief and immerse themselves in the challenges, rather than getting caught up on places where their home organization's environment might differ slightly from those of the challenge environment. The first mission is primarily defensive. Armor has known about the aliens for years, and have been preparing a strategic reserve of preserved orange products to use as a bargaining chip with the aliens. Unfortunately, the alien infiltrators have found out about the reserve's existence. We have given the competitors access to Armor's own internal network. Our competitors will have to quickly assess these networks for vulnerabilities and secure them, in order to prevent the aliens from gaining access to the secret locations of the Strategic Orange Reserve's caches. At predetermined intervals during the competition, alien agents will launch attacks against the competitors' networks. Each team that successfully resists these attacks will be awarded points, assuming that their efforts to secure the network didn't also disable legitimate access to the network for Armor agents. It's not enough to lock down a network. Our competitors have to do it while preserving the availability of critical services. The second mission is focused on testing our agents' digital investigation skills. Armor has uncovered an alien agent among their own personnel. When anyone in the room can be a secret alien, who do you trust? Well, our competitors will have to comb through the laptop of the double agent and determine who else might be an alien. What makes this challenge particularly difficult is that this individual had access to tens of thousands of records. Manually analyzing this much data would be impossible for the competitors to do in the time allotted. As such, they'll have to develop some custom scripts with which to analyze the results and find the culprits. Sure would be a shame if there were undiscovered aliens right amongst our competitors, wouldn't it? The third mission our competitors are facing is going to test their ability to reverse engineer an unknown tool. Each captured alien has had the same strange application on their computer, which appears to be used to communicate with their commanders. Our competitors have been provided with this tool, and they will be tasked with using it to determine just where these reports are going. However, the operation of this tool is more complex than it initially appears to be. Will our competitors be able to uncover who the reports are going to? And if they do, what will they find? Stay tuned and you'll find out alongside our competitors.
You've been able to see the best of the best in action so far, and it's clear the President's Cup is no easy task. Challenge development is at the heart and soul of the President's Cup cybersecurity competition. The following video from Carnegie Mellon's Software Engineering Institute will pull back the curtain on the process for developing these challenges. A lot goes into holding this annual competition, but nothing is as integral to its success as the challenges in each and every round. The SEI team has risen to the occasion each and every year, but we would be remiss not to give a special shout out to a couple CISA SFS interns who participated in challenge development this year. While our finalists might not be the biggest fans of the challenges right now, we hope that you enjoy a special look at this vital operation of the President's Cup.
Each year, our team of developers creates dozens of cybersecurity challenges which support the President's Cup competition. For the 2021 competition, we developed 56 unique, hands-on cybersecurity challenges to test the skills of our competitors from across the federal workforce. Let's take a look at how a President's Cup challenge is created from start to finish. All challenges created are designed to target tasks and skills that members of the federal cyber workforce could be expected to have. For this year's competition, a broad cross-section of work roles was identified. Cyber Defense Analyst, Cyber Defense Forensics Analyst, Cyber Defense Incident Responder, Cyber Defense Infrastructure Support Specialist, Exploitation Analyst, Network Operations Specialist, Software Developer, and Vulnerability Assessment Analyst. In order to map specific tasks and skills to each of these work roles, the NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework was used. Each of these work roles align with many tasks that members of the federal workforce may perform while doing their job every day. By forming challenges around this standardized set of work roles and tasks, we ensure that all challenges are testing for knowledge and skills that are relevant to the federal cyber workforce. President's Cup challenges aim to avoid testing competitors with esoteric or obscure skills that only a select few people may have. The challenges are designed, from the beginning, to apply to real tasks performed by cybersecurity professionals. Once it's decided which NICE work role a challenge will fit into, developers think of unique ideas for the challenges. The ideas for challenges are often based around a scenario that could happen in the workforce. Challenge ideas range from responding to or investigating an ongoing attack, collecting forensic evidence from drives, reconfiguring network or security devices to meet new specifications or resolve an outage, performing exploitation activities on a target, and reverse engineering executable files. These are just a few examples of challenge starting points. President's Cup challenges have covered almost any cybersecurity task that a professional may do. Thinking of a unique challenge idea is often the hardest part for the challenge developers. After developing more than 100 challenges for the President's Cup over the past 3 years, it can be difficult to think of a scenario or a task that hasn't been covered in a previous challenge. Reusing challenge concepts or implementing a challenge that would utilize the same skills as another is acceptable, but we try to avoid having challenges that are too similar to one another. After the technical pieces of the challenge are ironed out, developers think of a creative scenario to place the competitors in. By providing some detailed information about the fictitious scenario around the tasks the challenge presents, developers can guide the competitors toward the intended solution. If no scenario were given, and the competitors were just provided with the computing systems and a set of questions, many people would not know where to begin. President's Cup challenges all have a scenario document that describes the challenge environment, the task that the competitor must complete, and often gives a good starting point for the competitors. After the developer has completed integrating all of the technical components and their challenge scenario, the challenge goes through several layers of quality assurance testing. We work with several partners that will complete each challenge and report on its quality, correctness, and difficulty. If any problems arise during the testing, the developer and the testers will iterate on implementing and testing fixes until the challenge is working properly. We then use the difficulty metrics from numerous testers to decide how many points a challenge should be worth and which round of the competition the challenge should fall into. The difficulty metrics we aim for when developing and testing challenges vary depending on the competition track the challenge is meant for. Challenges meant for the team's competition are ones that typically take longer to solve and include a wider range of skills, encouraging multiple team members to collaborate. Challenges meant for individuals are by no means easy, but they typically have a lower expected time to solve. Since the President's Cup has 2 qualifying rounds and a final round for both individual tracks and the team competition, the hardest challenges are generally in the later rounds. The challenge developers use SEI open source software to develop all of the technical components of challenges. TopoMojo is an application that allows developers to create the isolated virtual environments that competitors use. Each challenge is built inside of its own workspace, which contains all of the virtual machines, networks, documents, and anything else that the challenge requires. TopoMojo works together with the game board to allow competitors to launch their isolated virtual environment for every challenge. The virtual environments are all hosted in a data center, meaning competitors only need access to a web browser in order to compete in the President's Cup.
Welcome back to the President's Cup live stream. So if you are just tuning in, we have 5 DoD teams going head-to-head in this competition to complete 5 challenges in which they are investigating an alien invasion and trying to protect our Strategic Orange Reserve, or SOR. Now, during that little break where you got to see those videos, Team 351 has been taking some big leaps on Challenge 2 and 3, which to recap, Challenge 2 is that double agent challenge where you are trying to identify the double agent aliens that are within the organization and also make sure that you're not accusing humans. However, it seems like they might be rushing into their decision here, and it's looking like they might be starting to point some fingers at the wrong people, which we discussed could cost them some points. Challenge 3 is another one that they're making significant progress on. It seems like they're quickly identifying where those alien officers are, and what they're looking for is not the alien officers themselves, but the gateways to those networks, and there should be one on just about every continent. I think Antarctica is the one continent that these aliens are just like, nah, I'm good. So very interesting to see how quickly this team is picking things up. It seems like they are dividing and conquering, and again, based on our idea for the keys to success, we don't know if this is the right approach or not. Again, they might be rushing into things with that second challenge there. Do you want to talk a little bit about what Pony Express is up to?
Yeah, Pony Express is also working on that reporting in challenge, where they have to find those key alien officers on the different continents. They are looking at this executable file, but they're searching for these IPs in string format, which they're not necessarily going to be able to find anything that way, because the executable keeps those encrypted when it's not accessing them. So that's a little bit of a dead end there for them, but I'm sure that they're going to keep working through this, and they'll soon be able to find some of these things. They're another team that actually has split up to a couple of different challenges and are working on multiple challenges at the same time. So they're also working on that Never Say Sorry challenge, where they're hardening the network to protect that strategic orange reserve. What they're doing right now is they are reconfiguring the FTP server to hopefully meet the policies that are specified in the documents to protect it in a certain way, with still keeping with the access that's actually needed for those authorized human users. The Beep Boop Boys are one of those teams that are also, dividing and conquering. They're currently looking at 3 different challenges all at the same time, those 3 that are open. Karen, as you mentioned earlier, we have 3 challenges that are open to start with for these competitors. They can jump in wherever that they'd like to, but they have to find the alien officers in that reporting in challenge and make sure they get all those source IP addresses before they get additional challenges unlocked. Finding maybe those alien supervisors, those higher ups, those leaders, and their command and control center, their base.
Yeah, it's tough. On the one hand, you want to maybe start unlocking those challenges so you can start looking at them and seeing, does this challenge play to our strengths? On the other hand, we do have that Never Say Sorry challenge that is a little bit time sensitive. They don't want to wait until the last minute to complete that one, because otherwise the aliens might be able to get in and retrieve some of that sensitive information about our strategic orange reserve. And one of the key checks within that challenge and that will factor into their scoring at the end involves them protecting that data. So as you mentioned, Pony Express looks like they identified that FTP server does have a vulnerability. I believe it has anonymous enabled as a default configuration, meaning anyone could log into it by default, just as the anonymous user. So you definitely don't want to see that, and we do see that on a lot of networks because, again, default configuration, that is a big issue in a lot of organizations. All right, so it looks like 351. We are looking at 351, or we were looking at 351 user 5. They're running queries against a SQL database, it looks like.
Within that database, you'll find every agent's information, and often there's multiple requests there. There's tens of thousands of entries though, so they really need to be strategic and actually use those skills that they have to, pull the thread to figure out who these actual folks are. Again, they don't want to, point the fingers at the incorrect people. You really want to make sure that you don't lose those points because they are very valuable. They're going to need to write correct queries. They're not going to be able to just analyze it manually with that many entries. That's kind of silly. But we've got some other teams, finding chat logs that are at least giving them code names. So that's somewhere to start pulling that thread in their hunt for who the aliens are.
Mm-hmm. should be interesting to see if they figure out how to map between those different artifacts. I believe, as we mentioned before, there are 3 artifacts. There is the chat logs, there is the database, and it seems like those are the 2 artifacts that these teams are focusing on right now. Are they going to find that 3rd piece and figure out how to map these 3 artifacts together in order to extract those alien names? If you were competing in this competition, I'm curious, would you hold off on that double agent challenge, knowing the risk of losing points and knowing that it's not time sensitive the way that Never Say Sorry is, and knowing that it's not linked with other challenges, so it's not necessarily going to unlock additional challenges? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Reporting in is definitely a key challenge because it opens up 2 other challenges that maybe are more towards your strengths. So it's really important that these teams have a very diverse skill set. They've got to have the forensics background, be able to do incident response. They've got to be able to, configure networks properly. They've also got to then, maybe for some later challenges that we haven't seen yet, be able to use some offensive skills. So being a well-rounded team, but also making sure that you're working as a team, that's so important for this President's Cup challenge or competition here. Currently, we're looking at the Pony Express screen. This is them trying to pull specific strings from that reporting in challenge. This is the one where they're looking for those alien leader source IPs, right? That way they have some additional information to pivot from to find additional, maybe those more important alien leaders, maybe that are located at this alien base.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe once they identify where those bases are, they can also do some additional analysis and figure out, all right, who are these officers communicating with? Where are they communicating to? Where can we find their actual home base and really focus in on that and see how we can potentially target them that way?
Yeah, we've got to be strong in our cyber skills here, right? So we don't know whether they have a much larger population than us, but if we can get information on them, right, some counter intel, maybe we're able to leverage that and work our way into negotiations. Because right now it's just an alien invasion. We don't want to just be sitting here not being able to do anything. We want to make sure that we are able to keep our strategic orange reserve, right? That's so critical right now. So this whole competition, we're trying to make sure we protect the information around that. We don't want the aliens getting into our network and finding out information on where those strategic reserves are, lose our upper hand on that. For example, what Pony Express was doing is they were reconfiguring an Apache server just a few minutes ago. So they're trying to keep the site up but still secure it.
And I like what you said earlier about the keys to success. One of those big keys to success being to form a diverse team. And it's so easy to just default to working with people who you're so accustomed to working with, the people who are close to you, close to your team. But that's not necessarily the approach you want to take here, and that's not necessarily the approach you want to take when you're solving these important puzzles, not just in the President's Cup, but in cybersecurity. So you're absolutely right. We need to start getting used to expanding our connections, and this is a good reminder that we don't want to necessarily work with people who are clones of ourselves. That way we can ensure we are bringing a broad range of perspectives to the table, and we have a better opportunity to collaborate and solve those puzzles.
That makes me think of, what makes CISA maybe appealing, is that we've got this great culture around diversity and inclusion. We talk about all different types of diversity and inclusion, and we're so welcomed at the table. Women in cybersecurity, something that you don't see every day, and we're definitely underrepresented, but we've got so much more, too, that CISA offers. Do you want to talk about some of the other things that you love about CISA?
Absolutely. I love how the culture is moving towards, an emphasis on diversity and inclusion as well as mental health. These are things that are very important to our staff, and it's important for other people to see that, because then it brings them into the cybersecurity community and they realize, yeah, I can see myself having a career there and helping them solve those big challenges, as well as the fact that it's such a fulfilling position to hold within cybersecurity, where you are for me specifically, conducting risk and vulnerability assessments for organizations that can't necessarily afford to pay for those penetration testing type services, and helping secure election systems, those smaller government entities, but as well as the larger ones, because of course, we want defense in depth, we want to protect as much as we can. So the mission is so fulfilling. Just knowing that we are working on protecting our nation's infrastructure is wonderful. And do you want to tell us a little bit about how you do that through your cyber hygiene service?
Sure. So Karen and I are actually part of the same vulnerability management team. I do more of the lighter weight analysis. We can't necessarily do hands-on keyboard and more manual and in-depth testing for every organization across the nation, but we do want to help everyone. So what our cyber hygiene services do is look at their external networks and evaluate for different vulnerabilities, web application, different types of assets, to evaluate them to make sure that these organizations, like you said, who might not be able to pay for them, and even some people who do, it's always great to have a second set of eyes on your network. We want to be able to provide that proactive information for them. That way, we're stronger together as a nation. That's really the end goal.
Absolutely, yes. And all right, looks like the teams were, while we were talking, we're making some progress there. As a side note, the aliens are heavily addicted to oranges. If you did not already make that assumption, if we do cut off their supply, we'll have a better chance of resisting their invasion, because then they'll have to negotiate with us, and maybe we're willing to give them some oranges, just not all oranges.
Yep. So Team Beep Boop Boys, it looks like, is blocking the What Is My IP server's inbound traffic. Maybe they're doing it, to see what the reporting in app is actually doing, that application where they're communicating with the different commanders. So when it doesn't get a response, they might know that it's doing something, but they haven't figured out exactly what, but that might be able to help them there.
Absolutely, yes. For that challenge, they are trying to reverse engineer an application to not only show off those reverse engineering skills that map to the NICE framework, but also potentially show off some network operations skills there, because if they can recognize that that this application uses geolocation to figure out where their traffic is coming from, then they might be able to identify a way to spoof their IP address or reverse engineer the application to the point where they can trick the application into thinking their traffic is coming from a certain location. And based on that, they might be able to more quickly pick up on where these alien officers are located. All right, we are looking once again at what the teams are doing and just catching up here. Looks like Beep Boop Boys has pulled some IP addresses. Okay, so they're making some progress on that particular challenge. They are working on reverse engineering the app, as we just discussed. That is a sort of key part of that challenge.
Yeah, I wonder how the other teams are doing too. Like we said, I don't think anyone's gotten past these first 3 challenges yet. I'm sure that's soon to come, but
oh wow! All right, they have multiple IP addresses, which means they've probably figured out a solid way to start tricking this application, start leveraging it to pull those IP addresses down. Do you think we're just seconds away maybe from them completing this challenge?
We could be, but let's take a look over and see if we can hear some of Deputy Director, Executive Assistant Director Hartman's thoughts.
I hope everyone's enjoying the competition so far. As we've done in previous President's Cup broadcasts, we're excited to provide a chance to get to know some members of our federal cybersecurity workforce. I am pleased to hand it over to CISA's Deputy Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity, Matt Hartman, to introduce our interviews with a diverse talent to help ensure a secure and resilient infrastructure for the American people. Matt.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Hartman, and I serve as the Deputy Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity at CISA. I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us this afternoon for the final round of the 3rd Annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition. I would also like to send my sincerest congratulations to all of the participants who have not only competed in this year's competition, but to those who have made it to the final round. Throughout this year's competition, the participants have experienced unprecedented challenges, and the results of those challenges have exceeded our expectations. I take pride in knowing that we have such a skilled federal cybersecurity workforce because, as you are all aware, as the threat landscape shifts and becomes more complex, our approach will require qualified cybersecurity professionals with the right skill sets, like everyone participating today, to help secure our most critical services and functions. To say that you are critical to the future of the nation is an understatement. Therefore, I thank you for your service and your commitment to securing our nation from cyber threats. Today, I'm proud to introduce a few members of the federal workforce team to showcase the incredible work being done across the federal enterprise. In the following clips, you will get to hear from individuals from CISA, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate. These interviews highlight how diverse experiences of all kinds play an active role in achieving our common cybersecurity objective, that of protecting our nation. I am sentimental about the President's Cup because I was interviewed during the first year we held the competition, and I am extremely impressed to see how the competition has grown since then, and I look forward to seeing its continued growth into the future. Congratulations again to the President's Cup finalists. We hope you enjoy the final competition rounds, and I look forward to seeing the results.
My role in cyber in 30 seconds.
My name is Alex, and I am a project manager within DHS Science and Technology Directorate in the Cybersecurity program.
My name is Anastasia, and I am the academic program lead for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency.
My name is Anil. I work at CISA, Cybersecurity Division, Vulnerability Management Section.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin. I am a cybersecurity subject matter expert at the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate.
My name is Brannon, and I am a project manager for the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate.
Hi, my name is Sherry, and I'm the Senior Cybersecurity Advisor for the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response at the Department of Energy. We call ourselves CSER.
Hey, my name is Connor. I'm a program assistant at CISA and a senior computer science major at Georgia Tech.
Hi, I'm Danielle. I am the manager for communications and operations for the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education Program Office.
Yes, so my name is Davina, and I serve as the lead for academic engagement within the NICE program office. That's the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, and that's led by NIST.
So my name is Frauke, and I'm an IT specialist in the Cyber Defense Education and Training branch of CISA.
Hi, my name is Jason. I am a federal lead for the distribution management team of the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative.
Hello, I am Judy, and I work with Continuous Diagnostics and Mitigation Program as a portfolio lead for the CDM dashboard here at CISA.
My name is Dr. Kimberly McClear, and I currently work at CISA, and I'm also currently active duty in the U.S. Coast Guard.
Mario, I'm a project manager at Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate.
I'm Michael. I'm an incident responder with CISA's threat hunting organization.
Hi, I'm Sana, and I wear a few different hats at CISA. I'm a cyber and strategic advisor to our leadership and currently detailed as the Associate Chief to Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
So I manage a variety of projects within cybersecurity research and development area that supports CISA's mission. So we provide some of the early R&D research in support of CISA's operational mission. Everything from malware analysis to automotive cybersecurity to industrial control systems, cyber testbed skids.
I manage a couple of different academic programs, so the National Centers of Academic Excellence in Cybersecurity program, as well as the Cyber 4 Scholarship for Service program. These are programs that we run with our partners, the National Security Agency and the National Science Foundation.
My role is to, look at all the data that is available, cyber data that is available, aggregate it, analyze it, bring the insights that is needed to run the mission.
I provide subject matter expertise or technical input into a wide range of projects and programs out there. And I also help direct research investment dollars to bring R&D capabilities to the rest of the department.
I've been working on a program to help build more resilient technologies and increase awareness about the issue so that our critical infrastructure can be more resilient to GPS disruptions.
I work on critical infrastructure protection for the energy sector. So we work on connecting cyber intelligence to actionable information for our critical infrastructure sector partners to put into action to help protect their systems and networks from cyber vulnerabilities and threats.
My primary roles have involved cooperating with the Software Engineering Institute to develop and test challenges for this year's President's Cup competition. I also worked with Assistant Competition Administration at CISA with kind of whatever needed to be done for the competition to ensure a smooth rollout. I enjoyed my time at CISA so much that I actually decided to extend my internship into my full-time fall semester, and I've been really enjoying it ever since.
So at NIST, I'm leading communications and operations for the NICE program, which is really centered on cybersecurity, education, and workforce development.
The mission of NICE is to promote that coordination and to develop a skilled and knowledgeable cybersecurity workforce. And so within academia, it's helping kind of bridge those pathways from K-12 all the way up into the workforce.
So I've got lots of different responsibilities, from reviewing training materials to managing training requirements and managing individual programs like the Federal Executive Cybersecurity Skills course and courses like Professors in Practice series.
CISA Cybersecurity Division has a lot of great people looking to find, identify, analyze cyber threats wherever they find them, and then they put together cyber threat analysis. We make that available to all of our stakeholders. It's my team's job to simply operate, maintain, and develop the information systems and channels we use to share that information with our stakeholders.
So our team, we deliver cybersecurity solutions. The goal of the specific CDM dashboard is to promote risk-based best practices to responding to the presence of vulnerabilities and anything that you find across the .gov space.
So part of the portfolio that I do at CISA is that I primarily focus on cyber defense education and training. And in that capacity, looking to find innovations to target underserved communities, both by demographics and also by geographics. So for example, folks in rural communities, and really just trying to move the needle on how we can actually fill the jobs at the end of the day with respect to cybersecurity workforce shortage.
So at DHS&T, our mission is to develop cutting-edge, next-generation technologies and capabilities to our component customers and to industry as well.
I'm a network forensic analyst, so we respond to customer attacks on customer environments and inspect their network environment for evidence of what the attacker has done, and then provide mitigation and remediation recommendations.
So I wear a few different hats at CISA, partially a strategic and cyber advisor, and currently detailed from CSD to the Office of EEO as Associate Chief for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
How did you get into cybersecurity?
As a young kid, I was always interested in computers, computing, electronics, and things of that nature. I went to school, ended up with a degree in engineering, and my first job out of college was doing cybersecurity, and I haven't looked back. It's been a fantastic and exciting career.
I was working as a teacher, and I've been working in the field of education for many years. But my father, unfortunately, had a heart attack and fell into a coma. And during the time that it took me to get to him, he was at the hospital. So his house was broken into and everything was stolen, like his IDs, his credit cards, his laptops, phone, just everything. And that created a lot of problems. And it was really frustrating because going to the police, they were a small town and they didn't have the resources to do any of the cyber things that other, maybe more larger cities would be capable of doing. So I started doing a lot of research through that, I was offered a scholarship, and that scholarship led me to make a decision on whether or not I wanted to stay in education or apply my new skills in a different way. And I decided to make that career change. And that is how I ended up at CISA.
Ever since I was little, I kind of knew that I wanted to get into computer science and things like that. I always wanted to know how they worked. And when I entered high school, I kind of took the opportunity to get into whatever kind of technical clubs or anything that I could, just to learn as much about them as I possibly could. And thankfully, one of those activities that I got into was the Cyber Patriot program, which kind of enabled me to learn a bunch of defensive techniques on a variety of systems and just kind of try things out without getting in trouble, I guess.
My first job, actually, I was hired as a tier 1 network analyst. Twist of fate, something happened on the contract for the client that we're supporting, and they slotted me into a project coordinator. My responsibility was to transition engineering projects into the network operations and security operations centers, the NOCs and the SOCs. My exposure to the Security Operations Center gave me my first exposure to cyber and to security concepts.
My background is actually in chemistry or biochemistry, transitioned over into teaching and really became interested in getting students interested in STEM fields and in tech, especially those that were connected with technology. But around the same time, that's when computers really started to become more prevalent in the school settings. And along with that came some of the issues. So I really became interested in much of my research at that time was in what I call C3, cyber ethics, cybersecurity, cyber safety. It's through that making the connection between STEM careers and cybersecurity, and through that became a co-PI at a National Science Foundation grant, National Cyberwatch Center, and handled their academic pathways portfolio, a lot in the K-12, but their full portfolio for that, and ended up over at NICE.
I found out about this wonderful scholarship program offered by the National Science Foundation, a program called the CyberCore Scholarship for Service. And it gives you funding for tuition, books, as well as a stipend.
I was always frustrated how in law school, for instance, the items that I was interested in, national security, cybersecurity or cyber law, and public policy, and STEM, were sometimes siloed off, and you had to examine them in great detail separately. And even back then, I saw so much overlap, and I saw the potential to kind of meld all these different disciplines together to attack our most complex and dynamic problems. And then CISA comes along, 2.5 years ago. So I was waiting for it to be born in a way.
Originally, graduating from the academy, I wanted to be an Imagineer at Disney World. So I took a leap and I applied for the cybersecurity job. I will admit I didn't fit the mold. The hiring manager made it very clear they were looking for a computer science degree, 5 years of experience, some kind of certification. And that was not me. So it took a lot of courage to show up and apply for the job. But when I did, they took a chance on me. So every gap that was in my resume that hiring manager made me feel less than capable of doing, I have filled all of those gaps. And it's been a wonderful journey.
Welcome back to the President's Cup live stream. For those of you who are just tuning in, the bottom line is that we've got an alien invasion and they're coming after our oranges. So what are we doing here? We've got a competition to find the best of the best in the cybersecurity industry across the federal government. DoD is currently taking over. They are the final 5 teams that are competing today. We've seen some interesting tactics so far, maybe some wrong turns, running into some dead ends, but they are starting to get through these challenges and make some good progress. We've got a couple of different challenges part of this competition today. So these all map back to the NICE cybersecurity work roles, incident response all the way to the offensive side. You've got forensics, all kinds of things going on, reverse engineering, things like that. So we've got Never Say Sorry is one of our first challenges that are currently open. They've currently got 3 open to them. Never Say Sorry is about protecting the information of the Strategic Orange Reserve, right? Protecting the confidentiality of that information. Our Strategic Orange Reserve is the thing that we're going to be able to hopefully use to negotiate with these aliens. That way they're not just taking over, right? We want to make some arrangements here and get something out of this, maybe broker a deal. So what they've got to do here is harden a network. We've also got Double Agent Orange, where there's an agent that was working for the Strategic Orange Reserve was found out to actually be an alien. These aliens can disguise themselves as people, which is kind of crazy, but hey, you never know. So what they've got to do is they've got to analyze that alien's laptop to figure out who else within the organization might be double agents, might be those aliens that are pretending to be humans, and figuring out that Strategic Orange Reserve location. They also have reporting in, which is figuring out, right, where all these different agents for the aliens are working with. They've got to have some sort of commanders around the world. We think that it might be one on every continent, minus Antarctica. So they're going to have to figure out those source IPs of those alien commanders. You know, they can then start working further to open up those other challenges. So once they know all of the source IPs, all of the alien commanders, they're going to start working to figure out how they can access the alien moon base and maybe start pushing back against this alien invasion.
Absolutely, and it looks like 2 of our teams are getting very close to unlocking that 4th challenge. So Is Our Team Name and I believe Pony Express are both reporting in those IP addresses that map to the gateways associated with the with each alien officer's base. So once they unlock that 4th challenge, what are they going to be looking at? They're going to be trying to find who these officers are communicating with using, I believe, three network flows, just raw data. They're going to need to try to figure out where that moon base is, and they'll learn more about the moon base. Once they unlock that challenge, they'll understand that is what we're trying to find at this point. Once we know who these officers are, we need to figure out how can we reach out to where they're passing all their information back to and try to find that home base. It looks like
so one of the strategies that Pony Express has been using is to pretend to be the What Is My IP server, and using that to fool the application that has been, you know, the one constant between the different aliens' laptops into giving up other source IP addresses. Where is it communicating with? So they think that they're getting really close, and essentially the app, what they're doing when they're spoofing this is, you know, making the app think it's in a different location. So then every time it's going to report to a different address. The team is then capturing that information, and hopefully that's going to be those source IPs of those commanders.
Wow, it looks like one of them has gotten all of the IPs, and they are on to challenge 4. And that is Our Team Name. You know, very confusing to try to say that, but Is Our Team Name has progressed to challenge 4. That does not mean that they've completed the standalone challenges yet. However, it means they've unlocked the challenge within that flow of 3 challenges. Again, if you are just tuning in, there are 5 challenges in total. The teams were given the opportunity to pick between the 3 initial challenges. They could divide and conquer, they could focus on one at a time, and then once they completed this reporting in challenge, then they are able to unlock challenge number 4.
What you're seeing here on your screen is the Is Our Team Name team going into that Must Go Deeper challenge that Karen was just talking about, where we're gonna be, you know, trying to figure out maybe where the base is and how these commanders are communicating with that base.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what tools they decide to use for this one. It is going to be a purely networking-based challenge, and they have a range of tools provided to them, so they don't have to stick with just, you know, a specific tool that they might not be acquainted with, which is a great part of the President's Cup is the practicality of it versus, you know, competitions where you're completely restricted and you only can use one tool that may not be practical or may not be, you know, a tool that you're familiar with.
Awesome. So it looks like Beep Boop Boys is what you're currently seeing here. They found a deleted PDF, or a couple of them, and these deleted files are actually going to allow them to map between the aliens' code names that were found in the chat application and the specific requests in the database. So that's going to then reveal the real names of these aliens, the humans that they're posing as. And so they're putting together the list of names. And on the left is the PDF with the request IDs and the code names. So it looks like they're making good progress. I think they might get this one completed soon.
Yeah, it looks like on that right side, you can see some of the queries for the database, and it looks like they're getting very close here. So I'm curious if they're going to accidentally, pick out a human name. If they're going to lose points for that, what if that costs them the whole competition? Could just be, a matter of 1 point or 2. So yeah, it looks like they are making good progress there. I don't think anyone thus far has completed that challenge. So, and again, that is the forensics challenge, where they are trying to work with 3 artifacts, map those together, just like Genevieve was talking about, trying to derive those alien names. And again, they do not want to identify humans, because if they do, they'll lose points, because when you're doing forensics, you don't want to start pointing fingers at the wrong people. That sounds not fun.
Yep. I mean, a lot of these, these challenges have a couple of similarities, right? There are some pitfalls in here, some red herrings. You don't want to get caught up too much on doing the wrong thing, like that never say sorry challenge. They have to harden the network, but when those alien attacks might occur to try to get the information about the Strategic Orange Reserve, they don't know. So if they're sitting around waiting to see if points are going to be added, see if they're on the right track, it's not super helpful if all the attacks, maybe they're all going to happen towards the end, one right after the other. Maybe there's going to be some time in between, maybe one's in 5 minutes and they haven't started yet. So it's all about, balancing your skill sets, making sure you know what you're good at, what you're confident at, where you want to strategically start the challenges. So I think we were talking about earlier, we saw some teams when they first jumped in dividing and conquering, which could be a really good strategy. Get a feel for what the different challenges are asking of the competitors. Again, they're going to have a diverse skill set across their team. So maybe one is better at the forensics, one's better at reverse engineering, one's better at the offensive stuff. So as they come to learn what these challenges are about, start working on them, they can shift their resources, this person over to this challenge, this person over to that one. But also, again, it comes down to communication. You really have to work well as a team and communicate well, because within these challenges, you'll see a couple of different work roles at the same time being called upon. But we're not just looking for the best in the cybersecurity industry and the federal government, but good teamwork, right? That really helps complete the mission and get things done.
Absolutely, yes. Big emphasis on communication, because let's say someone is the forensics person on the team. They fit that role well. However, someone else who just happens to have a little tidbit of experience that's specifically related to this challenge is not aware that forensics person is struggling through that challenge, is stuck on something that one of their teammates could help with. That's why, teamwork, collaboration, communication, that's very important. And I know that it's easy in these to just, get hyper-focused on the challenge and forget to loop your teammates in for feedback. And in that way, you might be losing time. You might not get all the points because you forgot to ask your teammate who happened to maybe know the answer to your problem.
And in the real world, this comes into play too, especially with bigger organizations, things can get siloed between different teams if you've got lots of people working. So making sure that you have good communication too on that side. Like we do at CISA, we've got our threat hunting team, we've got our vulnerability management team, we work together all the time. It's great to have collaboration and know the right people and what their skill sets are to be able to further the mission. Secure today, defend tomorrow, or defend today, secure tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right. So looking back at the what the teams are doing, looks like what you were previously looking at was cyber enthusiasts and working on that Never Say Sorry challenge. They were working on fixing a misconfigured SMB share. Again, for that particular challenge, what they're trying to do is they're trying to lock down their services just enough to keep out unauthorized users or threat actors, such as the aliens who are trying to obtain information about our orange supply. So at the same time, you want to keep those services up. You want to make sure that you're maintaining those critical services. If the aliens take out a service, you need to get that back up. You need to get your systems communicating correctly. So there's a lot to that particular challenge, and it doesn't seem like anyone has completed that one yet. So it'll be interesting once those aliens start attacking to see how these teams did in hardening their networks, as well as maintaining those services.
Pony Express also looks like they're working on Never Say Sorry. You can see this on your screen right here. They're also working to harden the network, very similar. Gotta make sure that you follow the policies in those documents that are outlined to keep the services that are needed available for those authorized users, and then again, preventing the alien attacks from being successful.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is, they need to rely heavily on that cyber intel that was provided to them. It was a report sort of outlining the tactics, techniques, and procedures that this particular threat actor is known to use, and a very real-world scenario. You definitely want to keep that in mind as you're hardening your network, and if you know who the adversary is, you want to focus on those things first. You want to patch those known vulnerabilities first.
And you never know when they're going to strike.
Exactly. Just like this competition, yeah. All right. Looks like the teams are still working on their challenges. It seems like most of them are still somewhat dividing and conquering. Again, Is My Team Name and Pony Express made significant progress on that Challenge 3, where is My Team Name actually completed that challenge, unlocked Challenge 4. It'll be interesting to see how they go about Challenge 4, and looks like they are ahead of the game.
It looks like we're taking a look at the screen of Team 351. They just found the last IP address in reporting in, so they're also going to be able to do that next. We must go deeper and try to find the communications channels with the moon base.
All right, so it looks like we might be quickly approaching a tie between Team 351 and Is Our Team Name. It's kind of exciting. Might see these other threes catch up as well. It looks like they're navigating these challenges. They're catching up. So yeah, it's exciting to see how close this one is.
Yeah, and Team 351 looks like they're one of the top competitors too. Taking a look at their round 1 and 2 scores, as well as their challenges from yesterday, the first part of round 3, they were in the top. So 351 was 5th place out of all those 300 plus teams that's competed in that first round, and then they were 1st place in that 2nd round. So they were also 1st place as of yesterday as well. So
wow, strong contenders.
Yes, most definitely.
All right, what we are looking at is Our Team Name working on the We Must Go Deeper challenge. That is Challenge 4, the next one in that chain of 3 challenges. Once we get back, we can maybe discuss how much progress these teams have made so far. But what do you say we take a break?
Yep, I think we can roll it over to one of the other CISA Summit videos that we saw a little bit taster for before.
Perfect.
So, what exactly are these finalists up against today? The President's Cup has put our competitors in charge of defending Earth against aliens who invaded the planet, attempting to enslave humanity due to their obsession with, wait for it, oranges. It is now up to our finalists to use all of their skills to stop this very serious threat. Now, as you watch the teams compete, our hosts will provide commentary on the action and break down how our competitors will try to solve the challenges. We hope you enjoy.
Agents, I'm sorry to interrupt your well-earned vacation, but we're going to have to recall you immediately. As of this moment, the Disaster Relief Task Force will just have to make do without you. We have a much larger threat to deal with. We just detected the following transmission originating from somewhere on the moon. Obviously, we have no intention of acquiescing to the aliens' demands. Here's what we know about the Aurelians. They've been on Earth for at least the last 50 years, if not longer. We first became aware of them after one of their ships crash-landed off the coast of Florida. We've since learned that they are capable of disguising themselves as humans, walking among us, working beside us. The only giveaway is their almost obsessive cravings for oranges. Fresh fruit, juice, gum, snacks, it doesn't matter, they want it. For them, it's highly addicting. According to what we know, most planets are left alone until they make contact with the Empire, at which point trade agreements are set up and a mutually beneficial relationship can be established. Apparently, though, we're a special case. They've been unable to cultivate oranges on any other planet, despite repeated attempts to do so. They've stolen soil, seeds, whole trees, and even abducted farmers in their attempts to secure their own production of oranges. We've recently managed to disrupt their shipments off-world from Florida, but it seems they're so dead set on getting their hands on a reliable supply that now they're willing to go to war. We have a plan to stop the immediate threat and open up negotiations with the Aurelians, but our plans hinge on your abilities, agents. I'm transmitting your first set of mission briefings now. We need you to help us bring down the alien threat and secure the future of our planet.
How do you feel about the current alien invasion all because they want our oranges?
Can't believe it. So, aliens attacking with oranges?
I'm not sure I understand. What are my thoughts on the alien invasion because they want oranges? I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I think we need to fine-tune our facial recognition to determine, spoofed identities based on visual imprints. That I think that's one way we can detect who's an alien versus a true human. And we should really accelerate some of our R&D efforts in that area.
So first, if you are a human and not an alien yourself, I'm going to have to ask you some challenge questions that only a human would know. Not to give away any advantages to the adversary.
Bottom line is, if they are aliens with advanced technology and can do a lot of things a lot faster than we are, the bottom line is that we understand those systems. We kind of know where those threats are, and we have proven methods for resolving that.
The amount of encryptions that we have, the amount of countermeasures that we have already in place, definitely they should have much more technology that we don't know of, like quantum computing and stuff like that, which is evolving field where we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
An alien technology might get further in because of just advanced computing technology, but at the end of the day, we know what we have to defend. We know what's there. We know what an intrusion looks like, and we know how to stop them.
I don't know. We're in deep trouble. We got bigger problems than cybersecurity problems at this point. Probably time to get the railgun project working again and take out take out the mothership.
That's ridiculous. This is not a recent invasion. They've been here the whole time.
Darn it, I like oranges. Maybe if they went for something like lemons, it would be better. We could let them have those.
So my thoughts would be, I need to drink some orange juice now before there's no more orange juice left. I love orange juice, it's fantastic.
Wait, they want our oranges, or they're giving us oranges? They want to take them away from us. Well, I mean, I don't really have much to do with oranges to begin with. I guess they can have them. I don't know.
I really think we have to look to see how we can segment the oranges off of the network and make sure that they aren't allowed to access any of the orange fields or any of the orange controls, that we can secure those and keep those separate from there so that we can keep the aliens from attacking the oranges and getting all of our oranges, or provide a lot of tinfoil.
Thoughts on the current alien invasion to take the oranges? Well, we at CISA must step up to protect and defend the oranges.
I mean, how would that affect our ecosystem? I don't know. Yeah, I guess we could just share. Let's say we can share those oranges. That's fine by me. You can have some oranges if you really want them.
My gosh. Florida's not gonna like that for sure. I can only imagine their response to that, knowing how they are.
Well, I will say our oranges are pretty darn fabulous. So I can see why any alien planet would want to invade for them.
Build a big orange juicer? I don't know.
When you think about the opportunities for cocktail combinations, I mean, it really can't be beat.
Maybe change the weather so that all the orange blossoms fall off and then they're more inclined to go somewhere else.
I would recommend we go collaborate with the Russians and we use that new EMF technology that they used down in Cuba.
Sorry, aliens, you're not getting your oranges.
Now let's take a look at some of the challenges from the first two qualifying rounds. Connor, who is a CISA Scholarship for Service intern, will take us through step by step on how to crack some of the challenges that our competitors had to solve in order to make it here to the finals.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Bushnell, and I'm a Scholarship for Service intern supporting the President's Cup Cybersecurity competition. Today, I'm going to give a walkthrough of the Teams Track Challenge to do better code auditing. This challenge involves skills pertaining to the software developer and exploitation analyst roles of the NICE framework. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we have the challenge scenario. In this case, we've gained access to the workstation of a software engineer for Big Software Incorporated. This allows us to browse the GitLab server that hosts the code for their applications. We will use this access to exfiltrate some data from company resources. This challenge is comprised of 2 questions, each requiring us to retrieve keys from remote systems. Let's go ahead and start the VM to see how we'll go about that. Let's go ahead and see what they have in the code repository. Thankfully for us, we don't need credentials to access the code base. We can go down to the Explore tab to view the site in a read-only mode. Let's see what's available to us in the shipping plugin project. It looks like one of the developers accidentally pushed their SSH keys to the repository. The user John Smith has uploaded their private SSH key to the repo, meaning we can steal their identity and gain full access to editing the code. Now that their key is on our machine, we can use their access rights to exploit the code to exfiltrate the data directly to us. The first thing we'll do with their key is clone the repository locally. To get the answer to the first question, we will exploit the continuous integration pipeline. Adding this line ensures that every time a new edit is pushed to the repository, the deployer will send the contents of the buildflag.txt file to our machine over a netcat connection. Once we set up a local listener on the same port, all we have left to do is commit and push our code. To do this, we will need to set our profile to match John Smith's information, which is easily obtainable from their GitLab page. We're successful in pushing our changes to the project. This will launch the pipeline we've edited and send us the answer to question 1. Almost immediately, we've retrieved our string. With question 1 answered, we can go back to the code base for question 2. This one will involve exploiting the web app directly. By altering the shipping plugin from its intended functionality, we can get it to send us info from its host. We will do this by forcing an error whenever the program on the company's online store attempts to validate a zip code for the shipping address. Now, instead of just telling us to try again, the site will return us the contents of the deploy flag file. Whatever it returns will be the answer to our second question. Once we push our changes to the project, we'll be able to grab the key directly off the site. Let's go ahead and try to purchase an item. Instead of telling us the zip code is out of range or calculating our shipping cost, the program instead causes the page to crash. However, the exception also returns us the contents of the file we were looking for, the answer to question 2. Pasting both of the keys we've retrieved into their corresponding question grants us full points. Challenge complete. I'm Connor Bushnell, and thanks for watching this walkthrough of the challenge to do better code auditing from President's Cup 2021.
Welcome back, and we have a very tight competition here. It looks like 351 and Is Our Team Name are tied for first place right now. Both completed challenge number 3. For those of you just tuning in, there are 5 challenges in total. These challenges are mapped to the NICE Cyber Workforce Framework, to each of those roles. And so these teams are having a chance to show off their skills across a range of cybersecurity related roles. And these 2 teams are doing a great job so far. It looks like we also have a team that solved the Double Agent Orange challenge, and it looks like that's cyber enthusiasts. So it's turning out to be a pretty close one. What are your thoughts?
Beep Boop Boys also has a partial solve on the Double Agent Orange. So these teams are, they're really working their way through these challenges. Just keep trucking. And for those of you, again, tuning in, we've started with 3 open challenges that these competitors could solve. Never Say Sorry, they have to harden network. We have Double Agent Orange, they have to figure out which users are aliens instead of humans. And then they also had Reporting In, which was trying to find some alien commanders across the globe. So they had those to start with. We have a couple of teams that have gotten through that Reporting In challenge where they pinpointed the source IP addresses of those alien commanders and have then been able to move on to the next challenge, which is to figure out the gateways for the alien moon base. That way we can start to push back on this alien invasion. We really want to start, telling them it's not okay. They can't take over. They can't take our oranges. So, it's anybody's challenge at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we do have those 2 teams. Is Our Team Name and 351 potentially chugging away at challenge 4, I believe. As you mentioned, we're trying to find those 3 gateways to their moon base, and once we find those, then we can get in, we can start looking around for vulnerabilities, try to get a foothold into their network so that we can maybe take down some shields, maybe, I don't know, launch an attack on the base. Just speculating here. Yes, counterattack, because we must protect our precious oranges.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Show
so
that we can't be bossed around.
All right, Is Our Team Name has, looks like, made some progress on the Never Say Sorry. All right, so that means we're kind of getting down to the point where, or potentially getting to the point where they really need to start focusing on challenge 1, because they, again, don't know when that alien attack is going to happen, when those aliens are going to try to pull down some sensitive information about our orange reserves. So without knowing that, I mean, I personally would be like, all right, I need to get this challenge done. Do you think they're feeling the pressure right now?
They might be. You never know when those attacks are going to happen, just like in the real world. But then again, too, you don't want to waste all of your energy sitting there and waiting to see if points are going to come, because, if you're just sitting there waiting, you're wasting time on other challenges that you might be able to work in the meantime.
Absolutely, yeah. To recap our keys to success, diverse team. I don't know where we stand on dividing and conquering right now. I think that we've decided that it's effective as long as they're communicating, because like we were talking about earlier, you don't want people to just be in their own challenge, suffering, struggling alone, not knowing what their other teammates are doing. You want everyone to have that situational awareness of what's going on, so they can just chime in when they have an idea, and I think that is an effective method of overcoming the potential pitfalls of dividing and conquering.
Yeah, and these challenges definitely relate, between Double Agent Orange and Reporting In. There are some threads of commonality. They'll see, some of the same data sets, but just they're working things in a different way a lot of the times. In Our Team Name is attempting to guess the correct addresses for the alien officers, but unfortunately there's hundreds of addresses in this net flow, and so maybe they'll get lucky with 1 or 2 of them, and it looks like they might have, but that's definitely not something that's maintainable. So they're gonna maybe want to reevaluate their strategy on this one.
Absolutely, that is a lot of raw data to try to parse through. You're gonna need a strategy there. It's not sustainable to just keep guessing IP addresses with flow files that big. So it looks like Beep Boop Boys were not able to separate those aliens. They were not able to distinguish between the aliens and the humans. And we've talked about this before, but for those of you who were not here earlier in the live stream, there is a challenge called Double Agent Orange, in which these teams are trying to map together 3 different artifacts and use those 3 artifacts to derive the names of double agent aliens. However, if they derive human names, that could lose them some points. And it looks like that is something that Beep Boop Boys is encountering right now.
Yep. And similarly with guessing IP addresses too, they'll also lose some points there. So Beep Boop Boys, yeah, they're currently working on securing data site 3, and they're working on a PAM config file, you know, just trying to make sure that they can harden the network, but also keep those necessary services available for the authorized users.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, I would say brute forcing at this point, probably not a good approach to take, because if it comes down to the end and you're just, you know, a few points away from first place, that's just going to be rough to look back on and say, man, if we just did not point our fingers at that one human incorrectly, we maybe could have won this competition. So yeah, strongly recommend at this point not trying to brute force and losing points for that.
Definitely. And as we've seen, these competitors they're the top, they're the cream of the crop. They're doing so well. They've, you know, they got to the top 5 from 300 plus teams that started this competition back in August. So, you know, they're making really good headway with these challenges, but they're also not losing humor, and they're not just all work focused. We've had some reports, you know, that they're joking around, you know, sending each other memes and stuff among this, and just, you know, having a good time.
Absolutely. Speaking of top competitors, 351, whose screen you were just looking at, working on Double Agent Orange, they were, as Genevieve was mentioning, a very strong competitor leading up to this final round. So we expect to see some interesting progression here. Looking at the progress of Beep Boop Boys. All right. Looks like we have part of the CSB string. Looks like they're working through that reporting in challenge still. And speaking of challenges, do we want to kind of allude to what is involved in Challenge 5? This one is my personal favorite because it's offensive security. The goal here is going to be to disable those shield generators so that we can take out that base. So what they need is, from Challenge 4, they need to figure out those 3 network gateways that those aliens are leveraging to communicate back to Earth. Once they find those, they might be able to identify some vulnerabilities, maybe get an initial foothold in the network, but at that point they're going to need to figure out, how do we take down all of the shield generators at the same time, because just one is not going to be enough. And at this point, you're not really worried about, you know, maintaining the integrity of those systems. You do whatever is possible, right? So there's a lot of different possible ways that they could approach that challenge.
I think there are some defensive maneuvers though, right? So they want to make sure that they're, you know, doing things to a degree within scope, not trying to be too loud or anything, and, you know, only certain ways to solve it, but then maybe at the end they just, you know, pull the plug.
Absolutely, and there might be some traps there. There might be cases where they think that they've exploited a system. However, you know, if there's a watchdog process in place, maybe that tricks them into thinking that they've got it, and then maybe they go down a rabbit hole realizing, all right, that didn't work, what should we try next? So they're going to have a lot of situational awareness when they are tackling those 3 shield generators. It's going to be fun to watch how each of these teams approach that.
Most definitely. We've seen so many different strategies too. You know, we started out, some teams immediately jumped in and were looking at the same challenges together. We also saw some other teams, you know, dividing and conquering just to get the feel for the different play of the land there, figure out which challenges utilize which skill sets.
Absolutely. All right, can we get a look at what our teams are working on now? So which one of these challenges is your favorite?
I think I like the Double Agent Orange. You know,
Yeah.
think about like, kind of like the Among Us game, and things like that. You know, like there are aliens on Earth and they're pretending to be humans. Which one's real human and which one's an alien?
Mm-hmm. And then there's real consequences too.
Yeah, definitely. There are so many different pitfalls that competitors can, fall into. Like we said, they can lose points for misidentifying the source IPs of the alien commanders, misidentifying the double agents. So they got to be careful. Make sure that they're actually, using the evidence that's provided, and they're going to have to look across different sources as well, right? We know that there are often a handful of different, files that they'll need to combine. They'll need to be able to map things in certain ways. Maybe they'll have to dig something out that's been archived or deleted. So
yeah,
they'll have to keep looking around for sure.
Yeah, the real world mapping to this is just, it's great because they have such a wide range of tools to choose from. They're not limited to specific tools that they might not be familiar with, that might not be their first pick of how to approach these challenges. And then there's multiple ways to solve these challenges, which again, in the real world, there are multiple ways, and just the need to communicate, the need to collaborate with your team is very important as well. All right, 351.
Yeah, it looks like they're not being super careful. So we were saying they're one of the top competitors here today, but maybe they're getting a few points for some correct answers, but they're losing lots for hundreds of incorrect answers at this point, which that could end up getting them 0 points for the challenge overall. At that point, I guess I would just move on.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they're trending towards 0 for sure, but if this is challenge 4 that we're talking about, they can't just move on because then they won't be able to access the final challenge. So that's a tough dilemma there. I don't know that I would be brute forcing this one, but maybe they have a secret plan to just skip to challenge 5.
Yeah, they're definitely going to run into a roadblock here. Let's see. I wonder if we've had competitors all finish any one of these. I know we've had a couple finish reporting in, to open up that next Go Deeper challenge where they're then looking for those gateways in the NetFlow data. Double Agent Orange and Never Say Sorry are still on the maps. Like I said, we haven't seen those attacks yet, so we don't know about any points there.
Yeah, I think cyber enthusiasts made some progress on Double Agent Orange. Not some progress, I think that they actually solved that challenge. So in a way, they've made as much progress. They just need to really lock down that challenge 3 so that they can keep opening that door for more opportunities to complete those additional challenges. Yep, looks like we do have 2 solves for reporting in, 1 solve for Double Agent Orange, just to confirm.
Yeah, these competitors they're breezing through this, honestly. I mean, we still got quite a few hours to go, right, in this competition. And
yeah. How does this compare to last year? Because I know that you were hosting last year.
Last year, I would say, was very fast-paced too. These teams have such diverse skill sets. They really work well together. I think that is kind of what sets them apart when it comes to the qualifying rounds, is that they work so well together and they communicate really well. So, both last year and this year, the top 5 teams they're amazing, really.
All right, looks like we are taking a look at what Pony Express is working on. We haven't seen much of this team lately. Looks like they're working on Double Agent Orange. Currently entering some agent names on a web page.
And they might have just scored the solution. Yeah.
But did they get a full score? That is the question.
All right, so, wow. I mean, our team name is working on We Must Go Deeper, and, they're putting 2 and 2 together. They're going back to reporting in and copying the IPs that they found to use in We Must Go Deeper. So, they're going back to these challenges. Remember, they all link up. So it's not going to help them brute force it, or this will help, yeah. So what they were doing before is they were just kind of testing and playing around, right? We want to make sure that they're not just brute forcing, like you said, not a great strategy.
It seems like they're recognizing that connection there, like, you know, we had to complete this challenge to unlock this challenge, so surely, you know, it has something to do with it. Once they make that connection, hopefully they can really progress through these last couple of challenges in that chain.
Yeah, we definitely have to keep following along. You know, again, these teams are all so close. They're doing so well. Our time, you know, hosting this live stream today is coming to an end, but Carolyn and Anthony are gonna be hosting for you guys here in a few minutes, and, you know, keep following along. We're excited to keep following along. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you so much. And I just have one last question for our viewers. Orange, you glad you tuned into the President's Cup live stream?
CISA created Chirp as a means of rapidly assessing the scope of a compromise within your network or to aid in the investigation related to a specific threat. Chirp will help you to identify whether a system or systems have known indicators of compromise, known as IOCs, or tactics, techniques, or procedures known as TTPs, or advanced persistent threats, or APTs.
The competition is now in full swing. The President's Cup is very excited to welcome CISA's Deputy Director, Nitin Natarajan, who will share some remarks about CISA's current cyber workforce training and education initiatives, and the importance of cybersecurity competitions like the President's Cup. Hey, Nitin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nitin Natarajan, and I serve as the Deputy Director for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known by many as CISA. On behalf of CISA, I want to congratulate all the participants who have made it to the final round of the third annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition. Today, we are here not only to observe the final competition rounds, but to celebrate the incredible accomplishments of everyone who has competed. Throughout the competition, departments and agencies across the federal government have come together to develop multiple individual and team events that demonstrate and measure the skills of our nation's federal cybersecurity workforce. The challenges were designed to replicate the scale, severity, and complexity of cybersecurity threats facing our nation. Given the difficulty of these challenges, all of you should be proud of what you've achieved. As the cyber threat landscape shifts and becomes more complex, our approach to security must evolve. Our approach will require qualified cybersecurity professionals with the right skill sets, like everyone competing today, to help secure our digital networks. To strengthen the nation's cybersecurity human capital and federal workforce, CISA is committed to providing education materials to the public. Particularly, we aim to offer hands-on training experiences that provide real-world learning through practical exercises that test skills and abilities. We've also found that hosting cybersecurity competitions has tremendous educational value. Through competitions like the President's Cup, CISA is elevating the exposure of cybersecurity issues to a wider audience and helping to ensure that the nation has a highly skilled cybersecurity workforce in place. In the coming years, whether it's through the President's Cup or through other avenues, CISA aims to expand our outreach to provide new educational material for people of all skill levels and to train a younger workforce. To give you an example of how we're doing so, I'll give you a quick snapshot of CISA's recent K-12 program accomplishments. CISA and a Cybersecurity Education and Training Assistance Program grantee, Cyber.org, recently partnered to produce a series of cyber safety videos. These videos highlight some common potential threats students are likely to face online and what they can do to make sure that they stay safe. CISA and Cyber.org also partnered to develop new cybersecurity career profiles listed on the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Careers and Studies website to allow students to get a better understanding of their future career options in cyber. And as Director Easterly mentioned earlier this morning, we are also dedicated to ensuring that our educational outreach and workforce reflects the diversity of America. To drive progress on these efforts, we have recently partnered with Girls Who Code, and we are also engaging in initiatives to work with historically black colleges and universities and blind and visually impaired students, as well as exploring pilot programs to bring on neurodiverse individuals onto our staff. As we work to strengthen the cybersecurity, education, and literacy of our nation, the President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition remains a great resource that our partners can tap into for training material. You can find all the President's Cup challenges since its inception on CISA's GitHub site. We hope that the annual challenge will encourage new and current cybersecurity practitioners to learn, test their skills, and consider joining us at CISA and DHS. Congratulations again to the finalists. Throughout the competition, your hard work, talent, and skill has been on display, and I look forward to seeing the final competition results. I also hope that all of you compete again next year. The 2021 President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition has been a tremendous success. We've had the highest turnout we've ever had. And I'm told that the 2022 competition is going to be even better. Thank you again, and best of luck.
What 2 things will you change to cope with the loss of oranges in your life?
Devastated. I might cry. I might just cry every day because I can't have orange juice again. Or I might get some lemons and make some lemonade and go on my life. So
I'm just devastated. I mean, I've always loved oranges.
Oranges, while delicious, do have a lot of natural sugar in them and can add inches to your waistline. So maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. You know, I do suffer from all the stress of work. I do have a little bit of reflux. You never know how that acid is going to affect you.
I will no longer have any orange scented perfumes. So it's quite a travesty.
I really think I have to look towards other citrus fruits to see what they can provide.
You know, I think I might have to develop some relationships with the aliens so that we can get some oranges for my children who love them. But I think I'll be fine without them.
Store orange juice ahead of time and then drink orange juice.
So I guess I'm going to have to start purchasing more apples.
Start eating more apples.
Deal with the apples instead of oranges.
Pineapple's also really good.
And is there nothing I can do? Like I can't call Rick Grimes or anything from The Walking Dead to come help us and save us, you know, from these aliens and get the oranges back? Because I'm not sure what I would do.
I mean, there's lots of other fruits out there, and I'm sure we can start from one and work backwards genetically.
Use a modified orange, genetically modified orange to something else that where aliens won't even understand.
Well, I've never been much of a grapefruit person, but I got to get the vitamin C somehow, got to stave off the scurvy.
I'm a grapefruit juice guy, so that's fine. I think it's time for, you know, things like mimosas to be grapefruit based anyway.
Grapefruit, while kind of the sour cousin of an orange, can still be useful.
That's my plan. I'm going to transition to grapefruit mimosas. grapefruit juice, all of that stuff. Not looking forward to it. That stuff is sour. I'll miss the oranges, that's for sure.
I expect to purchase grapefruit futures because clearly that's going to be important going forward.
Wait, are grapefruits oranges?
I'm okay with getting rid of the orange Starburst even, or the orange Skittles. Those are not my favorite flavors. Now, if it's grape or lime, then it's time to arm ourselves against the alien threat. But other than that, I will cope. I'll be okay.
Genetically modified, where aliens cannot even think about it, where they guess their definition of orange is based on organic oranges, but genetically modified, they won't even figure out.
Well, it's not very nice of the aliens because they weren't theirs to begin with, but I guess we have a lot of other really tasty fruits.
Are limes do they care about limes?
Start using limes, or perhaps maybe they don't consider tangerines as oranges. I can get away with that.
Probably start looking at those tangerines as clementines, but I will miss the oranges.
So they don't care about limes. So I think I might just have to start to learn to love lemons and limes.
So I guess we should not move to drinking Soylent Green, or is that an old reference that doesn't resonate well?
We need to begin to assess the impact to the global orange market and determine what sort of substitute products are economically viable at this point.
Makes the skin green, and then the texture is completely like apple, and then they think this is an apple, but it's really an orange. Well, we should think about beating aliens, right? Then we should be even bringing more technology that they don't understand. So.
Our second set of hosts is here today to provide more insight and expertise on today's competition. I'll send it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. I'm Carolyn. I work at CISA in the Hunt and Incident Response Team, and I lead a incident response team there. I'm here with my co-host, Anthony. Tell us a little bit more about what you do at CISA.
Sure, happy to. So I do a combination of a federal lead responsibility and also pen testing. So I organize assessments, and then also, when I get a chance to, get to do a little testing, some of the cool stuff like they get to do here today.
Great. And we're going to be your hosts for the next 2 hours for the President's Cup competition. There is 5 teams of 5 contestants each, and they are the top cybersecurity teams or the top cybersecurity talent from the federal government, and we're going to tell you a little bit more about how the day goes and what they are doing. So since the break, we have a little bit of a recap. Team Beep Boop Boys has solved the double Agent Orange with full credit. So can you tell us a little bit more about the double Agent Orange?
Happy to.
Okay.
So this would be the second challenge of the original 3 that they're looking at here. So the responsibility that our Earth defenders have are to identify who the double agents are. So in this world we're in right now, there is this group called Armor, and we're trying to capture the imposters of the human race. So where are we in this double orange? So if they've solved this, that means they have captured double agents, proven that the aliens have had success to a procurement system, and they did this by examining a laptop with tens of thousands of records. So the arts that they've used for this include both looking through chat logs, web browsing, and deleted files. That's something that they have to recover. And ARMOR stands for Advanced Reconnaissance Mitigation Operational Response.
Okay, and all of these challenges are actually associated with the NICE framework, and this one is going to be Cyber Defense Forensic Analyst that this should tie back to. So let's see what the other competitors are doing right now. It looks like there's two competitors that have solved this challenge so far. Let's see.
So cyber enthusiasts and the Beep Boop Boys.
Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a complete solve. That's really cool. That means they're getting full credit.
Awesome.
Right?
Yep, that is correct.
So with the points they've scored yesterday, the lead is narrowing. So the team's lead for first is within 350 points. And I think the other team beneath them, Cyber Enthusiast, is coming close with less than 400 points. But this is within a range of about 10,000. So this is very, very close.
Yeah, definitely. And the other teams are not still far behind, so it's really anyone's game at this point. So
I just hope somebody saves us from the aliens.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm sure you all have seen the scenario. There's aliens coming after our orange reserve. They are addicted to oranges, and they are going to enslave us all in order to produce the oranges and the orange juice and all of the orange products that they enjoy. So we have a little bit here as a reserve for ourselves, or I guess our first offering if these teams don't succeed. We'll see.
Yeah, one of the tests we have is to put oranges in front of people, and if you reach for it and pick it up, you may be an alien.
Uh-oh. And yet I've picked it up like 5 times already.
Yeah, I see you eyeing those oranges.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, it looks like, let's see, our team name is now the leader of the competition. So they are doing pretty well, and we're going to give you more updates as they come in. But go ahead and tell us a little bit more about you. Like, what is your most exciting thing you've done for CISA so far?
The most exciting thing I've done for CISA? Well, announcing the end of the world right now is, and the saving of the world is definitely the height of my career.
Exciting.
Let's see. So one of the cool things at CISA, I think maybe is just coming in through the program that I did. So DHS sponsors a lot of scholarship for service students, and I came in 2015 under the CDM program, and it was really cool, like very eye-opening, and the amount of acronyms I had to get right for all the agency was a lot of layers.
And it continues adding.
I was applauded at the end when I got them all right.
Awesome.
So that was the first big thing I did here. Other cool stuff is we have a CTF team, and if folks are looking to have an agency that they can work for where they can also have an opportunity to play and keep their skills sharp, CISA has that.
Yeah, and that's wonderful, because that's another way, like if you're new to cybersecurity, all of these CTFs are really beneficial. There's so many CTFs now, we could probably do one a day and still not run out of them for quite a while. So there's this competition, then many more, but it is nice that CISA has like their own team that works on them, and everybody gets to work together on different CTFs. It's a lot of fun, and a good way to do team building between the teams.
I think so, and we like to keep it fast and loose, so we just jump on Discord and pick one, say, hey, what are people feeling today? So if we want to do web challenges, that's the place that I like to start. A lot of forensics and reverse engineering is popular, based on the skill sets of the people who join.
Yeah, that's really cool.
But it is really people across the entire agency. So, and the people who you least expect to join show up.
Yeah, I remember you saying that there's a lot of people you wouldn't expect are on this competition team that really enjoy it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the purpose of this competition too, right?
Definitely.
Trying to discover who are our secret ninjas.
Yeah, who are our competitors. Yeah, I know for me, I sometimes do competitions, but with test-taking anxiety, I feel like that's not 100% my thing, but it's nice that we have a lot of opportunities to do it.
What competitions have you kind of sat in on, or have you done CTFs, or are you talking about
I did. Yeah, I like the SANS competitions, like at the end of the SANS with all the music and the food and all that. That is definitely my favorite ones that I do. And other than that, I just do little ones just a few questions probably a week, just of different ones. Like I think I'm doing a holiday themed one now, and there's just a million others that I have on my radar.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. So you can join us tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I guess I could.
That we're not enslaved.
Oh yeah, that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to pick our jobs: farmer, grafter. I think I would probably want to develop the different kinds of oranges. That kind of sounded fun.
Yeah, I see you picked it up again. So
I did. Yeah, keep touching it.
Have one
Let's see. We do have a new development here. Team 350 TAC 1 snatches back the lead with the partial solve on we must go deeper. And that's the one where the teams, they have net flow records, and they're going to be parsing through very large amount of net flow records, and with that they're trying to find the network gateways to the moon base. So they're in the process. I guess they got part of those, and I think this is the one that they have all the aliens on the back part of the moon, and they're trying to find the gateways in order to find that location so that they can win the competition pretty much. Let's see. Yep.
Yeah. So once we find them on the moon, I think we've answered that question. That
Definitely.
they have. Yep.
Yeah.
So I believe that there are 3 gateways as a part of this process.
I think there is 3 gateways. Yep. So I believe they have to find, in order to get full points, all 3 of those gateways. So there's going to be a lot of parsing going on with those logs, and then they have to analyze them to find the upstream communications. So they are working on that right now and partially solving it.
And maybe we can take a look at some of the competitors and where they're at.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if we have the ability to pull those up.
I'm not sure.
And what's interesting is some of the teams at this point are still hardening the original SOAR with Never Say Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a big job, because when do you know if the network is completely hardened? I'm sure people could spend, months on that challenge and still probably think of different things that they might want to do. So it's probably hard to just leave that one alone and say like, oh, it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And shy of just taking cutters and snipping the cables
unplug everything.
Just shy of unplugging everything. If it's up, you can talk to it. You can probably abuse it. So they have to find as well as potentially cutting themselves out of whatever they're trying to do, right? So
yeah, definitely.
They need to be attached. And that's that balance that we have in this industry of availability versus paying attention to who does what.
Yeah, it's a fine line for sure. Let's see, we do have another update. 350 TAC 1 again. They're on the Double Agent Orange challenge. I guess they are working on more than one. Let's see. And they're running they're trying to carve out files. Okay. So that challenge, let's see, Double Agent Orange. That is when they're actually looking through chat logs, web browsing, deleted files, all of those kind of artifacts, trying to find who the aliens are. Let's see.
Have you ever done any of that type of work in your space?
Yeah, I have. I'd look through a lot of network jobs with my network logs and things like that with my job I have currently, sometimes host logs, so it's a lot of fun. Definitely trying to get it down to a manageable level so that you can actually see what you need to see is always a challenge.
Yeah. So how do you think you would approach something like this?
Something like this, I guess I would probably, I use Splunk a lot, so I would hope that a lot of these would be parsable in Splunk. Otherwise, I probably CSVs, which would be a nightmare. So I think for me, I would try to look at the kind of data that we had here and then try to narrow it down to, I'm not sure exactly. I would have to really see the data to figure out exactly what I would do with it. But first things first, probably try to load it into some kind of SIM so I could see it all.
You want to describe for people how it's a SIM and how it performs indexing and what it does, what that tool does?
Yeah, a SIM in general, I'm sure a lot of people have probably heard of the concept of it. You can just take a whole bunch of different logs and you load them into a SIM. A lot of times it's something, there's multiple different kinds, open source and public companies that do it, and you can basically put a whole bunch of different kinds of logs in there and make them searchable either as a group or just individually, so it makes it a lot easier to have everything in one place and able to correlate logs and things of that nature.
Sure, and I feel like that skill set is sort of based around the concept of continuous monitoring and understanding what's going on. So for this task, using that also as a way to parse through files and bits of information and logs, tools can have many uses.
Yeah, they can, for sure. Yep, it makes it a lot easier when you have those kind of tools. If not, I'm sure it would be incredibly complicated to do any of these challenges.
So what we also see is, aside from their move of trying to carve out PDFs from the deleted files, so perhaps they're using some sort of imaging software like the one that comes to my mind is like Ncase. I don't know what the I don't know what the open source one would be, but
is it FTK?
Yeah, excuse me, FTK. Thank you.
Yeah.
But now what they're doing is a string search for request_decisions PDF,
oh, okay.
which is the file they need. So they understand what they're doing, and they're going after it.
Awesome.
And they're using the sleuth kit,
Oh, okay.
TSK.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, and it looks like specifically they carved using Foremost.
Mm-hmm. Must be a
So,
filter.
yeah, definitely. So let's see. They also have Scalpel available on their machines, but they didn't use it. So it's going to be interesting. Every team is going to solve all of these challenges differently. They're going to use different tools, different mindsets to go into it. So it's really interesting to see what they all choose, since there's just, multiple different ways to solve them.
Sure. I think it's interesting when you come across a new challenge. So I'm going to go ahead and take a conjecture that they know what they're doing with this particular tool.
I'm sure.
And it's not going to be their first time coming around and picking, so they probably went straight for it and said, let's use this one.
Yeah, that'd be a nightmare. Like, well, let's see some YouTube videos for this tool to learn how to use it before you're right in the competition. So
with aliens on our heels, that's not the time to be learning this.
Might as well go for the trusted tools that you already know.
Exactly. So, and the nice thing about carving out a PDF as opposed to a plain text file, so when working with any sort of tool set, file types become can be such a barrier depending on what you're trying to do with them, right? So try and open one type of file, you're not going to get the same results as another. So when they're using PDF, it has both header and footer information, which makes it easier to carve out what they need correctly.
Definitely.
So it's been someone who wrote that tool had PDFs specifically in mind.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're going to go ahead and head to a break now, but we will be back with you shortly. So go ahead and watch a few videos, and then we'll see you again soon.
Now, we know these aliens mean business in their quest to take over Earth. In the first challenge, you'll see the finalists must secure a secret orange reserve by securing our networks before the aliens have a chance to attack. Join me in wishing them luck.
We've known about the alien threat and their obsession with oranges for years. For many of them, their addiction to the fruit is quite severe. As such, we established the Strategic Orange Reserve, the SOR. Hundreds of thousands of tons of canned and preserved oranges hidden in several secure underground locations. If we can successfully hold back the aliens and prevent them from getting their hands on any oranges, this reserve could become an important bargaining chip towards getting them to normalize relations with Earth. However, keeping the location a secret is of the utmost priority. We suspect that alien infiltrators will attempt to breach our networks and determine the locations of the supplies. We need you, agents, to secure our networks ahead of their attacks and keep the locations secret. You will be provided with a briefing of past tactics and techniques that we've seen from the aliens, so you'll have an idea of what you can expect. Good luck.
What keeps you interested in cybersecurity?
There's always something new going on. It's an itch that just, I can keep scratching at, keep finding something new in.
I think that it provides a lot of opportunity for growth in this field and to see a variety of different aspects of cybersecurity.
Our adversaries are always kind of trying to find new ways to get ahead of us, and we kind of have the choice of either catching up to them or getting ahead of them and cutting them off before they can ever get the best of these. And I find speculating and implementing new creative ways of ensuring that they're never actually able to get ahead of us to be really rewarding and interesting. Ideally, I'm interested in cybersecurity, so the public doesn't really have to be, because if big breaches don't happen, then they never have to hear about them.
I don't think there's a news cycle that goes by where there's not some cybersecurity threat being talked about. So it's hard not to be interested in cybersecurity. Once you get into it, you realize just how many facets there are, whether you're talking about the coding it takes to build either a threat or to build the patch for that threat. But also cybersecurity policy, cybersecurity law, pen testing. There's a lot of aspects to cybersecurity, I think, that just keep it absolutely challenging. The field is always just evolving. It's always changing, almost daily.
Cybersecurity is always evolving.
There's always something kind of new popping up.
It's always changing.
It's always changing and evolving.
I think one of the most interesting things about cybersecurity is how it's ever changing, and that you really always need to be learning. It's dynamic and it's energetic and it's engaging, and it's never boring.
There's always new challenges, new threats, new vulnerabilities. It's really something that's constantly changing and growing and challenging, and that's what makes it really interesting.
A big part of my job is that 50,000 foot view, that strategic level aerial view, so that the questions that we need to be asking, we're still several steps ahead of our adversaries. Because if you're not looking at it from the 50,000 foot view, you don't know what experts you need to be engaging or what partners you need to be pulling together with. It's fascinating and it's always changing. It's never static.
This is a most complex field of all, I would say. I was more inclined towards this. It's a natural progression for me into this cybersecurity, because some knowledge about everything is needed here. So this is a unique field, definitely.
I am now on an assignment to the Department of Homeland Security to do more cybersecurity at the federal level, and I'm really loving it. So there's lots of options to go in and out of government service to learn about this, as well as with private industry as well.
I always sought out adventure. I love accepting challenges to solve problems. I'm incredibly curious. So every job that I took offered me the opportunity to travel, the opportunity to do cybersecurity across multiple different areas.
Really making a difference in the world. I really see that as something that's important, and that's what I really love about it.
I just really love that it transcends through everything that we do across our society, all of our critical infrastructure, how we function as a society. Cyber transcends through all of that. So just enjoy tackling challenges head on and trying to amplify those voices, perspectives, and ideas that maybe haven't been heard before, because we need creativity, we need imagination to solve these complex problems.
It's a continuous learning exercise. I don't think that cybersecurity will ever be solved, and it's always going to be a game of cat and mouse, where someone's always ahead, someone's a little bit behind, someone's always running to catch up, we've caught up, we've passed them. So it's always an opportunity to learn.
To have a continuous learning environment, and there's a lot, especially just starting off, that I can learn about, and I can expand on that as I continue to go.
There are a lot of people to help, and I am the kind of person who likes to figure out how to solve that puzzle, how to get people connected to the tools and materials that they need, or the training that they need to make a change in other people's lives.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're going to go ahead and give you a little update on the teams during the break. I'll let you go ahead and give the update, Anthony.
Sure. So very exciting. The competition is close, and the lead has changed multiple times since you've been away. And our teams the team in the lead has already reverse engineered the aliens' communication software. So that's good news for Earth. And they're currently trying to backtrack the communications using large ISPs' network data flow. And once they figure out how the aliens are communicating back to their moon base, this will open up the final challenge, which is exciting.
Yes, getting close. Some of these teams are moving very quickly through all of these projects.
Do you know what this means?
We might be saved. We'll see.
Do you know what it all means, what we're going to do?
Why don't you enlighten me on it?
Okay. Well, we're going to stage a counterattack on the aliens' command.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Awesome. Yeah, very exciting stuff. Yeah, the teams have been doing really well. They have competed yesterday and today. So this is day 2 of the competition. And so they've been doing these for quite a while now. We have another update. Pony or Pawnee, not sure.
Pony.
Pony. I thought it was probably Pony, like Pony Express. And they are on the challenge Double Agent Orange. And they actually found the PDF on the disk drive. And they're using autopsy. So now they need to match it to figure out who the agents are. And on this challenge, it's interesting because they can actually have a whole bunch of names. Every time they have a name that's incorrect, a point gets taken away. So they're going to have to be really careful about the names that so they don't falsely accuse the wrong people and somebody gets arrested and they're not actually an alien.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, Ivan was suspicious about the way you were handling those oranges.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, right now
Yeah,
there's a lot of panic.
Falsely accuse me.
There's a lot of panic going on.
Definitely. Are you scared right now?
Very.
Okay.
No, I'm actually very confident that our government's best are on the case.
Exactly. Yeah. That's very comforting, isn't it?
Yes.
For sure.
So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a little bit about your path in cybersecurity.
Sure.
Okay. So the first question, why don't you tell us about the coolest thing you've ever worked on?
Coolest thing I've ever worked on. I've already done the plug for the Capture the Flag team that we do.
Yes.
That gets me jazzed. That's really fun because it's kind of this thing you can do with people on like this sort of friendship basis. You know, it's in the field, you have a lot of various relationships that you have, and very professional. Hey, this is someone who I'm going to speak to deliver a particular message. If you're talking to a director, you have a teammate, maybe you have to work quickly to solve something. But on a Friday afternoon when you can get together with people and just kind of work on things that are in your bubble. We have this like InfoSec bubble of stuff. So you get to just talk about tech and world news. So that's just like, that's the most fun. But some of the other cool stuff is, I just talk about my program that I work on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So we're the High Value Asset Program, and this is in direct response to, which I think is the biggest breach that has ever occurred, aside from the aliens, is when OPM got popped back in 2014, 15?
Yes.
Yeah, big boo-boo for everyone. Yeah. And they said, we can never let this happen again.
Yes.
We need to get Anthony and the squad on the team, on the job.
Get him in there.
Get them in there and have them go and look at all the other really important data sets that the government has and all the other systems. So we prioritized all of the government systems and said, important, 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 less important, less important, less important. And CISA is going after all the highest ones. And that's really cool because I get to go into all the agencies across the country and talk to people who are running the most important systems in the country, stuff that people are using every single day or don't even know they're using. And I get to improve our posture.
Yeah, and you get to do a lot of travel with your current job, correct?
Travel would have been the short answer.
Yeah, that's true. Lots of travel.
A bit of a nomad lately.
Yes, that's wonderful. And it's interesting that CISA has a lot of opportunities where you can actually work from home. Tell us a little bit about your experience with that.
Working from home?
Yes.
Okay. Well, even when I was allowed to do telework prior to pandemic, I still kind of came in every day because, I don't know, like a people person. So I like to come in and talk to people about stuff. But at home, you kind of get to make your own schedule. If you get the afternoon sleepies, you can look away from the computer so you don't have to stare at that and get up, take a walk, right? Part of maintaining your wellness. And you don't have to commute.
Yeah, the commutes were very difficult. I remember when I first moved to DC, it was 2 hours to work and 2 hours home. It was a long train ride, or 4 or 5 different train rides that got me back, but it can be very hard to commute in this area, and I'm sure a lot of other areas in the country as well.
So your lifestyle has improved and you're much less Ms.
Oh, significantly. Yeah, I'm definitely more relaxed. I have a great work-life balance, happier at work and at home, so really no issues. I love it. And even though I'm a people person, I really like to have my own alone time, I guess. So it's been wonderful to be able to work from home and just have my own schedule and have my quiet time.
Yes. So it's the silver lining of things, right? Always the silver lining.
Definitely.
Big news.
Okay, tell us what it is.
You want me to take it? Team name 350-1 has just scanned the third C2 server. So 3
Nice.
of 3, yes. And this is the hardest of the 3. So maybe they're trying to get the hardest one first, or they just found this one first.
Yeah, that's interesting that they did go for the hardest, their most difficult one first. So, or maybe they probably have actually they really have no concept of which one's the most difficult. So they're probably just like, let's try this one a little bit.
Absolutely.
So definitely.
That's why when you have these types of processes, right, you kind of want to follow a like a hacking methodology, if you will.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, definitely.
How would you approach the hacking methodology, or how would you approach these challenges if you had to strategize in this time frame?
I guess would put the team on what their expertise is. Some of these are actually designed to work as a team on. There's multiple different areas of expertise that have to be used to solve the challenges. So I guess for me, I would have to know like who's good at what, and then divide and conquer with a lot of these, because there's a very short period of time and 5 different challenges, and the challenges are all, they have multiple different levels. So it's going to be interesting. So tell us a little bit more about Shields Down, the challenge.
Okay, very happy to. So this little prompt here is, team has found a way into the moon base's network. Now they must use it to disable shield generators so our space bomber can take them out. And
yes, I love that intro.
Thank you. That is what I'm excited about. We're about to go full Independence Day on them.
Yes, we will. Yep. Awesome. So as soon as they're able to do that, then I wonder what happens, I guess, if they get that one first. I'm guessing they're going to have to go back and get all the points, but once they get those shields down, that's going to be a huge advantage for us.
Yeah, and then they will just go and bang out those other 2 easy ones.
Exactly, yep.
If they can figure it out. Each of those 3 challenges are distinctly different, so each generator,
they are.
Each generator has its own thing you have to do to solve it, assuming, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
That's how I would set it up if I were the aliens.
Yes.
That would be a defense in depth approach.
Exactly. Yeah. They obviously have underestimated us, so we'll see what happens.
That's right. That's because right now they are in a withdrawal because we're pushing back on their orange.
Exactly. We're like, these are too valuable. Can't take these from us. He also knows how to juggle. Maybe later he'll do it.
I will do that if we
if we
win.
Out
of them,
yeah, if we win, let's juggle.
Yeah, because we have so many to do with what we want.
Exactly. So for the Shields Down challenge, I'll just mention that it is also associated with the NICE framework for work roles. So this is going to be associated with exploitation analyst and also vulnerability assessment analyst. Of course, when I'm saying it on this, I'm going to blunder it 100 times, but that is the framework that it is.
Do you want a second shot at it?
No. That's
okay. The associated NICE framework work roles are exploitation analyst and vulnerability assessment analyst.
That is accurate. Yay, thank you.
I would probably fall under the latter in my NICE framework work
That's
role.
what I was thinking. Yeah.
Do you know where you would fall under?
I think I actually fall under cyber defense analyst, but I think with incident response, it has a lot of different areas that it pulls from. But I think I would probably be cyber defense analyst. At least that was what I was at most of my jobs. It says I think we're actually mapped to that one.
So if we were on a multidisciplinary team, like earlier, which challenge of these would you be digging into for us?
I would probably first go to the one with the large net flow records. I think that was the one that I would probably enjoy the most, the We Must Go Deeper one, and that's actually associated with the cyber defense forensic analyst. So which one do you think, if you were going into it, you would jump into first?
Well, since I'm very excited about the this space bomber that we have, and since it associates with my vulnerability assessment analyst NICE framework work role, I would be ready to go at this stage.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think actually you would be much more useful in this because most of these challenges have a cyber defense component to it.
They do. Yeah, there's a lot of network and host analysis that needs to be done with this. And then there's some like the reverse engineering. Like I'm sure me and you are on a team with that. We might struggle with it a little bit, but it's nice that the teams have like all these different roles that they bring in and they're able to solve like really diverse challenges.
I think we were just recently showing the team name is our team name on the Shields Down challenge.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And they were scanning the servers and trying to get a feel for which generator to attack and then how.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Figuring that out is part of the expertise that these people have developed and honed.
Yes, definitely.
So as far as the cyber defense challenges, it's never say sorry, that first one. I'm saying it like the Canadian accent,
Yes,
sorry.
never say sorry.
Cyber defense also shields down. So, yes, this new one too. Forensics is a particular skill set.
Yep.
Would you say you dabble in those dark arts?
Oh, I dabble, but
you...
I would say definitely dabble. But we're going to have to go ahead and go to a break, and then we will be back with you all shortly, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the team as soon as we get back.
It is my pleasure to give the floor to the National Cyber Director, Chris Inglis, who will deliver today's keynote address. Take it away, Chris.
Hello, and thank you for tuning in to the 3rd Annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition livestream. My name is Chris Inglis, and I'm the National Cyber Director. First, I want to thank the team at CISA for their hard work putting this competition together. The President's Cup seeks to identify, challenge, and reward the best cyber talent in government. This is not an easy task, but it is an important one. Over the past 3 years, I've been delighted from positions both outside and inside the government to watch the competition grow and to see both the competition and its competitors improve. Recognizing, rewarding, and developing the best and brightest in our workforce is an essential mission for any organization. I want to thank all of the competitors who participated this year and in previous years, and all of our cyber professionals across the federal government. The work that our federal cyber professionals perform is critical to maintaining our American way of life, from safeguarding our national defense to ensuring operations and security for the critical services on which we rely. The ingenuity, tenacity, and skill with which today's competitors approach the problem sets in front of them make clear that the future for federal cyber is bright. This year, the President's Cup hosted 314 teams from over 20 different departments, the most of any President's Cup competition yet. Today, the top 5 teams compete for the honor of being the best. I learned just this morning that of the last 3 years' 81 final round participants, there are 6 that have qualified for the final round in all 3 years. To you 6, congratulations. It's quite an impressive feat to qualify for the finals just once against such tough competition. But to do so 3 years in a row is truly a testament to your skills. I'd be pleased to see us emulate the Lake Wobegon standard, the imaginary setting of the long-running show Prairie Home Companion, where every team is above average. It is this level of excellence that my office seeks to empower and support. From the President to line agencies, supporting and fostering the excellence and aptitude of our cyber workforce is a top priority. That translates to a need to ensure that the nation's cyber defenders have what they need to excel in their career, to improve their skill sets to better serve the nation, and to develop across careers time into the teams that will define and implement our future. But our people are a critical component in a larger strategy. Securing our national digital ecosystem requires a whole-of-government approach and ensuring we are all moving forward together with unity of vision and effort, work that is at the heart of the NCD mission. And our responsibilities extend beyond just the .gov and the .mil environments. With 600,000 vacant cyber positions across the nation, our cyber professionals need reinforcements. These vacancies exist at our power plants, our dams, our local governments, shortages that pose grave risks for American critical infrastructure. We need to go where the untapped talent lies. Ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to pursue a career in cyber is paramount to our efforts to secure our nation's cyber assets. Outreach to underserved and rural communities is one of the ways we can get there. With the help of expanded broadband access provisions in the recently signed Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and grant programs aimed at providing training and experience to military veterans, rural, and underserved communities, we can provide the resources necessary to make careers in cyber a reality for more Americans and deepen the bench of talent necessary to meet our critical security needs. But it's not enough to guarantee that cyber vacancies get filled. We all have a role to play in cybersecurity, including in our day-to-day lives. How do we ensure that we are all prepared to make full use of technology in our interconnected society in a safe manner, and that we are all knowledgeable members of our digital ecosystem? All of us participate in cybersecurity on a daily basis, even those of us without cyber in our job description. We all share a collective responsibility to be better. We all need to ensure that our cyber professionals have the resources to perpetually improve. Cybersecurity is a lifelong learning vocation at the rate of technological advancement. Ensuring that we are providing opportunities to stay at the cutting edge is critical. Competitions like the one CISA is hosting today are a great resource for those seeking to improve their skills. The value that the President's Cup adds extends well beyond identifying our nation's best and brightest, but also serves as an opportunity for our cyber teams to consistently improve and hone the skills they use to defend the nation every day. I'm exceptionally proud of the competitors participating today and of all the participants in the competition over the past several months. Thank you to CISA for your work in putting this competition on every year. And thank you to the competitors for testing your mettle. To those competing today, I wish you the best of luck. And thank you for watching this year's President's Cup Cyber Competition live stream. I hope you enjoy the show.
Now let's take a look at some of the challenges from the first two qualifying rounds. Connor, who is a CISA Scholarship for Service intern, will take us through step-by-step on how to crack some of the challenges that our competitors had to solve in order to make it here to the finals.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Bushnell, and I'm a Scholarship for Service intern supporting the President's Cup Cybersecurity competition. Today, I'm going to give a walkthrough of the Teams Track Challenge to do better code auditing. This challenge involves skills pertaining to the software developer and exploitation analyst roles of the NICE framework. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we have the challenge scenario. In this case, we've gained access to the workstation of a software engineer for Big Software Incorporated. This allows us to browse the GitLab server that hosts the code for their applications. We will use this access to exfiltrate some data from company resources. This challenge is comprised of 2 questions, each requiring us to retrieve keys from remote systems. Let's go ahead and start the VM to see how we'll go about that. Let's go ahead and see what they have in the code repository. Thankfully for us, we don't need credentials to access the code base. We can go down to the Explore tab to view the site in a read-only mode. Let's see what's available to us in the shipping plugin project. It looks like one of the developers accidentally pushed their SSH keys to the repository. The user John Smith has uploaded their private SSH key to the repo, meaning we can steal their identity and gain full access to editing the code. Now that their key is on our machine, we can use their access rights to exploit the code to exfiltrate the data directly to us. The first thing we'll do with their key is clone the repository locally. To get the answer to the first question, we will exploit the continuous integration pipeline. Adding this line ensures that every time a new edit is pushed to the repository, the deployer will send the contents of the buildflag.txt file to our machine over a netcat connection. Once we set up a local listener on the same port, all we have left to do is commit and push our code. To do this, we will need to set our profile to match John Smith's information, which is easily obtainable from their GitLab page. We're successful in pushing our changes to the project. This will launch the pipeline we've edited and send us the answer to question 1. Almost immediately, we've retrieved our string. With question 1 answered, we can go back to the code base for question 2. This one will involve exploiting the web app directly. By altering the shipping plugin from its intended functionality, we can get it to send us info from its host. We will do this by forcing an error whenever the program on the company's online store attempts to validate a zip code for the shipping address. Now, instead of just telling us to try again, the site will return us the contents of the deploy flag file. Whatever it returns will be the answer to our second question. Once we push our changes to the project, we'll be able to grab the key directly off the site. Let's go ahead and try to purchase an item. Instead of telling us the zip code is out of range or calculating our shipping cost, the program instead causes the page to crash. However, the exception also returns us the contents of the file we were looking for, the answer to question 2. Pasting both of the keys we've retrieved into their corresponding question grants us full points. Challenge complete. I'm Connor Bushnell, and thanks for watching this walkthrough of the challenge to do better code auditing from President's Cup 2021.
What was your career progression? When I started working in DOS, disk operating system at that time, right? And trying to deal with writing a software in that environment. And all of a sudden you notice a raindrop, kind of like all the letters are falling on the screen, and then you notice, then it's like you freak out, and it's like, what's going on? That was the first instance something unknown is happening.
When I first started working, I worked at a big box retail store stocking shelves, and I figured that it's probably a good time to go to college. And while I was there, I was I worked in information technology. I watched, I learned. I worked on audio video applications as well. When I got out of there, I started to work for a defense contractor. Really got involved with cybersecurity as it was going along, and I just kept moving around. I went to the federal government. I got out of the federal government to go to a Department of Energy national laboratory, and really had a blast over there, and here I am back at the federal government.
I started managing one project, and then as you have success, you pick up more projects and larger programs and larger and more complex budgets. What I've really tried to do throughout my career is build relationships and always be learning. And so I think that has allowed me to progress.
My degrees are all in foreign affairs, and I began my federal career working in and around various foreign service agencies, doing a lot of work with our embassies overseas. I ended up working more and more with information management, knowledge management, and secure communications to ensure that the information that we were presenting and sharing amongst our different embassies around the world was secure, and those that needed access to it could appropriately access it. And then I have most recently come to the Department of Energy as the premier sector risk management agency to help with building out the cyber mission at the Department of Energy to protect the grid from continuing cyber threats.
Since high school, I've had the opportunity to work at a variety of places doing internships and such. I've been able to work at Fortune 500 defense contractors. I worked at an Atlanta tech startup. I've worked at my own university, and most recently here at CISA. I also work part-time as a photographer with my family photography business.
So I actually came from a business background. I had no idea what I wanted to do, and I figured business would get me in a job somewhere. So I lead communications and operations for our team, and the business background that I have really comes into play there with things like marketing and outreach and other things that I learned from the business background, but also the cybersecurity piece because we're all focused on cybersecurity.
In the last 25 years, my career has done everything from a mainframe to now my current project. We're moving into the cloud. We're using API and cloud native services to integrate and writing scripts in Python. And so that's completely different. And all of that required being comfortable with change and being comfortable with learning those new technologies and implementing them.
I was a lead cruise ship inspector for all of South Florida and looking at maritime safety and security, facility inspections, port inspections, things like that. And back in those days, we weren't talking about cybersecurity. So when I kind of think about where we are now, and fast forwarding, 15, 20 years, how can we not be talking about cybersecurity within the maritime domain? That's huge, right? We can point to any number of maritime incidents that have occurred recently. And so for me, having that hands-on experience in that particular critical infrastructure within transportation, and then to apply that over the years, and that's just one example. So I think for me, looking back, that's been the story of everything I've been able to experience throughout my career, is that everything accumulates and builds upon the other. Because again, cybersecurity has always kind of been there as that thread.
I was an English teacher, and then I was a counterterrorism analyst. When I left the Army, I was looking for my next job, and I fell into cybersecurity. I did not get my first job because I knew a lot about cybersecurity or I knew a lot about coding. I got it because I was an English teacher. I found somebody who was looking for contractors to do tech writing for then US CERT, and they were more interested in my writing background. I explained to them, as like, I am taking cybersecurity courses and I have an associate's, but it's not that strong. And they were like, well, as long as you have the general idea of cybersecurity, but really we're looking for somebody who has a writing background.
I'm Carolyn.
And I'm Anthony. And we work at CISA. Welcome back from the break.
Welcome back. We have a few updates for you about the team since we went on break. And our team name has managed to log into one of the servers in Shields Down that the IRC is running as a service, that had IRC running as a service. They're trying to figure out what's going on right now, and they're currently attempting to talk to the aliens. So that should be pretty interesting. I'm sure there's going to be some issues with communication when they're trying to communicate with the aliens, language barriers and all of that.
All that.
And it looks like they're only bots so that are logged into the server, so they're not going to actually be able to communicate in the ways that they were anticipating.
That's unfortunate for them.
Definitely.
Yeah. Having to course correct when and take a new approach, especially when you kind of get that hunch and go after it.
Yeah, definitely.
And as the type of analysis that you do, I imagine you do that. You get the itch, you go after a certain path, and perhaps it doesn't yield what you're looking for and have to shift.
Yep, 16 hours later, you realize, yep, I went the wrong direction with it, but it doesn't always take that long.
Doesn't always?
No, definitely not. But yeah, there's always, with cybersecurity, there's a lot of things that you will look down a rabbit hole, and then you have to kind of refocus on the bigger picture, which I'm sure a lot of these teams are doing as they go along with the challenges.
So is there any other updates that we have?
There is, yep. Beep Boop Boys are still back on reporting in. So you can go ahead, give the description of reporting in real quick, just in case the audience needs to be refreshed.
Sure, I'd love to reintroduce this challenge. Reporting in, a team must analyze a captured piece of software the aliens are using to communicate and determine who is coordinating the aliens' agents' activities. So what happens with this one is that with a lot of malware, as you can expect, or software, is that it may change its approach and behavior depending on who's watching. and it may be self-aware. Perhaps it knows that it's been put in a sandbox and being tested, or perhaps it's looking for a certain, string to be used or detect an IP on where you are in the world. So it's not uncommon for software to change its behavior, you could say.
Definitely, yep. So that's going to make it pretty challenging for them. And it looks like cyber enthusiasts, they're on We Must Go Deeper right now. So let's see, and that's the one where they have those net flow records from the ISPs, and they're trying to analyze the traffic to find upstream communication, and they're trying to find the network gateways to the moon base. So they're still working on that challenge. Let's see, what other one? Go ahead and give us an update on Team 350-1.
I'd be happy to. So they're on Shields Down, and right now they're trying to access the third C2 server. What they did was they ran an Nmap scan against the server, and what we're hoping is probably they're going to discover what services and ports are open on that to see what they can do. So they're going to perhaps check to see known vulnerabilities or attack paths that they can take to get onto that.
Yeah, I'm very optimistic about their progress on that one, and it's really good to know that they're working on that, and pretty soon, hopefully, they will be successful.
Yeah, I really would like for the Shields Down to be accomplished, because I want our space bomber, which I believe is on its way, to drop the bomb.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll have to be picking our jobs in the orange production industry.
And that's a very interesting industry, isn't it?
It is.
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about oranges.
Okay, I would be happy to. I only know a little bit about U.S. oranges. I used to live over in Central Florida, so I know that Florida is the biggest producer of orange juice, and they have more small, unattractive looking oranges. The oranges that grow in California are normally the ones that you find in stores, and they are going to be more of a beautiful, juicy. They have less juice in them, but they're more aimed towards consumers, because I don't think you would find, an orange juice orange, you may not go to the store, everyone would probably pass it by, I'm not going to buy that orange. But beautiful oranges from California like this one are mainly what we're going to see in stores. Orange juice mostly comes from Florida. So I think that you have a little bit more information about oranges too, so why don't you share with us?
I do, and we've been theorizing why the aliens want our oranges specifically. And we think that it may be because of its high content in fiber and antioxidants that is keeping them alive.
That's very interesting, because it said they were addicted to it.
Well, if they need it to survive, then yeah.
Makes sense.
Also, there are over 600 varieties of oranges in the world. And for example, where's this one from?
That one is from Chile.
This one's from
Chile. I only know because I read the tag.
Yes. Oh, you couldn't identify it, but based on its unique characteristics?
Of course not.
Okay. Fair enough. So I'd be also interested to know, as a non sequitur, what is something you would recommend to our viewers watching today who are interested in getting into the field? What is some poignant advice you could give them?
I think for people looking to get into the cybersecurity field, I think one of the biggest things is deciding what kind of person and what kind of field that you would want. This is not a field where you go to college and you learn a certain skill, and then you come out and you're like, well, I'll do this skill until I retire. And that's not really how cybersecurity is. You go to college, you learn something, and then you get into a job and you're learning completely different new skill set. You have new challenges. So I think you have to be like a lifelong learner, and you have to be someone who has like a technical curiosity, I guess. So you'd have to constantly, be curious about the technical kind of things, and then you also have to continually learn and better yourself. You can't just oh, well, I graduated, or I did this cert, now I can kind of rest for a minute. You'll never rest. You'll probably never even feel like you're an expert, because there's just so much to learn. So I feel like anyone with a lifelong learning kind of attitude, or people who kind of get bored doing the same thing, cybersecurity is a great field for that. Also, anyone getting into the field, I highly suggest just getting different certificates, doing different CTFs. Just things like that can go a really long way in helping people move forward in their careers.
Sure. And I think one really strong component that brings me and I think people to the field is the community surrounding this. So I think when I first came to this, I just bumped into this meetup It was called OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project, and I said, I found my people, and I've been happily living in my bubble ever since. So what are some things you think these people can do to kind of enter the bubble and find out what they do like and meet some people?
I think that's a really good idea, meetup groups, like you said. Those are a wonderful way to meet people. I run several meetup groups, not about cyber, but different things. And so you can find people who want to do the same thing. There's Python meetup groups, coding meetup groups, things like that you can do. And then also just finding a community. With CISA, there's a lot of internships, so if you're still in college, apply to some of our internships. It's really a good opportunity. They have like a project that they work on, and they get to present it at the end. The interns are normally incredible. They just add a lot to the team. So there's a lot of different opportunities like that to just meet other people in the field. And there's probably different like events and things to look up as well. But I think that's a wonderful way. Going to the CTFs, if they have any kind of live CTFs, or just the meetup groups, is a really great way to meet people in the field.
Good suggestions. Very good. I endorse those.
Yay.
Get out there and don't be afraid to
Yeah, you got to kind of put yourself out there.
Yeah, put yourself out there.
Yeah, definitely. You can sit behind a keyboard all day, but really meet people in the industry. It's wonderful. There's a lot of amazing people in this industry. It attracts like a very wide variety of people too. It's not just like it's one type of person. There is a place for anyone in cybersecurity.
Sure. I think just have that security mindset.
Definitely.
And those are the people who you just kind of gravitate towards, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
So where are we with our updates?
Let's
I
see.
believe a moment ago we were showing the Beep Boop Boys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beep Boys. Their challenge that they are working on is reporting in. And it looks like they have figured out how the app works, so that's a good sign.
Do you want to talk about a few of the things on how the app works?
Let's see. It changes. Well, I think you just mentioned that it changes its behavior based on where it's located. So I think it does NAT avoidance, geolocation, and I think that that's all that I know about it right now that we can share. But there's definitely figuring out how it works is going to be the first step that they need in order to continue and solve it. Do you have any more additional details you'd like to share about that one?
I could. So let's see, where are we with this one? So they figure out how the app works, and I don't want to give too much away, even though I want us to stop the aliens.
Exactly.
But it's got to be fair. So I believe what they can do is they can take different approaches. So, you could take perhaps a more network-style approach and working with perhaps the IPs that exist in this space. So if there's anything you can do to change behavior and presentation using that approach. And alternatively, you can use your reverse engineering experience to perhaps, which is as it sounds they're doing, to kind of change the behavior in as it's running. Yeah, definitely. So there's many layers with security, right? So and with challenges, so you can approach it differently to still kind of get the same result.
Yeah, definitely. This is an interesting challenge because as far as the NICE framework that it's associated with, it has exploitation analyst on it. And I believe that's the one of the two challenges that actually have that framework. And it's also for cyber defense forensic analysts. So they probably have their exploitation analyst working on that one right now. Let's see if we have any other updates on here. Why don't you give us an update on Pony Express?
Sure. I believe you can see this on your screen. The Pony Express is on reporting in, again, software, and they have full success. So they've scored full credit for that. And that's great news. One step closer to the bombing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay. One step closer to you juggling.
Yes. And if we do survive, I promise to juggle.
Yay.
Oranges.
Oranges.
Okay. Let's see, where else are we at? Do you have any questions for me?
I'm sure that I do have questions for you. I have a whole bunch of questions for you, actually.
Oh, great.
Let's see. This is an interesting one.
Okay.
What is a common misconception about cybersecurity?
Are you sure you don't want to take that one?
I guess I could take that one.
Go for it.
Let's see. I don't watch a lot of movies or TV shows, but there is a common misconception sometimes that cybersecurity is like a hooded character sitting on a keyboard typing away. So I think that one of the biggest misconceptions is that cybersecurity is all one type of person. And it's honestly a very diverse field, and there's a lot of different kind of people with different skill sets and different backgrounds. So I think the biggest misconception is cybersecurity is just basically one type of person over and over again, and that really hasn't been accurate. CISA does a lot to like attract different people into cybersecurity, and they're also good about making a conscious effort to help other people get into the field. So we're actually going to have to go on to a break, but when we get back, I will ask you that same question.
Looking forward to it.
Yay. Okay, well, thanks everyone. We'll see you again soon.
The individuals competition at the President's Cup is broken into 2 tracks. Earlier this week, the individual finals for the President's Cup were held. Each track takes the participants with the top 10 scores from qualifying round 2. Track A is focused on tasks and skills associated with the cyber defense incident responder and cyber defense forensic analysis work roles from the NICE framework. In this video, you'll learn a bit more about the NICE framework work roles and how the President's Cup tests these skill sets.
The defensive track, Track A, is aimed at testing a competitor's abilities to investigate, respond to, and mitigate ongoing or past activities. Players and teams might be required to reconfigure a network firewall or router, review intrusion detection system alerts, monitor live network traffic, or analyze a system's memory and hard drive evidence for clues. In addition, players will need to be able to perform basic system interrogation and administration using common commands and native OS tools, as well as write small scripts to aid them in their efforts. The 2 primary roles for the defensive track challenges are Cyber Incident Responder and Cyber Forensic Analyst, while the 2 secondary work roles are Cyber Defense Analyst and Cyber Defense Infrastructure Support Specialist. Cyber Defense Incident Responder competitors are often tasked with reviewing information relevant to an event or incident. They may also correlate this information with intelligence and threat information. Players might be provided with a static dataset or with a live infected system. Players are assessed by finding hidden flags, answering questions relevant to their analysis, correctly identifying the proper threat actor, or by performing specific mitigation tasks, such as removing a piece of malware. Cyber Forensic Analysts will be required to investigate various types of digital evidence. Typically, players will be presented with a set of evidence files or a live running system that they must investigate. Tasks include analysis of memory, timeline, and hard drives, and investigating live systems for other types of digital evidence. Competitors in these challenges might perform traditional investigative forensics to answer questions about an incident, or they might use analysis and recovery skills to investigate specific files for hidden flags. The Cyber Defense Analyst role focuses on analyzing data from various sources, such as application and firewall logs, traffic captures, intrusion detection system alerts, system events, and intelligence reports. Cyber defense analysts are focused on determining a holistic picture of events occurring within the environment and identifying what led to these events. Cyber defenders might perform assessments of the current running services for proper configuration and minimization. Cyber defense analyst tasks are often assessed by finding hidden flags and answering questions related to their findings. Cyber defense infrastructure support specialists will find themselves working to maintain and configure the various network devices within challenge environments. Challenges might require competitors to reconfigure firewall rules to block malicious traffic, or stand up a new cyber defense system based on a given set of requirements. Players might need to configure a new network service, integrate a new security system into the network, create a virtualized private network, or fix a misconfiguration that is preventing legitimate traffic and normal operations. Many infrastructure-related tasks are verified by grading checks that test various traffic types through the devices or ensure a service is running properly. Individual defensive challenges will often incorporate tasks from one or two roles, as there is often overlap and continuation between the tasks within the defensive roles, such as identifying a file transfer in a packet capture and then finding the hidden process that initiated it using forensic methods. Defensive team challenges often leverage the skills and tasks of multiple team members across two or more defensive roles.
What's one piece of advice would you give to someone interested in a cybersecurity career?
Take the plunge. Don't let things hold you back. Go ahead and get into it. There are so many free resources out there. Definitely take advantage of what you can. Do your open source intelligence and search for those free programs, YouTube videos, other things that you can do on your own to build your skills. And don't let the worry about formal education or training or paying for a course hold you down or tie you back.
Exploring and doing some homework in what opportunities and what pathways and what options are available, and then seeking some advice from mentors. Just reach out to folks on LinkedIn. The cybersecurity community is small enough right now that if you reach out, everyone's willing to help.
Seek mentors out to ask questions and to really be curious about the different areas out there. And I really can't overemphasize the importance of finding a mentor that can help guide you through some of the different areas of that and can both open doors and give you experience.
Apply for internships. There's a ton of internships opportunities out there. You can learn so much by working with people who do this stuff on a day-to-day basis, and hopefully they're very friendly, and they can show you the ropes of what's going on, and it helps you determine what you do like, and actually helps you. What I find better is what you don't like, so you can stay away from that as you go through your career.
Definitely look for clubs or interest groups or anything like that are in your community or in your school or anything like that, to get introduced to concepts and just cybersecurity in general. There's also a bunch of free online tutorials and competitions and things like that you can partake in to find out if things are really for you.
We need all types of thinkers, all types of disciplines and perspective and expertise. So don't be discouraged if you don't see examples of what you want to do. Reach out to folks at CISA, across other entities, and keep asking those questions, because there is room for you.
Cyber is everywhere. And I think it's important that more people are engaged so that we can continue to make a difference. Don't count yourself out because you think you're not technical enough, because there's so much happening in this space and there are so many changes. And it really is important that we have people who think differently. If everyone is a coder or everyone is a hacker, we're not thinking about the breadth of challenges we have in this space. So don't count yourself out.
Understanding that it's not merely technology and writing computer code, but it really impacts everything. And so there's such a wide variety of career options. I began my career working for the Foreign Service, and now cybersecurity is a part of all of our diplomatic conversations. I wouldn't have predicted that 30 years ago, but it is. And so no matter what you do, there is a cyber element to it, and we have needs for all of those kinds of people in cybersecurity.
Be curious and find out which aspect of cybersecurity you're most passionate about, because you're going to have to keep learning through this journey of your career. And you need to be excited about learning it, because it's going to change multiple times and you can't be stagnant. You're going to have to keep persevering, because if you want to keep bringing valuable and being marketable, then you have to love doing it in the beginning, because you're going to have to work hard and it's going to change and go up and down through 25 plus years.
While it is very important to be technical, it's also very important to be programmatic and to be able to communicate technical concepts and technical needs to programmatic and management and leadership, folks. I feel like there is a gap there between like the very technical and the very management oriented, and we need someone to walk between those two worlds and communicate management information to technical people and vice versa.
Cybersecurity is all about prepare for the unknown, prepare for unimaginable, and prepare for completely you won't believe what's happening. So anything goes, as I said earlier, anything, any wild thoughts, any out of the box thinking is allowed.
Don't cordon yourself off too quickly. Try to, like splash around a little bit and see what you're really interested in. Are you interested in the hyper-technical penetration testing? Figure out what it is that makes your heart sing.
In this next challenge, we've exposed an alien living undercover as a human. Dun dun dun! Our teams must search his computer to figure out who else could be an alien in disguise. Before the teams can make accusations, though, they must back them up with proof found on the laptop. Let's take a look.
Agents, we just exposed one of our own as an alien.
Give me the oranges.
We need to know who we can trust and who might be an alien themselves.
I told you everything I know.
We have seized their laptop computer, and we need you to go through it with a fine-tooth comb and see if you can determine who else might be an alien. But be careful. You can't be throwing around accusations at our fellow agents without proof. Once you're confident that you have the names of the other alien double agents, send them to me, and I'll have them quarantined immediately.
Welcome back. And Carolyn, what does CISA stand for?
Cybersecurity.
The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It's quite a mouthful.
It is, yeah.
And I'm going to toss this real softy over to you. What does CISA do?
Oh, okay. I was hoping I would catch that. Thank you very much. CISA actually leads the national effort with public and private sector critical infrastructure partners in order to ensure the security and resilience of all of our national critical infrastructure.
Awesome.
Yay.
It's a great mission. And it's a lot to do.
It's a lot to do, but it's also a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we get to do a wide variety of things, including hosting the President's Cup, so really no complaints.
And protecting the world.
Well, there's that.
There's that?
Yeah, definitely. Got to make sure that we don't all become slaves. Let's see an update on the...
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. Bad look.
Definitely. Well, why don't you give us an update where the teams are right now?
Now we're back from break. Team Is Our Team name has fully solved Double Agent Orange and moved back into the lead. So that's exciting that they've edged back up and they're on top. They've been trading back and forth with 351 all day. Still neck and neck.
Yeah. A lot of good...
You want to tell us about how 351 is working?
They are still analyzing the database in the Double Agent Orange. And they recently, let's see, this could put them back in their lead if they realize they've actually found all the pieces of evidence, but they have not yet put it all together. So they actually have everything they need. So Double Agent Orange, they have the chat logs, the web browsing, the deleted files, and they're now trying to correlate all of those logs to see the double agents and try to find them. And that's an interesting one. They're trying to get the names of all the double agents and then making sure that they don't falsely accuse anyone. So every time they falsely accuse someone, they lose a point. So let's see, we have another update on Pony Express has moved into the We Must Go Deeper challenge, and they are now analyzing the net flows from that one. So the teams are moving around. Every team has a different way of tackling these, and a lot of the teams are on different challenges right now. So we must go deeper. That's the one where the team has found the alien officers on Earth, but they have to actually find out how they are communicating back to the moon.
Interesting. So I hope they do figure it out.
Definitely. Cool. Well, I have a little question for you. What's a common misconception about cybersecurity?
Oh boy, what's a common misconception?
It could be from media, TV shows, just perceptions you've heard from anyone. Sky's the limit.
Sure. This might be a little unorthodox, but also, as you were saying, it's the who's that kind of bad guy? Was it the hooded character, right?
Yes.
And I think people need to understand the nature of IT, right? So I think what the response for people is to say, hoodies are bad, and everything else of the device is good. But I think they need to understand and respect their own security and privacy and their devices, and kind of get curious and understand what something is, right? Because, as we know, if you do a thing on a computer, it knows, right? And that can be used both to kind of catch a bad guy or, find out more information if the bad guy's doing it. So people need to kind of capture this understanding of things that happen and how to protect themselves, right? How to draw that barrier around themselves.
Yeah,
it's very important.
There's a lot that goes into it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have any updates? I'm very curious.
It looks like we do have an update on is our team name. So they are on the challenge of Shields Down still, and all hands on deck are for Shields Down. So they're all working on the same one. They are running in-map right now and trying to get access to Gen 2. Let's see, and that challenge is the one, the team has found a way into the moon-based network, and now they are trying to disable those shields. There's 3 different shields, and there's going to have to figure out different ways. There's multiple different ways to attack this, but they're going to have to figure out which way they want to do it in order to get those shields down so that we can Independence Day, as you have put it.
Yes, save the world.
Exactly. And see that juggling at the end of the day.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay, so another question for you until we get some more updates. Okay. I know we kind of mentioned this earlier, I mentioned it earlier, but do you have any advice additional for new people getting into the industry?
I have a lot of opinions about this.
Awesome.
Yeah. Something that I have benefited from and something that I like to then pass on is the people experience. So I think a lot of people are kind of looking for some sort of guidance getting in, right? Because it can be, if you're just going online, you have no idea where to go to get started.
Yeah.
So meet people and have candid discussions with what you know, what you don't know. Because the most accomplished people that I know, they talk to everyone across the field. And despite the fact that I know they know almost everything, if they don't know something, which is shocking, they'll just ask anyone, hey, what do you mean? What is this, right? Very easily. Hey, what does that mean? And someone will tell you, and you don't learn unless you ask. So like trying to kind of pretend like you know stuff is not really the best approach to getting ahead, right? So talk to a lot of people, explain what you know and what you don't know. It can be as simple as, so I think this is what you mean. Is that what you mean? And then they'll correct you and you will learn something. So using that opportunity to better yourself and further your understanding is really each little bit of nugget that you kind of learn. That's kind of how you develop your knowledge in this space and your perspective.
Yeah, I think that's a really wonderful way of looking at it, because and that's also kind of saying like, be humble, don't be afraid to ask questions, and sometimes I notice like when people really seem like they know everything and they're not open to anything, they've also shut themselves off from a lot of things just because their mindset is,
sure,
I already know this.
Right.
So, and then in cybersecurity, if you already know it, you're kind of behind, because it seems like things move so quick, there's no way one person's going to know everything.
Yeah.
So.
Which begs the question, how do you stay on top of things?
Oh, how do I stay on top of things?
Yeah.
I take a lot of training classes.
Okay.
I take just a variety. Like normally, I don't think we're able to mention the names on here, but we take a lot of different courses through CISA, and we also have a lot of different CTFs or threat emulation kind of tasks that
That's
we
cool.
do. Yeah, and that's a lot of fun. So we're able to like mimic things with CISA, different teams of CISA working together to mimic things, and then we see, use our tools to see what we would see on the network and what we find from it. So that's been really helpful for keeping me up to date, and also a lot of reading. There's a lot of I read different books on different topics, cybersecurity topics. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts, but I don't have time to do it at this point.
No starch press books or.
Oh yeah,
Those
yeah.
ones?
There's a lot of reading and blog reading. So I think that just to stay on top of it, just pick an area of focus and pay attention to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have 1 or 2 podcasts that I listened to for the past 9 years, I think.
Wow.
Just straight through, and it was very funny. So big news, big update. Shields down, Team 351. Scanning a few different IPs, including all 3 of our C2 servers they have to concentrate on. And 351 has started to score points for Double Agent Orange. And
Wow.
that has been up for a bit, so that's one that they need to do. And we are showing that now,
Awesome. Yep. And this
a look
could
at the
actually
screen.
take them back to the lead.
which I would like to see because this is very exciting.
Yes.
We've been seeing first place go back and forth all day.
It has been.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that means the teams are very evenly balanced and very good.
Yeah, that's great, and that's what you get when you get the top cybersecurity talent from the federal government. There's just a wide variety of skill sets, and they've whittled it down to this small group of people who are the best of the best. So it's interesting to see how they're tackling all of these.
Absolutely, using that teamwork.
Definitely.
I'm interested to know, I guess, how they are communicating if they're not in the same room, though. How do you think?
I don't
custom,
know.
Custom communication?
They might be in the same room. I'm not
You think
100%
so?
sure. Because I know they were supposed to be separated, I guess, because of COVID, right? But I'm not sure if the teams are together and they're just all separate, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely. Don't want to catch COVID, but also have to save the world.
Exactly.
You have to balance your
Gotta pick-
priorities.
Exactly. Awesome.
So, what are some of the more fun things that you've done in this space? Do you like conferences?
Been a lot. Oh, I love conferences.
Remember when conferences were a thing?
That's true. I forgot about those.
I mean, I think we can probably drop names, but you've probably been to all of them, the big ones.
I have, yeah.
Are there any big ones you haven't gone to yet?
I'm sure there is, but I've gone to a lot of the big ones. I definitely need to go to more whenever they open back up, but they're tons of fun. And I just enjoy meeting people, different people in the industry, so that's been a great opportunity to meet new friends and colleagues.
Sure.
So, yeah. That's been a while since I've been to one, though, years. So much so that I probably wouldn't even have thought to think about it.
Yeah, just putting that bug back out in everyone's ears, put the thought back out there.
Conferences.
Yeah, conferences. You go and you have a good time. You sit and listen to talks. So it's this perfect balance of doing your nerdy bubble thing, but then also socializing.
And people are very passionate about their work. Like I remember one of the first conferences I went on, the guy was talking and he actually cried when he was talking, and I was like, this is amazing, because these people are so passionate about their work. Like, it was just wonderful to see all of those people sharing their story and their cybersecurity interests. And
have you ever given a talk or presented in any way?
I have presented, but not given a talk at like an event that large.
Do you think you'd want to?
I guess one day I wouldn't mind it. If I had a specific topic that was interesting to everyone, I would probably do it. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. I think that no matter where you are in your space, there's going to be a ton of people who you know that next golden nugget and can teach, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think people should shy away if they feel as though that I don't know enough, or I didn't do a research thing. I think you can still have an opportunity to go to these maybe smaller ones like a B-Sides or a local chapter and give a talk.
Definitely.
And it's a very rewarding experience. So
Yeah.
I have presented. I have given talks about what we do, and with my job, I think every assessment I do get up and I talk a lot. So
yeah, that's true. I guess with the customers, I do give our a little mini talks every time I have a new customer, which is nice.
Yeah, transferable skills.
Definitely.
Yeah, keep those sharp.
Definitely, people skills are something that you definitely have to have in like cybersecurity or IT. I think that's something to constantly work on, because we do actually have customers that we deal with all the time. We do presentations. We do a lot of things that require you to get up in front of a crowd and talk to people. So it's a wonderful skill to have, and any chance to practice it's pretty good.
It's a myth busted for common misconceptions, right?
That is definitely a myth
Yeah.
busted. You have to do
you
a
need
lot
to
of
work with people.
presentations. Yeah, and you have to work with people, and you have to be able to communicate well with people. So yeah, and that's something you can learn. So it's not like it's lost if you don't already do it.
No, you could maybe do a Toastmasters, or that's
I've
another
been
way.
in Toastmasters for many years, and I absolutely love it.
Plug.
Yeah, Toastmasters plug. Of course, someone would probably be checking me. Oh,
Oh yeah. Well, we're not critiquing you right now.
Yes, good.
So do we have updates?
We do not have any updates, but we are going to go on a little break, and so hopefully we have some updates as soon as we come back. So thanks everybody for watching. We'll be back shortly. Now let's take a look at some of the challenges from the first two qualifying rounds. Connor, who is a CISA Scholarship for Service intern, will take us through step by step on how to crack some of the challenges that our competitors had to solve in order to make it here to the finals.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Bushnell, and I'm a Scholarship for Service intern supporting the President's Cup Cybersecurity competition. Today, I'm going to give you a walkthrough of the Track A challenge, Sneaky Snake. This challenge involves skills pertaining to the Cyber Defense Analyst and Cyber Defense Forensics Analyst roles of the NICE framework. Let's go ahead and get started. The scenario for this challenge involves discovering the source of some strange behavior being exhibited by an apparently normal Python script. Specifically, it makes a point of the scenario's user following potentially malicious directions to install Python online. This is something we will investigate on the virtual machine. In the Getting Started section, we're specifically instructed to check out the upload directory on the desktop, which contains the script in question. Lastly, we have the challenge questions. These involve finding and submitting the randomized file paths to the resources that are compromising our machine. Now that we have our scenario and know what we're looking for, let's launch the VM. Here we are on the challenge VM's desktop. The scenario mentioned that the upload script was acting strangely, and we can see here that it is present in a folder. Let's go ahead and check it out. Scrolling through these functions, nothing seems out of the ordinary or malicious. But just to see what happens, let's go ahead and execute the script. Despite not looking strange, it seems like the script automatically logged us out. Clearly something's been altered in the background that is affecting its execution. Let's go ahead and open up the script again. Again, nothing appears strange at first. However, we can't see the code in the imported libraries right now, so it's possible that these standard Python libraries have somehow been compromised. The first question mentions that an environment variable has been edited to allow for malicious scripts to take priority. So let's check out our environment variables. The Python path variable is pointing to an unusual directory. This setting may be being used to override the unaltered Python installation. This unusual path must be the answer to our first question. Now that we know there's a malicious version of Python installed on our machine, the following questions involve finding out which libraries are to blame for certain behaviors. By cross-referencing the modules from the typical Python installation location at user_lib with the malicious one at user_temp, we can determine which ones have been compromised. It looks like the OS module is clean, but let's check the rest. This one has a difference. It looks like the module was modified to start a netcat listener whenever the upload script is run. This file is the answer to one of our questions. This module is causing us to log out. Another question answered. Lastly, this module allows for execution flow hijacking through path interception. We've discovered all the malicious modules. Placing all the file paths into their corresponding questions gives us full points. Challenge complete. I'm Connor Bushnell, and thanks for watching this walkthrough of the challenge Sneaky Snake from President's Cup 2021.
What could be done to encourage the next generation to enter the cybersecurity career path?
So I think ensuring that the younger generation has that technical literacy and that knowledge from a young age is super, super important to ensuring that they're going to be technologically savvy and potentially interested in cyber or CS or any career like that in the future.
I do think there are a lot of idealists in the younger generations. They think about where they buy their cup of coffee or where they buy their clothes. And I think you need to tap into that to recruit more folks, understand the way that people are thinking so that they see where they fit into the picture in cybersecurity.
Just let them know that this is a viable career path, and if we can, especially for lower income and underserved areas, create some sort of apprenticeship program so they can get hands-on experience right away instead of having to find a way to pay for college.
I think fortunately for cybersecurity that the next generation is going to be the generation that is most interested in cybersecurity. They understand not only technology better than we did at our ages, but they understand just how interwoven technology is to our everyday lives.
The United States is filled with all sorts of different people from different backgrounds, which includes people who are not necessarily native English speakers. So including materials in different languages, or even at a lower reading level for people who are non-native English speakers.
If you currently aren't seeing yourself yet within cybersecurity, we still need your way of problem solving. We still need your passion, your enthusiasm to make sure that the freedoms that we enjoy, are going to happen and continue to happen down the road. So I think that we have to do a better job of just closing that gap between what people have perceptions about what cybersecurity is about versus what it actually is versus what we actually need.
I think one of the critical pieces is helping to demystify the career options and opportunities and the different work roles that are in cybersecurity. And this is one of the missions that NICE Program Office has, and why we put together Cybersecurity Career Awareness Week. One of our taglines for Career Awareness Week is cybersecurity has something for everyone.
I encourage students to think about what they're doing now and what the cyber aspect to that might be. Most of the employers that I talk to are really looking for what I call cyber and CPA, cyber and engineering, cyber and healthcare, cyber and financial services. So having cyber plus a knowledge of another field really makes you very employable and fantastic for future career options.
We probably have zero trust security strategies and machine learning and artificial intelligence, and there's this new Web 3.0 metaverse coming. So those things are going to be here in the next couple of years, and it's the next generation coming in that are going to solve those problems. And so they need to get excited about it now so that they can be the ones helping us protect and defend that infrastructure.
It comes down to communication and outreach, making sure that people understand what the federal government is doing in cybersecurity, the federal government understanding what industry is doing in cybersecurity, and all parties involved understanding what academia is doing and other entities, students of cybersecurity, even at the high school level, just being able to communicate that information to them could probably get them excited about a career not only as a cybersecurity technical expert, but possibly cybersecurity policy or cybersecurity legislation, management of cybersecurity enterprises or technology projects like myself.
What I would do to encourage people is actually go read the news. You're going to read something about a cybersecurity breach of some sorts. Practically every week something happens, and then there's something really big and you've lost your information yet again. Eventually it gets agitating and like, hey, let me do something about this. Let me go and work on defending against this kind of stuff so it doesn't happen. So these hackers and attackers out there don't get into our systems. They don't get to get all of our information, and do something that's interesting and fun and always evolving.
People are starting to realize that it can impact anything in our country. The cyber landscape changes every day. So the more that you can learn in school and bring to the government, the better off we can be as a nation to protect against the bad guys.
In our third challenge, the homes of the alien infiltrators have been raided, and our teams must investigate an application found on their computers. If successful, the application will allow the teams to locate all of the alien commanders through their IP addresses. Can they do it?
Agents, we've been raiding the homes of every alien infiltrator that we know about. Unfortunately, those that we know about likely account for less than 1% of the enemy forces on the planet. We need to cut the head off the snake and attack their command and control. At each of the alien infiltrators' residences, we have found one or more computers with the same application on it. We believe that the aliens are using this application in order to communicate their reports back to their commanders. From what we've learned, there is at least one commander on each continent except for perhaps Antarctica. We need you to help us locate all of these commanders. Get me their IP addresses immediately, and then we'll continue from there. Send me the list as soon as you have it.
We're entering the final leg of the competition, and things are really heating up. Our final set of hosts is here to tell us more.
Welcome back to the President's Cup 2021. I'm Aaron Feeblecorn.
And I'm Joseph Drummond, and I'm glad to be here.
Thanks for everyone to tuning in, especially people who are just tuning in. We have 5 teams doing the competition for the last 4 hours, and they're in the last 2 hours right now. It's a 6-hour competition. Looks like, just for a quick update, there's 2 teams who completed 4 challenges, so they're just waiting for the last one for the attacks to actually happen to see if they actually hardened their servers and services, with other teams just right behind them finishing up one of the last challenges that they can at the moment.
Yep, when we left for the break, Team 350-1 had just started scoring points with the challenge, a Double Agent Orange. And so while we were gone, they completed scoring points for this challenge, and this has put them back in first place again. And so now that that particular team's in first place, I'm really looking forward to and excited to how the others are going to catch up eventually. So.
Yeah, I really think it's going to come down to their server hardening technique, excuse me.
Yep.
When the attacks happen, and see if they can catch any gaps that they might have, especially when other attacks come, especially if they complete all of them across the board. So if all of them catch up, which I think they will, just based on the sheer talent that these teams have.
Of course.
I think we're going to see it from the never say sorry situation scenario that they have. So.
Yep. And as you know, the teams that are remaining from the DoD, they are comprised of some of the best and brightest across the country. And so if we can take a step back, Aaron, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey in CISA?
Yeah, so great question. My journey in CISA started in 2017. I was what's called a Cyber Corp Scholarship for Service. Essentially, grants go out to different colleges that are certified to receive these grants to have scholars learn about cybersecurity, get tuition money and a stipend, and And then the only caveat really is that they have to find some type of job in federal, state, local, tribunal, or territorial governments to really help that pipeline. So I was one of those candidates. I believe you were too.
Yep.
So I kind of got lucky going into CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, back before it was an agency, working on a lot of cybersecurity governance, a lot of policy. Even though I had a technical background, I just felt that, as some of the interviewees that we saw were talking about, it's more than just the technical skills. So I thought that I could really help fulfill that gap between the technical and the business aspects. Yourself?
Definitely, and that's something that you don't usually see until you get into the field, right? I think we all had dreams of being that penetration tester, but now I do more cloud security. One of the things that I had an opportunity working on is building a cloud log aggregation warehouse that is tangentially related to this particular competition, but right now we have Team 350. For 350-1, they just started the challenge Shields Down. And so right now they're scanning the IPs, including all the C2 servers. One of the things that when you look at the MITRE TAP framework and you kind of take a look at how these teams are approaching the challenge, really paying attention during the reconnaissance phase of the attack, right? Being able to enumerate hosts and then be able to see what services are running on a server so they can find the best way of exploiting it. Like one of the things about our field is that, push come to shove, results matter, right? And so the beauty of a CTF is that do your skills match the difficulty that's put before you? And I think these teams are right now showing that they have what it takes, so.
Yeah, and to go on the team dynamics aspect, I think that's going to be a huge, important aspect of it. Yeah. You can't just have penetration testers on this for this whole competition to be successful. And we're looking at different roles across the board. So I think their technical prowess is all going to come together right now for this Shields Down one, which is essentially finding essentially the holes or the exploits, vulnerabilities in these alien servers. Yep. We're looking at, I think they have a Linux server, a Windows running FTP, and then looks like some custom ones, services for the Shield reactors probably for themselves. So hopefully they can find those so they can actually exploit that and fulfill that challenge.
Definitely. I think some of the teams might have been nervous that the aliens were using some type of communication standard that they wouldn't be familiar with. Thank God, that they're using something that we are familiar with. But can you imagine, though, that they came all the way here for oranges? I'm trying to rethink, what do the oranges really mean to them?
I believe it was an addiction. So.
And so as we see some of the other teams kind of going through the challenge of Shield Down, and they're taking the similar approach, right? Sifting through the IP addresses from NetFlow data, for your network analyst, NetFlow data is like your bread and butter, right? Yep. Trying to see what's happening anomalous on your network and then using that as a point of reference to gather other data points to be able to figure out specifically what is going on. And so just to see the fact that the methodology works and we're seeing it in its applied setting now in these challenges. One of the things that I think have been asked before is what particular skill set, or what way rather, did you get into cybersecurity? And so this competition, which started in 2019, came a little bit after I started my journey, but I kind of transferred from a more statistical analysis role to cybersecurity. That attention to detail, I think, kind of translated from that role to the other. And now, as a senior technical advisor, I try to help folks understand the connection between, and we've talked about this many times, technology and people, right? Yep. Just because you make something doesn't mean it actually does what you intend it to do or serve the customer. So.
I definitely agree. I think that's probably the trickiest part. I think when it comes to this, you have very dedicated people who understand how computers work to its zeros and ones, like literally. Yep. And now you're trying to connect that to how we work in business. Yep. Especially in government, what is that mission that needs to be fulfilled, and making sure that these agencies, these departments are actually able to fulfill their missions.
Exactly.
Or even businesses of, getting those profits or delivering their services. And if we're putting in tools or putting in these controls that really lock those things down, there's a disconnect there. So it's a lot of risk management is involved.
Most definitely.
And, I think even when it comes to computers down up to the business part, again, details matter.
Yeah.
So I think you're spot on with that.
I know like I said earlier, Pony Express just started the challenge Go Deeper, and one of the things that I think folks aren't aware of, that all the teams have the same set of tools as they go through this challenge. We're talking about real TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures. Even though the scenario itself might be fictitious, this is how you would structure doing these particular attacks, exploitations, or network defense in the real world. And so I don't want folks to be lost by the oranges. They are important, yes, but these are real TTPs that these folks are using. These are real cyber threat analysts doing this work. So
that's what I like about this competition. In my college days, that's how I got into cybersecurity, was through competitions. You got capture the flags, which are CTFs, which are very situational based on like a very specific technique that you need to use. And you have the defense ones, which they're trying to teach you something very specific, or the King of the Hill ones, which you're just attacking each other and trying to defend, and somebody just essentially wipes your whole box, and you're just kind of sitting there. This competition itself is very aligns to more data, like today, what you would be doing today if you're a cybersecurity professional, especially in a very high tense situation, high stressful situation, as in this scenario, like of an alien attack or a situation like this. So you're really getting to use the skills that you're using day to day and really showing that talent against your other peers in the federal government, like some of the top talent that we have. And it's not just individual talent; it's team talent.
Most
that
definitely.
Diversity of skills.
And just to reiterate kind of what this challenge is about, is the teams just now found a way onto the moon-based network, and now they must use it to disable the shield generators so that our space bomber can take them out. We have Team Shield Down. They're connected to the first shield generator control server, and they're trying to figure out how to take it down. And so this could be done a number of ways, right? So they're trying to exploit the server. They might attempt to see what services are running on that particular device and use methods or exploitation methods that are applied directly to those services that are running. And so the really interesting to see how each team approaches it differently, because there's many pieces to the puzzle that'll get them the results that they're looking for. So
like you said earlier, at the end of the day, it's just the results they're looking for, which is just get the shield down. It doesn't really matter how you do it.
Exactly.
So I'm curious of how each team does it differently, or if they're going to follow something very similar. I think that's kind of neat in cybersecurity. You can't really have linear thinking.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
There's many different ways to really shut down those service or shields in this case to be successful.
And so to just touch on what you just said, from a software development and a cybersecurity perspective, when you look at people that do the work over time, I feel like sometimes, if you notice, there's like a reflection of them in it, right? In the way that they take their approach. If there's a database guy, when in the challenge earlier where they had to pull net flow data and do an analysis on it, they might take a different approach versus the person that's a reverse malware engineer. The problem is you got to assess what's the best tool for the job. And so I think especially in this one, right, that matters, because attacks can come at any moment. And so being able to follow the intel that you have, harden your devices to ensure that attacks don't happen, is cybersecurity 101.
Yeah. They can just shut off the server if they wanted to, but it's not going to fulfill what that is needed for.
Availability matters.
Availability matters, especially confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The core pillars of cybersecurity.
Yep.
That's huge.
Exactly.
So I think you're right. The different techniques that they use, the different skill sets they have, their past experiences, and working together to remember all those different aspects. Otherwise, they can get into tunnel vision of just only thinking about their skill set. I think that could be very detrimental if they only have one person on that box, for example. Instead of having some people just to check them over, or just checking on things to make sure that they covered all the different angles, because they don't know where those attacks are going to be coming from, except for what's in the intel reports.
Exactly. And based on what you just said, potentially winning this event might start even before the competition on how you pick your team.
Yep.
So that's a really good point. We just got more news in. We Must Go Deeper is going through net flow data at the moment. They're trying to figure out where the control traffic is going and access to the moon. And so in a previous life, I was a cyber threat analyst, and being able to identify the command and control server that's attempting to communicate with software inside your network can be a needle in the haystack kind of event.
Yeah.
And so, especially if it changes based on the way that you're assessing it. So, this challenge is just as challenging, and it meets, to me personally, like if I were part of this industry, I would want something this level of difficulty to see where do I stack up against my peers, if you will. This isn't the Army-Navy football game,
no.
but you get some bragging rights, I think, if you win this, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's such a small industry too, relatively speaking to other industries out there. So really getting to see where you stack up against everyone else on different technical standpoints is good to do in a healthy way, not in a unhealthy way where you're well, some people do this where they're just hacking or practicing all the time. You need to do it in moderation plus your day job.
Most definitely.
So, is there any other updates? My computer is having some technical difficulties, so I apologize on that side. So I know I'm relying a little bit on you for some of the updates.
And that's definitely quite all right. One of the things that we just got in is that Shield Down is using the IRC chat to extract information on the control system. IRC stands for Internet Relay Chat. And if you were to take a look at this, what they're doing is pivoting, right? In exploitation 101, you identify an exploit, you exploit it, and then you attempt to pivot to somewhere else in the system, and you might try to escalate, do privilege escalation, things of that sort. But, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there's more than one way to attack this.
Definitely. We're actually going to be coming up to a break very shortly here, so I think this is a good time to we'll get some more updates going on. I'll try to get my computer working correctly, ironically here. So I think in just a couple of moments, we're going to go to, I believe, some interviews, if I'm not mistaken, of some of the things that are people we interviewed over time.
Yep.
So thank you.
As our viewers may recall, our competitors have been hard at work uncovering the inner workings of the alien's communications tool. Some of our competitors have managed to reveal where the alien reports are headed. Alien officers are coordinating operations, one officer per continent, though from Armor's surveillance of them, they appear to be reporting back to the base on the moon, which is the real command and control center. Local ISPs have agreed to provide what logs they have to assist the competitors in identifying the path to the moon base. But as you can imagine, the local ISP's logs are quite large and do not contain complete data of the communications. Competitors will have to sift through a large amount of NetFlow data in order to determine just how these alien officers are communicating to their moon base. Once they've managed to identify these access gateways, they'll finally have located the real command and control for the aliens' invasion.
We are wrapped up in day 2 of teams finals for the 2021 President's Cup. Earlier this week, we held individual finals for the Cup, which featured a final round for Track A and Track B. As you saw earlier, Track A is focused on the cyber defense incident responder and cyber defense forensic analyst work roles from the NICE framework. Track B focuses on the exploitation analyst and vulnerability assessment analyst work roles from that same framework. The following video will give you some insight on how challenges are built to test the skills that are associated with these work roles.
Exploitation challenges require competitors to perform exploitation or analysis of files, sometimes penetration testing techniques, to gain access to a target network and occasionally reverse engineering. These kinds of challenges have 4 possible roles, with 2 primary roles being exploitation analyst and vulnerability assessment analyst, and 2 secondary roles, software developer and threat analyst. While it isn't forbidden to make a challenge with only secondary roles, having a primary role associated with a challenge is preferred for the competition. Exploitation analyst is the work role that covers network penetration and analysis. This can take various forms, but comes down to gaining access to another system or network through interesting or topical security flaws. Sometimes, competitors are given an executable file and minimal information, and are also expected to extract some information in order to gain access to the remote system or network. For these challenges, competitors will generally need to at least extract the strings from the file and use the information gained. But other challenges are designed such that competitors will need to do some limited reverse engineering work with the expectation that they will use the tools like IDA or Ghidra. Vulnerability Assessment Analyst covers challenges in which the task is to assess a system or network's defensive configurations and policies in order to preemptively determine weaknesses that need to be fixed. Challenges with this role will involve competitors having to discover that some service is misconfigured to make a service vulnerable. Often, said challenges will still involve exploiting the discovered vulnerability to gain access to the misconfigured system, sometimes using scripting. Software developer challenges usually expect competitors to be able to write a small amount of code for a wide variety of purposes. In many cases, Python is the anticipated language, but environments contain several other development tools, such as C, C++, Rust, and C# compilers. In some cases, actually writing code is not necessary, but understanding the control flow or data representation is. This is one of the secondary roles in the exploitation category. That means it generally should not be the only role associated with the challenge. This is not a rule or requirement, however, and challengers may occasionally be focused on this role exclusively.
What should cybersecurity organizations be doing to broaden their workforce perspective?
There's no way that you can not have a diverse workforce working on cyber because it affects every part of an organization.
One of the primary things that can be done is demystifying the career options, opportunities, and pathways. It's really helping the public understand that it's more than just computer science, engineering, or years and years of experience, that there are entry-level positions and there's something from everyone. So trying to tap the same population, we're really not going to make that big of a difference. We have to cast that net wider and help demystify exactly what options are out there and what's available and the different pathways to get there.
I think a key activity would be targeted internships and events for maybe underserved communities who haven't always had the opportunities for that.
I think allowing people to pursue education at little to no financial burden for specifically cyber things, CS things, is a great step that's already been taken towards allowing people who ordinarily wouldn't have been able to get into cyber careers with different perspectives to do that.
We need to start pushing farther, faster. Rural areas, community colleges, we need to fish in pools that we've never fished before, because guess what? Folks have so much to offer. We just have to think in unorthodox ways.
I think also everyone, private and public organizations, should be able to provide transition programs for people that are in other fields, like more liberal arts related fields or business fields or anything like that, to be able to learn more about cybersecurity so we can gain more diverse viewpoints, work styles, and just kind of approaches to solving problems that people who are more technical or anything, or coming from a cyber background might not have.
If you're just thinking in terms of orthodoxy, the world is not going to stay where you are. You have to keep moving. And that's what cybersecurity is about. And that's what we're trying to do with building some of these pipelines and recruiting folks through Girls Who Code and other programs. That's a start. But on a personal level, just try to seek out people who are nothing like you, who think nothing like you, and unpack that. Unpack the way it's fun. I promise you it's fun. My mentors coming up, polar opposite of me. They were nothing like me, I promise. So it taught me a lot and it taught them a lot.
Organizations can do a lot in this. Cybersecurity is not really just a technical problem to solve. It's a technical one, and it's a physical one, and it's a law, policy, regulation one, and it's also a commerce one. And culture is definitely a big, important role in it.
You know, it's important to get people from different backgrounds, of different genders. I think historically, cybersecurity has been a very male-dominated area. And I work with computer scientists, women who have really paved the way when there were no women in this field at all. And so I really want to encourage women to get into this.
My students would have different, they came from all over the world. So I'd have some students that are saying, yeah, I'm reading the news in the Middle East. Here are some of the things that are affecting us in the Middle East. I'd have some students that are East Asia. Here are the issues that are affecting us in Asia. So it was amazing how much I could learn from them. And it expanded my own worldview about the problem of cybersecurity, not just so US centric and US focused.
I think it would be great for organizations to do a refresh of their hiring practices, take a look back through and ask themselves, on my position description that I'm putting out, does this really need a 4-year degree attached to it? Or can I assess the demonstrated skills of someone to make sure I'm finding the right fit for the job?
We can look to recruit from lower income and underserved areas. A friend of mine was a Navy recruiter. That's what he did as a nuclear recruiter, because there are people in those areas that just don't realize that they could do something like this. And businesses would need to be more willing to provide training for those individuals.
Any avenue that either private industry or the federal government has to find talent, and specifically diverse talent, they need to do. That can be different job fairs, that can be webinars like this one, it can be competitions like President's Cup. It's a number of things. And I think that already that we understand that, and we understand that there are a lot of different ways we can draw people into what we do. I think it's just a matter of just taking that understanding and moving it forward.
Well, welcome back to President's Cup 2021. I'm here with my host, JD. I'm Aaron, and we'll give you an update right now on what's going on with the challenges or scenarios.
Roger that. We're nearing a round of attacks on Never Say Sorry. The aliens will be attacking the networks that the competitors have secured. If the team has kept the critical services up and also prevented the aliens from gaining access to the secret locations of the strategic orange reserves, they will start scoring points. And like we were talking about in the break, Aaron, not only do the teams have to exploit something, they also have to make sure that their critical systems are up and running throughout the duration of this process to get any points. And that is so much like the real world. You have to both attack and defend simultaneously.
Yeah, like we were saying even before the break, you know, you can lock these down. You can just turn them off, put them in concrete, and just dunk them in the middle of the ocean. But what, you know, the point is that you still have to provide the services, so that you can finish your mission, or the services that you provide to your customers for this. This is about the secret location, and in this scenario here, it's about the orange reserves, the strategic orange reserves. So, you know, if they lose that, which is everything about confidentiality, there's really no point to, you know, having that, and the aliens can take advantage of that scenario. That's very real world examples, you know, from like just having access to Netflix so people can watch it when they get home. But at the same time, you don't want people, you know, getting into Netflix services, for example, or other streaming services, for example. So
right now we have Team Beat Boop Boys. They've unlocked Shield Down, and now they're starting to attack the moon base along with the team is our name. Our team, their name is our team's name, and 350-1. So they're working on the Shield Down scenario, and team is our team name have logged into Generator 3. And so if we were to kind of rehash what we said earlier, there's 3 generators, and their goal is to get in all 3 of them. We have team is our team name. They now have been able to get into Generator 3, and they're trying to disable it. And what they don't seem to know yet is that there's a watchdog machine remoting into the generator and restarting the services whenever they kill it. And so back to what we said earlier, not only do you have to protect your services and you have to attack someone else's, but potentially the environment you're operating in could potentially be constantly shifting, and being able to adapt to that. You see this with pervasive malware. Being able to adapt to those scenarios are so critical for cyber threat analysts. So
right now on the screen that everyone's seeing this is the team called is our team name, working on Generator 3. It looks like they're trying to understand how the service is working so they can understand what the watchdog is, how is it's rebooting it back up, which is, you can't do something as simple as just, you know, right click on the service and disable, like which you can do on some of your own machines at home. So they really need to understand how does this work, what is it doing, and how do they make sure it can't get back up, so that way they can score some points for this scenario.
Exactly. And so if they don't know when that watchdog machine remoting will restart the services, so there's almost like a time constraint portion of this where they have to do it in an allotted time before those services are restarted up. The team is our team name is working on Generator 3 right now.
Yep. And that's what we just saw. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how each team, the rest of the teams for the generators, Shields Down, are going to finish those. So, you know, I think there are other teams who've completed this challenge. 350-1 completed this. I think there's only one last team really working on the rest of the generators. I think Cyber Enthusiast only needs to get one more generator down, if I'm not mistaken. But and right now, the first set of attacks went out for the servers. So I'm curious how that is going on. Let's see if we can be fed some information on how that is. But in the meantime, you know, what's your thoughts on just how the teams are doing overall?
So one of the things, and to be clear, even though there's 3 servers, they don't have to be taken down in a sequential order. So a team might have taken down server 3, then they're going to work on server 2, or vice versa. But one of the things that I said to some of the other hosts, I was surprised how how quickly the teams were kind of working through these things. And that goes back to who did you pick for your team, and do you have a broad set of skills across the board? If we were to take a look at some of the skill sets that we see mapped to the NICE framework, we see an exploitative analyst, we see a cyber intel analyst, we see threat detection, cyber defense forensics, and there was a slew of skill sets that were needed for this particular role.
Well, this just in, Cyber Enthusiast just earned a bunch of points for first round attacks in the Never Say Sorry. And just for those who might have just been turning in, that's the one where they had to harden the server. This is a lot of the server defense analysts out there, and server defense infrastructure support specialists out there to make sure that any types of attacks based on those intel reports they received, understand how those work, and then put those in place, understanding what services are running on those servers to make sure that they are still available. It looks like, though, all the other teams failed to prevent the first attack. So let's hope that in the next, I believe it's every half an hour or so, they'll see if they can actually fix and learn what they did wrong. Maybe check out the logs. Maybe they had some NCAP captures going on at close to see, what's coming through, what is the systems doing, so they can fix that, adjust. And it's part of cybersecurity, learning from your own mistakes, learning, what went wrong.
So right now, is our team name on the Shields Down Challenge? They were able to log into Generator 1, which is the command and control server, and they did it through SSH. One of the, I want to just touch on what you just said, Aaron, like all of the elements of what each team has to do in order to succeed. And this is where, to me, the level of complexity of this challenge is increased, right? We're talking about time constraints. We're talking about doing certain things in the linear progression. We're talking about trying to understand what services are running on a host device while at the same time keep all of my services up, by the way. And so I think that first success by Cyber Enthusiasts, kudos to them, but I don't think the other team failing was necessarily like they weren't good enough. I think just the level of complexity has increased. And so now I think it's time for the team to kind of step up their game, so to speak. So I'm really looking forward to what they bring to the table to catch up to Cyber Enthusiasts.
Yeah, and they had from the very beginning, they had access to that challenge, but there's nothing really for them to really check on. So this is a nice way to check to see if any of the hardening techniques or controls that they put into place are actually working or not.
Exactly.
Now they really get to see, or hopefully none of them forgot to do that. That would probably be the worst case scenario, where I think for the best case scenario for anybody who didn't able to prevent any of the attacks, are now able, if they put in the proper logging or checks in place, they can actually see what is going on so they can adjust. And I don't think that's nothing bad per se. It's just a matter of, they have a short amount of time and really adjust that quickly so they can earn as many points as they can for the next, hour or two that they have for this specific challenge. At the same time, they need to finish the other challenges. I think they only have, everyone is only, doing Never Say Sorry and then the Shields Down scenario. So that's really about it. So it's really going to be balancing the two.
Yeah.
Which again goes back to your team dynamics of communicating of, hey, I might need someone who's been working on Shields Down to start understanding, maybe there is an exploit happening or some type of malware happening in Never Say Sorry, and because their exploit expert might be working on Shields Down, they might need to bring them over. Yeah. So it's kind of redesigning the roles a little bit, roles and responsibilities for the team so that they can score the most points to really take that lead, or at least, as some of my teammates say in competitions, whoever loses the most points is least the number of points, that type of scenario.
I think one of the things at this point, at this level of gameplay, right? If I can use that term to apply to this, right? We're going to see that for the most part, all of these teams, pound for pound, have really similar skill sets. And just want to add right now, Cyber Enthusiast has jumped into second place. So really looking at folks to really catch up and see if they can ensure that they've hardened their systems enough to withstand the next attack. But at this point, I think from a cyber operation perspective, it's really the team dynamic, like you hit on. Like we know that they can do data forensics. We know that they can do the analysis of net flow data, but can they ensure that their teams are working in tandem and achieving the mission objectives?
Yeah, and they're really not that far behind.
Yeah.
They're only behind about 800. I can't do math at this point. It looks like just under 800 points.
Yeah.
And honestly, they're slowing the rest of the scenarios, so they're not that far behind for one of the last scenarios that they need to complete.
Yep.
So, and the fact that their never say sorry boxes or servers are locked down, like that's going to be, hopefully some easy points, unless there are some different attacks that happen that might circumvent or bypass some of their controls that they put in place. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in the next hour and a half here. And, this is hour 5 for them right now. So this is stressful environment of trying to understand an environment you've never been in before. Trying to understand how these challenges interrelate with one another, understanding the scenarios and the whole story going on, so that you can really understand what you need to do next, what you need to, that strategy that you want to come up with your teammates going forward.
And even if we were to take let's take the MITRE ATT&CK framework and apply it to what Team Beat Boop boys are doing right now, right? So they did an Nmap scan with host discovery, right? So they want to enumerate the hosts on a particular network, see what services are running, and then now they're trying to gain access through these services. And so Reconnaissance 101, trying to ensure that you have full awareness of what's on the network, so you can find the best approach of exploiting it. And I think, on the screen, that's what we're taking a look at right now.
That takes some experience to understand what you're looking at. Nmap is a pretty well-versed tool.
Yep.
It's pretty popular across the industry. It's probably the go-to, actually. But if you're new to cybersecurity and you're trying to understand, what host discovery means or these services mean, Nmap's a really great tool to really learn on.
Yeah.
Even on your own home network to see, I didn't know my computer was running that. Those are always fun things to find, and super important, especially when it comes to these type of scenarios, especially when you're in a network you're not sure about. You need to really understand what are these services running. So either A, you can take advantage of them depending on your role or your job, especially for penetration testers, or for defenders, those who are locking down. So hopefully they took kind of that same concept and applied it to never say sorry, where they had to harden their services and see if there's any services running that shouldn't be. Once you understand, this is a service that really isn't needed, you can probably turn that off.
Exactly.
Remove that attack vector and lower that footprint down.
Exactly. Decrease your attack surface. And one of the things that I think that is integral, is that folks need to realize that even though these are real-world techniques and procedures, one of the things that I don't think the teams are necessarily being graded on is how noisy they are on the network, right? Because one of the things, if you're doing this kind of work, you don't want to be found out.
Yeah.
And so, but I don't think that's a factor that we're assessing the teams on right now. But that would add another layer of complexity in the real world when you're trying to do exploitation of any sort. One of the things you don't want to do is get caught. And now this is for folks that have given you full permission to do these activities on their network, of course. But in that context, yes, you would have to enumerate devices on the network with the express permission of whoever's network you're doing a penetration test on.
I mean,
let me clean that up.
Even if they say the network that you're doing a penetration test and they do catch you, either A, they're doing a terrific job on their defense side with proper defense tools, or B, you are being too loud
exactly.
with the improper tools on your side of what you're trying to do. So at least from my understanding, they don't have to worry about that for this. Which makes it a little bit easier, not easier, but one less thing to worry about.
Yep.
So that, because there is a time crunch here, where penetration tests, you might have a longer time depending on the scope and what was agreed upon. And that's a very important aspect,
Exactly.
especially when you're new in this field of you do need permission. Otherwise, you're going to be breaking laws, and that's not okay.
Exactly. And so one of the things that, and I don't know what particular approach the teams are taking, but once they find these services running, trying to leverage an exploit of some sort to take full advantage of them. And I don't know if in the Kali Linux toolkit, because I think if I remember correctly, that is the toolkit that they're using, that Metasploit could be leveraged to write exploits to take advantage of services that are running on particular devices. And when I get a chance to see the play afterwards, definitely interested in seeing the different approaches that the teams took to try to exploit the running services on this device.
Definitely agreed. At this time, we're going to be taking a break. I think we're going into a technical role overview, if I'm not mistaken, by Ann Cutler, and then back to some interviews from some of the interviewees going on. So
awesome.
Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll update you on what's going on.
Our teams have now identified the individuals leading the alien infiltration for each continent. In their next challenge, they must analyze the network flow data from the internet service providers of the aliens who are coordinating the invasion. Then backtrack the communications to determine where the reports are going. The aliens may have a central command and control system, and if so, our teams need to locate it.
Good work, agents. We've identified the individuals leading the alien infiltration on each continent and have placed them under surveillance. However, we don't want to risk tipping our hand too soon. These individuals likely have some sort of link back to the aliens' leadership on the moon. They have to have some way of communicating back with their command and control. I've secured network flow data from the internet service providers of the aliens coordinating the invasion. I need your teams to analyze the data and backtrack the communications in order to determine where these reports are flowing to. Is there a central command and control system? And if so, where is it located? You don't need me to tell you how high the stakes are. We simply cannot afford to fail. Humanity is depending on you.
What about cybersecurity do you find most fulfilling?
What I've found very fulfilling and very rewarding is when I've been able to make more build relationships with those who are in critical infrastructure, who are adopting the technologies that we've developed, and their testimonies saying that it made a difference.
So I'm really a nerd, and I really like getting to the deep technical details of things going on.
Just the teamwork aspect of it.
There's always something new to work on.
I would say solving problems.
You have to constantly learn more, you constantly have to do more because the threat is ever evolving.
It's just so multifaceted. It's never dull. Again, it's really dynamic. Your impact is immediately tangible.
I would have to say actually the non-technical aspects of it. The relationships that I've made and the connections that I've made in working with the various groups who are involved in cybersecurity.
It's so great and satisfying to see something that you've made and built go from an idea to a prototype to actually getting it out into the field. So as we call in the engineering field, from cradle to grave. It's just a fun, exciting experience for me.
You're going through school and you think you're going to be this lone, this lone person working, in some government base, but it is a collaborative profession. It really is.
It's definitely an art and science combination.
You get that feeling of accomplishment, and it's really, really rewarding.
The most fulfilling for me is strategic thinking and critical thinking. I personally find it rewarding as an educator, but also as a technician and practitioner, where after you teach someone how to think differently about a problem, then they can then solve other types of problems. So I'm really thrilled about that type of a philosophy because we need everybody.
It's a borderless concern, right? It expands to all different kinds of companies, small and large, different sectors, and it expands around the world, really.
Sometimes I compare it to astronomy, right? In the sense that in astronomy, The scientists, when they're studying stars, they're really looking into the past, and they're really doing the evaluations and the studies and all the mathematics and whatever astronomers do to tell the story of something that already happened, right? And I believe in cybersecurity, that's sort of where we're at. So like after an attack, we do the analysis and the assessments to sort of tell the story of what already happened in terms of an attack.
Cybersecurity is defense, and you're looking to protect people from threats. And I think that if you have that drive to be of service or to help people, that you can see the value of that in cybersecurity.
What's really interesting to me is, working towards being able to anticipate and plan for attacks better, be proactive versus reactive.
Being able to see that impact, and that by building this community, we're reaching several different people, several different types of organizations, and trying to bring those all together.
Helping people, feeling like I get to make a difference by making materials easier to learn or more approachable, or finding solutions to problems, helping to connect people. That's, I think, what makes it meaningful.
I'm really passionate about youth and young adults seeking, or all ages, I should say, seeking careers in STEM and STEM with technology, and this convergence of disciplines together.
If you want something that's moving at a breakneck pace where you will grow with it, and you will have to bring all of your intellect, passion, all of your, that collaborative spirit of working with really cool people on really interesting problems, there's nothing better than that, in my opinion.
When we're faced with the challenge and we find a good solution, and I'm able to deploy that solution and not just get it installed and securely harden it, but make sure that the end user knows how to use it.
It's like solving a puzzle. It can be a really difficult puzzle sometimes. Sometimes there are really, really high stakes, but when everything finally comes together, you kind of discover what happened, or you ultimately stop something from happening.
Creating those spaces that spark the ingenuity and just watching people flourish after that.
I know I might sound cheesy a little bit, but really to know that we've made a difference and are making an impact to help make our nation more secure, that's why I do the job, and that's why I love it.
We are truly entering the final hours of the alien invasion. Our competitors have reverse engineered their communication systems, tracked their traffic back to its source, and identified a means for communicating back to their moon base. Now it's time to take the fight to them. A nuclear weapon has been targeted at the moon base. However, as far as we can tell, there's some sort of energy shield protecting the base. If we're to have any hope of taking out the aliens, we must disable or destroy their shield generators. Our competitors will have to gain access to the aliens' networks by exploiting vulnerabilities in their gateway systems. Then, once inside the aliens' networks, they'll have to pivot and attack 3 different shield generation systems. Each of these generators is secured in an increasingly difficult to penetrate manner. Should our competitors fail to disable the generators, the nuclear strike will similarly fail. And our last hope at stopping the alien menace will be gone. The clock is ticking. Will our competitors come out on top? Stay tuned and find out with us.
Welcome back from the break, and this just in. Some of the teams that recently went through an attack on the system that they're trying to harden are now going back and attempting to secure their networks for the Never Say Sorry event after having been breached on the previous round of attacks. One of the things I want to remind you from the first attack rather, that the only team to not be impacted by that were cyber enthusiasts. Others secured the system so much, valid users couldn't access the system. And so this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Aaron, the CIA triad, right? Okay, so you've made it so secure, no one can use it. And that's one of the things that folks have to realize, especially in an organization. You balance that with security and your folks that do the other business kind of work. Yes, it has to be secure, but it has to be usable. And so this might help for future round of attacks, but unfortunately, this won't score them the points for the data that's already been accessed. And let me just restate that again. For that first attack, cyber enthusiasts were the only folks that secured their network in a way to withstand that attack. Even though other teams are going back to harden their network, they won't be able to gain access to those points, but at least their networks will be hardened to withstand other attacks during the competition.
Yeah, and to clarify too on why they won't get any points is that data has already been retrieved.
Yep.
By, in this scenario, the aliens who are looking for the reserve of oranges. So that information's out there now. Just like any type of breach out that we have that happens quite frequently now, but all that data is available and no longer confidential. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty. That's going to be pretty detrimental, especially since cyber enthusiasts still has some other scenarios to complete.
Yep.
But yet they're only 53 points behind first place. So I think for the next round of attacks, they might even receive some more points from that. So that might put them in the lead. I'm going to put some of my money on cyber enthusiasts as taking first place at this moment.
Okay.
That's my prediction. Who knows? So I think it's going to be kind of neat for the last, hour of who's going to come out first place. Right now,
give us the rundown, Aaron, on who's on first, second, and third.
Yeah, so 350-1 is on first, and then you get Cyber Enthusiasts in second.
All right.
And then you have the team called Is Our Team Name is in third. So we have some people who are running it, predicting 350-1 is going to take the lead. So who knows? There's only, let's see here, 300 points between first, second, and third. So it really could go back and forth just based on the time, what's going to happen in the next hour.
Most definitely. One of the things that, and this ties back to this being a real world scenario, right? When we've seen attacks that have happened in the past, right? And we've seen folks be able to access networks or access agencies or companies' networks and be able to pull out data. In the real world, there's no, oh, I'm sorry, can we get our data back, please? and so that's where the hardening of your systems and your network comes in. Like, you'd be so surprised how many cyber attacks occur just off of folks not being able to do basic cyber or basic IT management correctly.
I mean, that's as simple as making sure you don't have default passwords.
Exactly.
Which happens probably a little bit too much.
Your password isn't password?
Password one. Using the same passwords across the board, especially for privileged accounts, administrative accounts. Those are, yes, it's a pain when you have a lot of different, assets on your network, over 1,000. But that's why we have password managers for enterprises, that can make it much easier. They're out there. So this came in, Is Our Team Name for Shields Down. It looks like they're looking to be shutting down Generator 3. So, that's a pretty big thing here. I believe they had the other two shut down already, so this is really the last one they need to complete. But I just need to get that verified.
Who was your money on again?
Cyber Enthusiasts.
Okay.
I might be wrong on this one, but it's too late. As just like data, that's already out. It's already out. So.
And so one of the things, if we look at the screen, we can see Is Our Team Name attempting to shut down Generator 3. None of the work that the teams are doing is is easy. And one of the things that, as we try to call out who we think is going to be in the lead, oh wait, just in, is our team name was able to shut down generator 1. They have not been able to shut down generator 2, and they're in the process of attempting to shut down generator 3. So it's bringing it real close here. But one of the things that, to get back to what I was saying, one of the things that's important to remember is that all of these are real world techniques and procedures being applied to a scenario which is fictional, right? And so when folks can later on view the progress of how these teams have done this work, it's really, to me, good practice in general, right? Observing the attacks, observing the exploits, and bridging that gap in knowledge by trying to attempt to do this yourself in a sandbox environment, of course.
Yeah. In a nice, safe environment.
Yep.
You don't want this out in the wild by accident. So it's going to be kind of exciting for this next hour. I think we're the last hosts for the day, so we're going to be here till the end to see who's really going to be taking the lead to the end. So it's really going to be down to those 3 teams, 350-1,
Yep.
Cyber Enthusiasts, and is our team name. So it's quite exciting. I don't know about what you're thinking.
No, it is, right? And one of the things, even though all of these activities are definitely under the purview of work that gets done at CISA, I'm not sure sometimes folks realize what the full scope and breadth of the cybersecurity ecosystem. One of the things that is a resource for folks to take a look at is a nice framework and kind of look at all of the roles, right? I think in the last 5 years, we've seen how relevant cloud is. We've seen the value of big data analytics applied to the cybersecurity field. And so that, to me, it's constantly evolving, constantly growing, and these are skill sets that you can build on over time. And so I wonder what this competition will look like 5 years from now.
Definitely. For those who might not know what the NICE framework is, it's from NIST. It's a special publication essentially about different cybersecurity roles for the cybersecurity workforce. It's the Workforce Framework for Cybersecurity, aka NICE framework. And essentially it provides different categorizations around different cybersecurity roles, from govern to protect, that can, from all the different technical subject matter experts that we're seeing in this competition, all the way from executive to leadership to data management. This is a really great place. It's very helpful for human resources, for example, to see, do these people fit the role that this hiring manager is looking for example. Very helpful for very specific government jobs, which CISA has a ton of openings for very specific roles out there. And the demand's very high for cybersecurity professionals. And if you're not sure, you're quite interested in cybersecurity, I think this is a good area to kind of explore the NICE framework to understand what is out there and what some translatable skills you might actually have to get into cybersecurity if that is an interest for you. You don't really need to be all technical, even though that is a lot of fun to dabble in. But we do need a whole diverse set of skill set for us to complete our mission and to defend the country.
For us to reduce cyber risk across the country, we definitely need a mixture of skill sets that span the full breadth and scope of cybersecurity jobs, roles, and functions. Definitely, that's a great point, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I came from a technical background. I used to help defend an infrastructure back at the university I was in, but now I am more on the governing management side, to help build a program that offers services to the federal government, cybersecurity services that's CISA offers. So it has a lot to do with business requirements, getting timelines down and things like that. A lot of the management stuff. But having that technical background does help me understand some of the requirements that people have, especially my peers or some of the engineers, of what they need from contracts or tools or things along those lines. So it's very helpful, with this NICE framework to really help understand what is out there that you can be part of the cybersecurity workforce.
Most definitely. And I kind of want to take a moment to take a step back for folks that are now joining in to kind of break down how this competition works. And so the teams in the finals are the finals are broken down into 2 days. The first day consists of challenges similar to the previous qualifying rounds, and the second day consists of a virtual narrative-based scenario that we're going through now. The aliens want our oranges, and we need to desperately stop them from taking them. And so the cumulative score between both days will determine the winner of the President's Cup and the first, second, and third place. And so for day one, you can get a possible 15,700 points. And on day two, 10,000. Cumulative score, again, is what decides who is the winner of the President's Cyber Cup.
And right now, it looks like that the team name Pony Express is looking to access, the Mythic Control software webpage for Shields Down. So it looks like we're going to be looking at that right now just to see how they're working, to score as many points as they can. Just as you said, cumulative points across both days. So some of these teams might not be able to catch up to the other teams just based on day one. But I think it's important that they don't give up and really try to push as hard as they can on how many points they can get for the rest of the day, even though there might only be an hour left.
Definitely.
I don't think, I think that's a pretty good discipline to have of self-assurance and resilience in cybersecurity, is to really not give up, or at least try your best you can.
Exactly.
When it comes to these types of challenges and competitions.
Persistence is key. And for the Shield Down scenario, just want folks to know that the team has found their way into a moon-based network, and now they have to use their access to disable the generators so that a bomber can take them out. And so, me personally, I feel like I've seen this scenario in a number of different movies and TV shows. And one of the things that always strikes me as that, of course, everything's happy, so they always get it down, but in the real world, that's not the case. And think about the level of complexity of each of the participants. Now add a layer of pressure if this was real life. And maybe not stealing oranges, but these folks would be in real life scenarios where the amount of value that they can produce in a limited amount of time is critical. And so I always want to kind of reiterate that, is that these are real tactics, techniques, and procedures that happen in cyber operation events. And these folks that are comprised of DoD, Army, Marines specifically, they are some of the best and brightest that our country has to offer. So,
yeah, and what's neat too is that they give them typical tools they would find in a cyber, in an environment. While they might not be able to bring their own custom tools or scripts that they've made, that they still have those. Unlike some environments that you might go into cybersecurity competitions, you're kind of left with your own devices, or you have to find them. So we made sure that we gave an even playing field across the board, that they had all the tools that they need to solve those challenges. And there might be some things that they had to change or update for personal preferences, or some of the things based on which techniques or methodologies they wanted to use to solve some of these. Again, that's what's neat about this competition. It tries to make it very real world. I know it's in a very short amount of time, which adds a little bit of different pressure, but again, in the real world, there could be very pressured times based on what is going on.
Exactly. And so then that's why I know within CISA, and now we're taking a look at the screen, but within CISA we do have capture the flag events that goes on, even though a lot of folks don't necessarily join the group, but definitely want to make sure that everyone that's a part of this or within CISA has access to or can participate in training that would deepen their knowledge in the cybersecurity field.
I think that's a valid point you're bringing up too, is a lot of these technical engineers here, they're probably practicing at home or with a group, or just having fun at Capture the Flags. I attend to that Capture the Flag group, probably once a month or twice a month, depending on schedule. And it's just good to freshen that up, especially if you're not in a technical role day to day. I think going back to basics is really important, no matter what. Even if you are new to cybersecurity, that's going to be, very important. Here, though, it looks like we're seeing that Beep Boop Boys on Shields Down. They only have, two servers currently active, and they're trying to work on getting access to the Mythic server, so they can start shutting down those shield generators. So that's just an update of what's going on right now with some of the competitors.
Yeah, can we take a look at what the competitors are doing now on the screen?
I think we just missed it, and I believe we're coming up to a break shortly, so
Okay.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do that real quick for us. So I think what we're going to be seeing next is some interviews, some more interviews, because they break them up. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what some of these interviewees are discussing and some of their answers.
I'm really itching to see the competition, but okay, we can do some interviews.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some more info when we come back on what's going on with each team.
What is the coolest thing you have ever worked on?
One of my algorithms that I wrote many years ago as a young engineer is probably still in production today. And it was very cool to see that being developed and put into practice.
As bad as the pandemic was, it kind of going into that pandemic response mode and working with other federal partners, working with other external entities, and responding, helping the American public and the world actually pivot. That, when you're living it, you don't notice how fulfilling it is, but when you look back, you realize, wow, I'm really proud of the work that we did as an organization.
The Department of Homeland Security actually hosts a live sky GPS test event. And so we invite critical infrastructure owners and operators, as well as manufacturers of GPS receivers, which of course are all computer-based, to come out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, and we get special government approval, because it's illegal, to jam and spoof GPS. And it really is cool. It's something that you can't recreate in any lab. And we really get to try out, and these manufacturers get to see if their equipment can stand up to the test.
I think the President's Cup is probably the coolest thing I've been able to work on. I've gotten to learn so much about tons of different approaches to cybersecurity, tons of different roles that are involved in cyber. And I've made a few mistakes along the way, broken a few things, fixed a few things. It's been a journey, but I've learned a lot, and I'm so happy to be a part of this.
I got to sponsor the National Collegiate Cyber Defense Challenge. Just a really fun event, connecting students to the senior leadership in the government, and hopefully inspiring them to continue in cyber and to hopefully come to the government to work in the future.
The Quadrennial Homeland Security Review, able to work with DHS leadership from across the components and both at headquarters to plan out the strategic direction of Homeland Security and DHS was definitely an amazing experience to see the different facets of everything that is incorporated within Homeland Security.
A workshop that we pulled together to explore new ways to bring women into and up through cybersecurity careers. So we talked all about how to recruit women into the career, how to retrain women from previous careers into cybersecurity. We talked about things like the media and how the media portrays cybersecurity workers, and how, usually it's a male in a hoodie in a dark room, and that's not really conducive to what women want to do, or what a lot of us want to work in. So getting to explore all those different ideas and ways that we can change that to get more women into the workforce, I'd say that was probably one of the coolest projects.
I'm currently the project officer for non-traditional technical training provider grant, cooperative agreement, where we just awarded it to Cyber Warrior and Empower. And super excited to be working with those two nonprofit entities just to see what new innovations that they come up with respect to cybersecurity training, apprenticeships, and ultimately getting folks into jobs. So targeting women, people of color, folks in rural communities, and also veterans. So there's been lots of exciting things, but again, just to put faces and names to these opportunities, and then to again actually engage with these students, and then in time they're going to be employed, and they're going to be the ones then thinking critically of solving the next cyber challenges, and then creating their own community of support around teaching folks how to think critically around it. So it just continues to grow and grow and grow.
I did tracking solutions when I was with NATO ISAF, and we did a similar technology when I was at DEA to track drug dealers. I was there as they were going through the actual production testing in the field and then deploying it in Afghanistan and along the southern border in Mexico. The individual that we were tracking did not want to be tracked, so we had to be very creative with not being noticed, tamper resistant. It involved a lot of creativity with that solution.
You're able to be a part of that story and the backstory that you can't talk about. Just, that you're reading it in Newsweek, you're reading it on CNN and Fox News, that there were these things that happened. The full story. And as you talk with, friends, neighbors, even just random people you meet and ask, so what do you do cybersecurity? Oh, I heard about. This seems horrible. It's like, well, it was, but it could have been a lot worse, and you're welcome.
Rolling up your sleeves, eating a pizza with your coworkers and working on a project together. And I don't know how cool that is, but it's a lot of fun.
What is a common misconception about cybersecurity?
A lot of times people think cybersecurity is one thing. It's a male in a hoodie in a dark room with his face in the computer face down and coding.
There's always some pensive looking hacker in a hoodie, and they have a shot of like Foggy Bottom or the Pentagon, or suddenly the screen is dark and everything is just code going across, like ones and zeros across the screen, and it's just this whole something crazy is going to happen, and you're sitting there like, wow, that makes absolutely no sense.
The idea of like in your room on your laptop or something like that in the dark with your hoodie on, especially my friends knowing that I work at the government or something like that.
The person down in the dark basement with their hood on, that they're at their laptop, they're just, all you see is the glow of the screen.
Wearing a hoodie, out of PowerShell, trying to hack into the network. Everybody
talks about the hacker in the hoodie, and I don't know if it makes me chuckle or anything. I don't know if I'm sure there are people like that.
Now, don't get me wrong, there are those jobs, and I did the blue team and red team for a number of years and loved the excitement of it, but now that's not necessarily what my job is.
I certainly enjoy working in sweats sometimes.
I get teased a lot, for sure, when it comes to misconceptions about being in the government and doing cyber work for the government.
Every time I see a cybersecurity person portrayed like that, I'm just like, oh my God, that is like one drop in a very big ocean of people.
Right. So you see hackers and they're just sitting like this, like real time, like typing in things that make things work. And it's really not how cybersecurity goes.
In reality, they've come up with the plan ahead of time. So all they have to do is type one command and hit enter.
Within 2 to 3 minutes, you can click through and hack through anything and see it all, every camera in every part of the world and country. It's just right. That reality is just absolutely not true. And that's much more difficult to do those type of things.
That cyber is somehow easily done, that everything's connected and there's total information awareness at the fingertips. I think, there tends to be a portrayal in TV shows of that, it's easy to connect one information source with the other, but it actually takes quite a bit of work.
Sometimes people like to reinvent the wheel without stepping into the shoes of another discipline and understanding something has already been done. And the same holds true when industry or government employees say, we're going to go in and talk to students. And so you say, well, show me what you're going to do. And then they lay out what they're going to do. And you're like, yep, that's not going to work, but more power to you.
in the cyberspace, like if someone is saying is that at a confident, hey, this is going to happen, and then I get a chuckle out of it, is that maybe that person know like 100% of the data, 100% of the event prediction, but in cyber, it is a very challenging environment to predict. So what's going to happen?
Probably the biggest is that cybersecurity is for cybersecurity professionals. I just think that is, the biggest kind of myth, because if you just kind of regulate it to cyber professionals only, you're going to miss out on a huge swath of people that could be engaging in cyber.
Degrees are not the end-all be-all in terms of access, and definitely not the end-all be-all in terms of actual problem solving. Degrees are helpful, but certainly not required. And so again, working with these two nonprofit organizations, they're intentionally targeting folks that do not necessarily have college degrees.
I think that so many people day to day don't realize how many elements of security touch their everyday lives. From the technology that we have in our hands to the technology we have in our house, from, our smart home devices, our smart doorbells and cameras, and that everything is connected. I think that is really important for everyone to remember. And I think another thing people forget is that there are definitely people that don't like the United States and might want bad things to happen to us. And so they're going to try to find a way to attack us anyway, and we don't want to give them any opportunities. So that's why one of the reasons cybersecurity is so important is because it's a shield around everything that's important to this country.
Now that our teams have identified the location of the alien base on the moon, we're going to counterattack with a deep space bomber armed with a nuclear warhead. However, the base is shielded by an energy field. In the fifth and final challenge, the teams must disable those shields via the network uplink to the base before the bomber starts its run. Let's wish them luck.
This is it, team. We've got one shot at stopping the alien attack, and everything hinges on you. We have identified the location of the alien base, but it will be very difficult to hit due to its placement on the dark side of the moon. We're going to launch our deep space bomber prototype, armed with a nuclear payload. While we're confident that it can make the journey, the problem is the facility is shielded by some type of energy field. Thanks to your work, we know that they have a network uplink to their base. We need your team to disable their shields before the bomber starts its run. Use whatever means necessary, but you have to get that shield generator down before the bomber can release its payload.
Now let's take a look at some of the challenges from the first two qualifying rounds. Connor, who is a CISA Scholarship for Service intern, will take us through step by step on how to crack some of the challenges that our competitors had to solve in order to make it here to the finals.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Bushnell, and I'm a Scholarship for Service intern supporting the President's Cup Cybersecurity competition. Today, I'm going to give you a walkthrough of the Track A Round 1 challenge, What a Wonderful Day. This challenge involves skills pertaining to the cyber defense incident responder and cyber defense forensics analyst roles of the NICE framework. Let's go ahead and get started. Here we can see the challenge scenario. Our company has been hacked and ransomware has encrypted our files. Our job is to respond to this incident and get them back. Several important bits of information are provided in this description, such as the attackers being known to use PowerShell and where our company stores its backups. We also get some information about how the challenge will be scored. In this case, some questions will make use of the challenge server to test our adjustments, while others will involve directly finding the keys on the system. Here are the questions we will need to answer to complete the challenge. In this challenge, we will need to update the networking rules of our system, restore the maliciously encrypted files, find the password the malware used to encrypt them, and enter the name of the user the attackers created as a backdoor to the system. Now that we know what to do, let's go ahead and launch our VM and get started on the challenge. Our first task will be to disable the ransomware. To do this, let's go ahead and open up Process Explorer. This program allows us to see every process running on our machine. Immediately, as the instructions stated, one particular process stands out for using PowerShell. We create a memory dump of the process for use in a future question. It is also apparent that the malware is being run through the use of OpenSSH. To prevent it from starting up again once we kill the process, we disable the OpenSSH service. Now we can force kill the malicious process and it won't be able to start itself back up again. To ensure that attackers can no longer access our machine, we're going to create a firewall rule that prevents the use of SSH. This rule will prevent any attempts to connect to port 22, which was previously hosting the OpenSSH server. Now that the ransomware is disabled, we can restore our files from backup. As we can see here, the malware encrypted the files with an unknown password. Thankfully, because the directions provided us with the backup location, restoring the original files can be easily done through the Windows Backup utility. Now all of the original information is restored. This challenge makes use of the challenge server functionality, and by navigating to it using a web browser, we can initiate the grading process. In our case, it will check whether the ransomware is still running and whether the files have been restored. As we can see here, we've successfully passed the grading checks and have been granted the tokens. These will be pasted into the corresponding questions on the competition site for credit. Now we can move on to our final two tasks. The next question requires us to find the encryption password the ransomware used to encrypt our files. To do this, we will need to analyze the memory dump we created using Process Explorer. Typing the PEB command allows us to analyze the process's process environment block, which stores a program's environment variables. In this case, the malware used these variables to store the password, which we now have access to. Now that we have the answer to the third question, let's move on to the fourth and final question. This task requires us to find the user the attackers had created to use as a backdoor into our system. To accomplish this, we will use PowerShell to display a list of local users. Whichever one was created most recently is the culprit. Lyle is the highest unique identifier, and was therefore created the most recently. We've identified our malicious user. Lyle is the answer to our final question. By entering the submission tokens awarded to us by the grader, the password the malware used to encrypt the files, and the malicious local account name into their associated question prompts, we are awarded full points. Challenge complete. I'm Connor Bushnell, and thanks for watching this challenge walkthrough for the President's Cup 2021 Challenge. It's a wonderful day.
Welcome back to the President's Cup. So during the break, another attack rolled out for Never Say Sorry, which is the serving hardening scenario. Regrettably, no teams actually scored points during that time due to that attack not being able to be defended against properly. Thoughts on that, JD?
It's the balance of being able to protect and harden your network, but also attack others, right? And so and we go back to the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. They haven't, or the teams for the most part, haven't yet struck that balance of being able to maintain all three, or all two in particular, for this scenario during this. And so I do find it interesting that none of the teams were able to score points in that particular scenario. But I will say a surprise or an upset has happened of sorts, right? We now have the team is our team name moving into first by taking down a generator, right? And so, and we're looking at the screen in real time as team 350-1 is also working on this particular scenario as well. But like we said earlier, this is not one individual or team game. Like the outcomes could shift just like that, and I think we're seeing that here today. And so, for all of us that made bets, I want my money after this, of who will be in the lead eventually. But to kind of pivot for a little bit, though, I just want to talk about who were the top three folks that came out of day one. For day one activities, we had 350-1. They were the winners of day one, so to speak, with 13,940 points. Second, we had Cyber Enthusiasts with 13,220 points. And third, we had Is Our Team Name with 12,770 points. And so we see here today, how you started in day one might not necessarily be how you finish on day two.
And right now, it's all going to be juggling back and forth between their active defense to try to predict and defend against the next round of attacks, and also continue attacking those generator servers to shut them down. And that's really going to could push you far ahead. Essentially, if you can get all three down, I think that's what's going to be really the game, where if you can do the next round of attacks or defend against the next round of attacks, gives you some points. But I think getting all three might be the real ticket here. Is Our Team Name during their shields down just looked like they were drilling into the traffic, and they just took it down generator 3. So it looks like they've retaken the lead. No, I'm sorry, 350-1 has taken the lead by taking down generator 3. So it looks like they took down, so it looks like a couple teams have taken down some generators, and they're just going back and forth between the points of who is in the lead, because it was, what was it, Is Our Team Name, and then it flipped again. So 350-1 is in the lead, only by about 50-60 points. Next is Cyber Enthusiasts, and then Is Our Team Name by almost 500 points. So it really can be between those three teams at this moment.
Definitely. And when you take a look at shield down, and sometimes when you're enumerating the host devices, trying to see what services are up and running, and then looking through the systems that you're trying to get data from, you might overlook something. And I think this team is doing that right now. They have all the tools, but they're not necessarily drilling into the traffic to look at the data elements they need to be able to really take hold of this particular scenario. But like I said, it's any person's game at this moment. Something might shift. We might see another team pull into the lead by taking down these generators. We definitely need those generators taken down, though. Like, if there's a lot at stake, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I agree. They're, big part of the economy. When we go back to talking about kind of the attacks that happened for Never Say Sorry, which is defending the servers aspects, we're talking about specifically those who are curious about the vulnerability. This was actually SMB, which is how files are shared back and forth between, in enterprise environments, probably, those who work in enterprise environments of network shares, network files, network folders. And what none of the teams really did was prevent or put in the correct configuration to prevent brute force attacks. So, this is a pretty popular attack out there. You know,
Yeah,
just brute force of trying different combinations of passwords. Password databases that are out there, rainbow attacks of just list of known passwords out there or known words, dictionary attacks. Not all users are going to have, complex passwords. It's just human nature there. So it's hopefully for the last attack, they're able to, besides just correcting that one, but able to predict what the next one is, or at least start hardening those. But again, I think back to what we were saying, it's probably going to come down to the generators, and maybe it's kind of thinking about the strategy of, do they put more effort into never say sorry scenario of defending, or do they put more energy into the attack? Personally, I know defending can be a little bit harder, just for the fact that it can be from anywhere, depending, especially if you didn't do kind of an inventory properly of all the different services and vulnerabilities that you have, versus where you're really doing like a search and destroy type of technique here now for shields down.
And then layer that on top of how long these individuals have been working on this. It's pretty frustrating having to go back and reevaluate something that you thought you had a good understanding of. But, I think just like a lot of different disciplines, being able to remove yourself emotionally from it and say, if this is what it takes for me to get that data point that I need to achieve the objective, then that's what I focus on. And I remember back, can I say many moons ago? Okay, I'll say many moons ago, when I was in grad school, and taking the level of frustration I would have sometimes in trying to basically hack a box and coming back frustrated and the time I spent in that engineering lab. But when you finally get it though, and it clicks, my goodness.
One of the best feelings of just, of just like, yes.
You have your eureka moment, and I know these teams are feeling that right now. Definitely at the cusp of trying to take down these generators. So
looks like United States Marine Corps was here. So it looks like they're doing a little trolling to the aliens on one of their servers, saying, oh, look, we're here and we're taking down your stuff. That was Pony Express making a drawing on some of the hosts during Shields Down. Definitely a fun time when you're doing red team or penetration testing.
Most definitely.
So, that's quite funny. Back to what you were saying of just that eureka moment.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the main things I think is pretty common with cybersecurity professionals, is that challenge of facing that challenge, trying to figure out that problem, can be from trying to get into a box or escalating that privileges, or even just like from trying to understand of how to defend something, or designing or architecting a network that you're trying to redesign because of just all the different things that are going on, from legacy and technical debt.
Yeah.
So trying to really solve those challenges that are out there, since nothing's really straightforward really in cybersecurity anymore.
Exactly, and there's multiple ways that you can go about doing a number of these activities. And like I said earlier, being able to compare and contrast the techniques, tactics, and procedures that each of the teams used after this competition will be very interesting to watch.
Definitely. Well, we look back at how many people, this year, have registered for this and competed. We're looking at 314 registered teams.
Yep.
With just under 1,447 total registered individuals.
Yep.
And that's about with the diversity of about, I think it was 20 different government departments and agencies competing in this year's President's Cup, which is really neat if you think about it. Because again, relatively small industry as a whole, and then you do it from a government standpoint, it's even smaller. So it's really awesome to see this many people wanting to really compete with each other.
Exactly.
Test their skills in a higher stress environment, taking these challenges from each qualifying round to the next, and trying the different roles out there. Again, going to be kind of that team that you put together. Hopefully you don't have too much overlap of skill set, building that trust with one another that you can actually tackle those challenges that you're facing.
Most definitely. And if we haven't said it before, the teams that comprise these challenge for the scenario are called the Advanced Reconnaissance Mitigation Operational Response, or ARMOR. Say that 10 times fast, right? The Advanced Reconnaissance Mitigation Operational Response. And so these teams, which make up ARMOR, are trying to protect the Earth's orange supply. And so because apparently the aliens need it, I was thinking to myself, it could be probably an addiction and maybe a fuel source. I'm hoping that the outcomes of this, that we get to exchange, have a technology transfer between the aliens. You can have some oranges. You can't have all of the oranges.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're infiltrated, which we go back to some of the scenarios that some of these competitors had to do was double Agent Orange, trying to figure out the infiltrators without false accusing people, so no false positives. Reporting in, which was making sure that they're understanding how they're communicating and finding those generals of where they're located in each continent.
Yep.
And then you're looking at we must go deeper. Again, that's what the alien officers of how they're communicating back to the moon, which then that helps elevate to shields down, which helps them understand how do they get to those access or essentially stage of entry into shields down, so they can shut down those servers and gain some points there.
Exactly. And we've seen a lot of different skill sets that have been utilized throughout this competition, whether it be your cyber defense analyst or your cyber defense forensics analyst. What, if you were to try to map what you do at CISA to a particular job set under the NICE framework, what would you map it towards, or something similar?
So mine is probably more on the program manager role now. Before I was more of the strategic policy analyst.
Yep.
Looking at federal requirements that agencies had to do. So, more on the non-technical side, which has to do with a lot more connecting business requirements to more of the technical, especially when it comes to binding operating directives that we push out to different agencies to make sure that they're meeting kind of those requirements that we need them to follow to make sure that they're protecting their mission and the full federal government as a whole. What about yourself with your role? So
and before I get there, Team 350-1 has pulled out further ahead in the lead. Like I said, this is a very dynamic event. Folks can really change the game in the last moments of this competition. And so we're really looking to see if we have a clear winner emerging, during the last moments of this competition. And so, I am really sitting on the edge of my seat right now.
It's about 750 points, so that's a pretty big lead.
Exactly.
I think the next one up front is Cyber Enthusiast, which is, let's see if they can get that defense down and or more shield generators down.
Yep.
I think that's really what's gonna come next. And I know we only have a minute or so left, but just real quick about your role.
Yep. And so when I first started with CISA, I was supporting the Einstein program. For folks who are not familiar, it's an intrusion detection system that protects government networks, and spent the first couple years there. And then now I'm currently working as in the office of the tech director, doing basically being a technical advisor to folks and bringing that expertise that I had in the IDS realm to that particular role. So it's been a roller coaster, but fun times for sure. Fun times.
I think that has to just say a lot about CISA, just the opportunities. I mean, we're growing. Our authorities have grown tremendously over these last several years of just trying to help the nation to defend the nation from cyber risk.
Yep.
Well, this is probably our last 40 seconds. So we're going to probably be saying our goodbyes. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to host. We have Michael coming up to do some closing remarks and to do a little teaser for the next year. So that's going to be quite exciting. So thank you, everyone, for allowing us to be your hosts for these last 2 hours.
I am sitting on the edge of my seat waiting to see who's going to win this competition.
Yeah.
Who gets bragging rights until next year.
Definitely. maybe they get a little award from their department. Who knows? I hope so. They just definitely deserve it.
Definitely.
So, yeah. So thank you.
How do you feel about the current alien invasion all because they want our oranges?
Can't believe it. So, aliens attacking with oranges?
I'm not sure I understand. What are my thoughts on the alien invasion because they want oranges? I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I think we need to fine-tune our facial recognition to determine, spoofed identities based on visual imprints. That I think that's one way we can detect who's an alien versus a true human. And we should really accelerate some of our R&D efforts in that area.
So first, if you are a human and not an alien yourself, I'm going to have to ask you some challenge questions that only a human would know. Not to give away any advantages to the adversary.
Bottom line is, if they are aliens with advanced technology and can do a lot of things a lot faster than we are, the bottom line is that we understand those systems. We kind of know where those threats are, and we have proven methods for resolving that.
The amount of encryptions that we have, the amount of countermeasures that we have already in place, yeah, definitely they should have much more technology that we don't know of, like quantum computing and stuff like that, which is evolving field where we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
An alien technology might get further in because of just advanced computing technology, but at the end of the day, we know what we have to defend. We know what's there. We know what an intrusion looks like, and we know how to stop them.
I don't know. We're in deep trouble. We got bigger problems than cybersecurity problems at this point. Probably time to get the railgun project working again and take out take out the mothership.
That's ridiculous. This is not a recent invasion. They've been here the whole time.
Darn it, I like oranges. Maybe if they went for something like lemons, it would be better. We could let them have those.
So my thoughts would be, I need to drink some orange juice now before there's no more orange juice left. I love orange juice, it's fantastic.
Wait, they want our oranges, or they're giving us oranges? They want to take them away from us. Well, I mean, I don't really have much to do with oranges to begin with. I guess they can have them. I don't know.
I really think we have to look to see how we can segment the oranges off of the network and make sure that they aren't allowed to access any of the orange fields or any of the orange controls, that we can secure those and keep those separate from there so that we can keep the aliens from attacking the oranges and getting all of our oranges, or provide a lot of tinfoil.
Thoughts on the current alien invasion to take the oranges? Well, we at CISA must step up to protect and defend the oranges.
I mean, how would that affect our ecosystem? I don't know. Yeah, I guess we could just share. Let's say we can share those oranges. That's fine by me. You can have some oranges if you really want them.
My gosh. Florida's not gonna like that for sure. I can only imagine their response to that, knowing how they are.
Well, I will say our oranges are pretty darn fabulous. So I can see why any alien planet would want to invade for them.
Build a big orange juicer? I don't know.
When you think about the opportunities for cocktail combinations, I mean, it really can't be beat.
Maybe change the weather so that all the orange blossoms fall off and then they're more inclined to go somewhere else.
I would recommend we go collaborate with the Russians and we use that new EMF technology that they used down in Cuba.
Sorry, aliens, you're not getting your oranges.
What 2 things will you change to cope with the loss of oranges in your life?
Devastated. I might cry. I might just cry every day because I can't have orange juice again. Or I might get some lemons and make some lemonade and go on my life. So
I'm just devastated. I mean, I've always loved oranges.
Oranges, while delicious, do have a lot of natural sugar in them and can add inches to your waistline. So maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. You know, I do suffer from all the stress of work. I do have a little bit of reflux. You never know how that acid is going to affect you.
I will no longer have any orange scented perfumes. So it's quite a travesty.
I really think I have to look towards other citrus fruits to see what they can provide.
You know, I think I might have to develop some relationships with the aliens so that we can get some oranges for my children who love them. But I think I'll be fine without them.
Store orange juice ahead of time and then drink orange juice.
So I guess I'm going to have to start purchasing more apples.
Start eating more apples.
Deal with the apples instead of oranges.
Pineapple's also really good.
And is there nothing I can do? Like, I can't call Rick Grimes or anything from The Walking Dead to come help us and save us, you know, from these aliens and get the oranges back? Because I'm not sure what I would do.
I mean, there's lots of other fruits out there, and I'm sure we can start from one and work backwards genetically.
Use a modified orange, genetically modified orange to something else where aliens won't even understand.
Well, I've never been much of a grapefruit person, but I got to get the vitamin C somehow. Got to stave off the scurvy.
I'm a grapefruit juice guy, so that's fine. I think it's time for, things like mimosas to be grapefruit based anyway.
Grapefruit, while kind of the sour cousin of an orange, can still be useful.
That's my plan. I'm going to transition to grapefruit mimosas, grapefruit juice, all of that stuff. Not looking forward to it. That stuff is sour. I'll miss the oranges, that's for sure.
I expect to purchase grapefruit futures because clearly that's going to be important going forward.
Wait, are grapefruits oranges?
I'm okay with getting rid of the orange Starburst even, or the orange Skittle. Those are not my favorite flavors. Now, if it's grape or lime, then it's time. It's time to arm ourselves against the alien threat. But other than that, I will cope. I'll be okay.
Genetically modified, where aliens cannot even think about it. Where they guess their definition of orange is based on organic oranges, but genetically modified, they won't even figure out.
Well, it's not very nice of the aliens because they weren't theirs to begin with, but I guess we have a lot of other really tasty fruits.
Are limes do they care about limes?
Start using limes, or perhaps maybe they don't consider tangerines as oranges. I can get away with that.
Probably start looking at those tangerines as clementines, but I will miss the oranges.
So they don't care about limes. I think I might just have to start to learn to love lemons and limes.
So I guess we should not move to drinking Soylent Green, or is that an old reference that doesn't resonate well?
We need to begin to assess the impact to the global orange market and determine what sort of substitute products are economically viable at this point.
Makes the skin green, and then the texture is completely like apple, and then they think this is an apple, but it's really an orange. Well, we should think about beating aliens, right? Then we should be even bringing more technology that they don't understand. So.
Once the competitors have solved all of the challenges and their mission to stop the aliens is accomplished, they'll see the following clip. Was armor successful? Have we seen the last of the aliens? Are our oranges safe?
Great work, team. You're all heroes. Of course, we can't let the world know your real identities, but take pride in the fact that today, you were part of a team that saved the world and helped humanity take their rightful place on the galactic stage as an equal, not a servant.
So does this mean the alien threat has ceased? And have we defeated the Aurelian Empire once and for all?
The loss of their base on the moon is a huge setback for the Aurelian forces. As far as we can tell, they were centrally controlling their operations from there, with only a few select officers allowed on Earth to coordinate their forces. As part of efforts to resist the invasion, those officers were identified and detained, leaving the few troops they had on Earth in complete disarray. Now, I have received exclusive reports from high-ranking government sources that the ruling council of the Aurelian Empire has already reached out to negotiate a trade agreement. It appears that many of the Aurelians are already suffering withdrawal symptoms as their supply of oranges has suddenly been cut off. So they're offering space-faring technology in return for access to our orange products. We could be looking at the start of a whole new era in human space travel.
Well, that would certainly make for an interesting future. Earth, the galaxy's leading orange exporter. Well, let's see what the public's reaction has been to these events. Jimmy, what are you hearing?
Thank you, David. I'm here with Clay on the streets of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tell me, Clay, what is your reaction to the news of the destruction of the alien base on the moon?
Well, if you ask me, it's a darn shame. I mean, we're talking about an advanced alien race here. Think about all those lives lost. I mean, would it really been so bad to have a little bit more orange juice being produced? Would it have really been so bad to be under the protection of a vast and powerful alien empire rather than fending for ourselves in the vastness of space?
Well, Clay, if you don't mind my asking, what were you shopping for exactly?
Well, that's none of your business. Ain't nothing wrong with the appreciation for citrus. We need these oranges just as much as you do. The juice must flow.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Whatever happens, I'm sure this isn't the last we've heard of the Aurelian Empire and their passion for oranges. Back to you, David.
Wow, what an exciting day. So glad our competitors were able to save the oranges. Let's recap today's event. We heard from members of the cybersecurity workforce across the federal government. We learned that cybersecurity is a diverse and growing field. And we saw an impressive showing from the competitors. Please join me in congratulating all of our finalists. We'd also like to remind you that you can find the previous competition challenges online. They're playable for education and training purposes. We hope you'll explore them and maybe try your luck. Thank you so much for letting me guide you through today's live stream. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast and look forward to seeing you next year. Now I'll pass things over to Michael to close us out. Bye.
Hi, thank you for tuning in to the 2021 President's Cup. I'm Michael Harpin. I'm the CISA lead for the competition. Congratulations again to all of our participants who made it into the finals. The competition isn't just the teams finals that you saw today, but individual competitions as well. And each of the winners from the competitions will be winning one of these trophies that you see here. Our blue trophy goes to our Track A winner. Our Track A finals were held on Monday, December 6th. And the Track A finals focuses on incident response and forensic work roles from the NICE framework. The red trophy goes to our Track B winner. And our Track B finals focuses on the exploitation and vulnerability assessment work roles from the NICE framework. And our green trophy goes to our teams winner and the competition you watched today. For the teams competition, we take work roles from across the NICE framework, so we build a well-rounded, robust competition. The competition takes a lot to put on each and every year, and I want to thank the President's Cup team for all their effort getting this competition off the ground. So thank you to Cindy, Connor, CJ, Austin, Maureen, Bill, and Svea for all your hard work and efforts. Thank you to Tony, Sean, and Johnson for your leadership, guidance, and everything else that it took from you to get this competition going over the year. I would also like to thank Director Easterly, Deputy Director Natarajan, National Cyber Director Inglis, and Deputy Executive Assistant Director Hartman for their remarks today and participating in the broadcast. It really meant a lot to us for them to participate. I'd also like to thank our 6 hosts for all the time they've put into preparing and being a part of the broadcast. They really added a terrific element to today's event. And of course, I need to thank the SEI team. Their support over the years and subject matter expertise have built a fun, exciting, and unique competition that meets the orders that were set out to us from the executive order. Finally, thank you again. That's everyone that's tuned in and supported the competition over the years. And I want to thank again the competitors for all their time and dedication and effort. The President's Cup would not be what it is without you. So we're looking forward to next year's competition. Really excited to get ready for 2022. We're going to show you a sneak peek of the event, and we hope you enjoy, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Surprise, I'm back. I want to thank our winning team, 350-1, for saving us from the Aurelian aliens and keeping our orange supply. So we just had that finalized, and we want to take the opportunity to congratulate that team on winning the 2021 President's Cup. So great work from all competitors. Again, really appreciate it. The competition is what it is because